Can I can I do the thing? Well then, hello to Speedrun Ragnarok. How y'all doing this evening, or morning, or afternoon, wherever you might be in the world? I'm Scalakitty. I'm going to be your host for this wonderful run of Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless, run by our dear caeshura. I hope you all are absolutely ready for this run. It is an absolutely fantastic time. We're going to be doing pretty much the entire game. So if you've never seen this run before, it's only a few people run it. So we're super happy to showcase it here. We have some naming incentives though that came in right at the end. I saw that they got processed, so I'm pretty sure I will double check. Make 1000% absolutely sure. Yes. Okay. So, are we ready to start naming, Kay? Let me know when you're ready, because I have those names for you. Coolness. So our dear hero Chrono is going to be Bob, just capital B, lowercase o, lowercase b to start.
Hey. Oh, rough. Got to start the timer. Good morning, everyone. Hi, it's 6 a.m. I've been up since 5, which was an hour ago? I don't know. Math. So, this is Chrono Trigger, and I think Magus is probably going to talk a lot for me at the beginning of this. As you can tell, I'm extremely not awake.
I couldn't tell.
Alright, chat's cheering you on, Keisha, and that's the most important thing.
So I think I thought of a really cool intro yesterday while I was awake. I didn't write it down, and I don't think it would have sounded very cool with me being sleepy. So unfortunately, I don't have a cool intro for you about the game. But this is Chrono Trigger. I need to mess with my menu here. Chrono wakes up. He's just a normal boy. He wants to go to the fair. I need Luca's name.
So Luca is going to be, let me make sure I get the exact punctuation correct on it. So Luca's going to be question mark, then Bob, with Bob spelled the same way. So capital B, lowercase o, lowercase b, and then another question mark. So Bob?
Oh, you found the question mark. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, so welcome everyone to, yes, this is definitely Bob Trigger.
Oh wait, I forgot to grab my money. Mom! I need my money! You almost forgot, Mama. I forgot! So we're gonna go to the fair to see Bob and run into this girl here. She's not watching where she's going. She's too happy. I'll need it.
So Marley is going to be exclamation points on the side of Bob. So Bob!
The estimate for this run is about 7 hours.
Yep. This run is going to be... So you might know the Chrono Trigger speedruns, mostly from like normal any percent runs where like, you know, all kinds of fancy glitches are used. This run is going to be glitchless. So we can't make use of any of those glitches. Henceforth, this run takes a little bit longer than the glitch-full speedruns take, which are about 3 or 100% glitch-full run would take about 5 hours. This one, of course, a bit longer because we can't make use of any of those. But yeah, that doesn't mean it's less awesome, right?
Oh no, if I actually had notes for like this run in case if I was to pick a category, I'd actually pick this one because I kind of like the full game glitchless categories because I'm weird like that.
It can be a little bit frustrating when you're doing trying to do PBs. Of course, yeah. I'm not at the point where it is, but like you just know that because of the way that Chrono Trigger RNG works, you know that no matter what you kind of do, it's gonna be the same
Is
after you
Chrono
get...
Trigger's not gonna let you have
Oh
that
no!
BB.
Okay, well I accidentally stepped onto the...
No, you did not. Oh no! Oh no! I'm out of here.
Good morning.
It's over. It's over.
Wait,
Who donated for this?
well, I would like to introduce my co-commentator here, not Yagamoth. This is my good buddy, Elmagus.
Thanks for remembering my name. Thank you.
And we'll have to see. We might have some more commentary, but we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
If somebody says I'm Yagamoth, I take that as a compliment. Honestly, he knows what he's doing. So unlike me, who just sits here and watches, and you know, I don't know.
Oh. Yagamoth knows Chrono Trigger?
He could probably pretend to know it, and it would seem convincing.
To anybody except me. That's not Elmagus, it's Bob. Oh. Hi, Bob.
That is also, chat. If you would like to change it up from all of our different Bobs, you only have a little bit of time left to get in Frog's name. We'll be cutting off Frog's name once we get to the castle. Once we have the special scene in the castle in 600 AD.
Yep. Good morning, or good night, Bob. It's Bobble Trigger.
Bobble Trigger? I like it. And,
because of some mysterious power, our friend Bob got teleported somewhere, and Bob is gonna go find her with the help of Bob.
1 second. We did get a donation. Oh, okay. Silver Moon 9000 donated $20. Just wishing to have a great Bob Trigger run. Silver Moon, if you would like that to go to something, you can either tell me in chat or you can whisper me. Oh, also one very quick reminder. We do have 2 prizes available for this run. Not 1, but 2. If you donate, if you donate at least $20 during this run, one prize is a Chrono Trigger pillowcase done in beautiful copper vinyl, which I will be doing. And then the other one was kindly donated to us by Prof Ness. It is a Chrono Trigger, we're calling it the Ancient Magic set. So it is a Moonstone, a Dreamstone, and a Rainbow Shell. It's a Labradorite, Tiger Iron, and a fossilized Ammonite. So I'll be dropping links to those in chat. So remember, $20 gets you in the running for either of those.
So, encounters in Chrono Trigger are based off of battle triggers that are on map you're walking on. So there I grabbed a pixel that allowed me to go up and avoid battle bird. We like to call that bird skip, and sometimes I just too far. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky skip, honestly, because like you have Chrono is a bit weird with his movements. He either that doesn't sound good, but Chrono can either move 1 or 2 pixels at a time. If he's or 2 and 4 when he's running. So like if you get a bad frame, then you move badly and the skip will not work. But yeah, that's fine. We're not running. We're running glitchless. It's okay. Nobody saw that. You just wanted to demonstrate the battle trigger. See, like she went too far left, so she got into a battle. That was just a demonstration. I hope you liked it. But yeah, most battles work that way, where if you step on a certain tile, then the encounter will start. Very rarely, but sometimes also what happens is like some enemies are just running around the map, and if you run into them, it will start the encounter. But there is literally no random encounters in this game, so Ideally, we want to avoid everything that we can. And one important aspect about Chrono Trigger that a lot of people growing up when they played it casually don't know, you can actually run away from most encounters, which is, personally, I never ran away from an encounter in this game.
I don't think I did
And
either. I
a
avoided
nice
them.
guy, yeah, a nice guy in the tutorial section of Truce, where we just came from, can tell you about that, but, you know, silly young me never went there, so yeah, we fought just everything in the game, but in a speedrun, we are going to, if we get into an encounter, we can run away. So...
Who talks to the tutorial NPC?
Exactly, I mean, nobody does, right? It's
Got the
boring. We
tutorial
gotta...
NPC, and I was like, okay, bye.
Yeah, gotta jump into the action.
Here I'm gonna pick up this ether. Most of the ethers at the very beginning of the game I'm going to be selling. I can buy mid-tonics. That's a ways down the road.
Oh. Yeah, so tonics in this game are essentially like potions, ethers are MP restoring items, ethers are somewhat valuable, that's why we're going to be selling a couple of them at the start. They are going to be very useful later on in the run, obviously.
So, Bob is here to tell me all about biology. And yeah, you can cut off the name for
Yes.
Frog as soon as I leave the castle.
You got it. So y'all get a very important anatomy lesson. This is more just, babies come from...
Babies are born by nodding your head.
Sparkles.
Sparkles are born by nodding your head, and babies come from sparkles.
Yes. Exactly. Exactly. And as we all learned, there's only all that's inside your body. You got hands, and you got feet, and you got arms, you got legs, you got a heart, and then you got an intestinal system, and that's it. That's it. That's everything that's inside a body.
You don't have a brain.
Oh, and a brain. Yeah, you do have a brain.
You don't need that.
No, that's where the plasmas live. And then you have to kill them with that machine gun. We went over this.
Machine gun?
Yes, I'm making Final Fantasy Legend 2 jokes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Nebular View is correct. Don't forget about Blood Horse, is also very important.
Here I'm gonna be taking a couple of battles. Bob and Bob. I would love to see Chrono crit, but... Chrono. I want to get Chrono's Cyclone and Luca's Fire Toss. Flame Toss, whatever it's called. So that I can get a... Fire Whirl.
Yeah, so every enemy in the game drops a certain amount of experience and so-called tech points, which is essentially every character can learn techs naturally by obtaining enough. And the goal here of the low grind is, like she said, we're going to learn our first couple techs, and in return, something very unique to Chrono Trigger, we're going to get the dual tech Fire Whirl.
Please cut off Frog's name, if you haven't already.
Yep, it is cut off. We haven't. I will make 1000% sure. Nope.
Oh dear.
Turns out Silvermoon wanted to have their $20 donation go to Frog's name.
Oh, very nice movement. Okay, that's very nice. First of all, they didn't slow, which is, at this point, because I was able to kill 3 of them, just a... okay, she slowed now, but that's okay. Just a waste of frames. But I got 3 of those Nagats in 1 flame firewall. So they can either, I think, move to hit you physically or cast a slow spell, which takes a bajillion frames to cast.
Yep.
I will need... soon.
So Frog. Oh, sorry. Let me know when you're ready, and I will spell it out for you.
It's gonna be Bobtastic. Oh man.
Frog's got the best theme. So Frog is going to be Bobble. So B-O-B-B-L-E.
This is gonna be a fun run.
Also, we are not.
It's gonna have to be B-O-B-L-E because B-O-B-B-L-E will not fit.
All right, that'll work.
So, just so everybody knows, there's a 5-character limit that I have to abide by. You want your name to be in there in its full glory. It will need to be 5 characters, but that's okay.
I think there's only one other. Yeah, there's only one name that doesn't fall into that, so we'll have to we'll figure that out when we get there.
So I'm just gonna go over here and grab some really cool chests. As a child, I never realized how short this dungeon was. I mean, I guess part of me is kind of sad that we don't have, like, strange capitalization respells of all of the main character names, but... And I'm gonna fight these, snake things from above, so that I can get, into the right, position to get both of them. I guess it's not really a grind, but it's kind of a short grind.
It is kind of a short grind, isn't it? So these snakes drop revives, which is obviously very useful. Revives are somewhat expensive for the start of the run. So getting 1 or 2 here while we have to grind anyways is definitely a good thing for us. And then now she's going to do a small grind here to get some base experience, and most importantly for the boss fight we want to learn a dual tech with Frog, which will make the boss of the cathedral much easier than he would be otherwise. Isn't that right, Kay? Yeah. It's great. But yeah, revives are hard to come by at the very start of the run, and some of the fights, we do have these short grinds, but they can be somewhat dangerous if you don't pay attention or make a mistake, so it's definitely handy to have 1 or 2 of those, just in case.
Didn't hear me running through coffee.
I feel you.
I'm going to pick up this shelter. I probably won't need it, but there's no harm in having an extra one.
Yep. Yeah, so shelters are like tents in Final Fantasy. You can use them on the world map and the save points, and they restore all HP and MP on your party members. But the big gimmick here for the cathedral is most of the enemies are just weak to physical attacks. The Naga Eds, and that's the big reason we grinded before the cathedral, and the henches here, they are actually strong against physical attacks. So what you're supposed to do is attack them with the Flame Toss or Fire Roll, and that's the main reason we actually got those abilities ahead of time, since that speeds up the fight significantly because they are highly resistant against physical attacks. Unfortunately, no crits for Frog here. Yeah, so the normal speedruns make heavy use of RNG manipulation, which is not disallowed in Glitchless, but there has not been a proper route as of yet. I know Puwexel did like some routing of basic fights and stuff, and did a run for the
RT
in Japan. Yeah,
but
there's still lots of work to be done. You can technically manipulate the whole game, but it's all in the works still, so yeah.
I mean, coming up later on, you'll see some really hairy fights that we would probably really want to have manipulation for. Magus, Manip, and...
I like not to be manipulated, thank you very much. But yeah, for Manip, it would probably... Manip is probably the worst boss in the game, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. Agree. Okay, so I'm just gonna make Bob here a little bit more powerful, so that when Bob and Bubble use their dual tech, it'll be much cooler and powerful. I'm going to pour myself a cup of coffee while Yakra is going on and on about taking over.
Does anyone really care what Yakra's going on about?
Kind of, because, you know, like, we need to get rid of this terrible threat, otherwise he might go.
I mean, he doesn't, though. I mean,
So I'm gonna wait until Yakra kind of walks close to Frog here, and I'm going to, I hope he's close enough. See? And then I'm going to use, yeah, he's definitely close enough, and then I'm gonna use X attack, and, can't counterattack. Can you explain that, by the way, Magus?
So, Yakra is the first real boss of the game, and as it goes for tutorial bosses in RPGs, he has a gimmick to him as well. Whenever a character attacks Yakra that is too far away from him, he will start an AoE counter attack, which actually kind of hurts. So we want to, of course, not do that now. You would think if you select Extract with Chrono, that, wait, it would actually, you know, take Chrono's distance to Yakra for the counter attack. But dual techs are a bit special in that, you know, the initiator of the attack, which in this case is somehow Frog, you know, gets taken as target for counter attacks and stuff. So we want to make sure that Yakra is close to Frog so he can start his counter attack. Alternatively, if one of your party members dies in this battle, Yakra also can't counter attack since he can't initiate the 3-man counter attack. But yeah, it's a very simple counter mechanism to introduce you to. A lot of bosses have mechanisms like that, not necessarily with counter attacks, but it's a little introduction to that, yeah, system, I guess. And he's already dead.
Yeah. Actually, so I want to point out that I'm getting very comfortable with the mechanics of the way the speedrun works, and I think that's the first time I've been very confident in attacking with Luca and knowing that Yakra is going to die.
Yeah, so if you count HP and then know, okay, the next attack's gonna kill, that's always a good thing.
Yeah. So in my case, I'm pretty bad at math, especially in my head on the fly. It's true. So counting Yakra's HP is really hard for me. Instead, I count Chrono's MP. Basically the same. Yeah, it's basically the same thing, but I know that you know, if I use up all of Chrono's MP, it'll kill Yakra, but I also know that if he has 2 left and I attack Yakra, it should kill him. And,
that it should.
Yeah. And I think the big part is that without the power tabs that I've put on Chrono, since coming into 600 AD, I don't think it would be possible to kill Yakra.
Is this thing on?
Good morning.
hello.
Hello, hello.
I made to turn you up.
For those of you in chat, joining us is going to be Puexo, who will be helping out with commentary for this run. We're super duper happy to have him with us.
Shige. I need to run.
Chat says hello.
Why, hello there.
And please tell me.
How did the cathedral go?
Well, actually. And chat, please tell me. I think Puexel might be. Oh, frog skip. Might be a little bit quiet, so just tell me how the sound out.
I can actually test for you, Kay. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'll have a chance up here to mess with the sounds. We're gonna be jumping into some hole. So yeah, welcome in, Puexel. This is Baba Trigger. Not Brano Trigger.
My father is named Bob, so I'm okay with that.
Okay, so Flexel sounds fine. Yeah, I just listened to the stream. I guess. Oh, we might have gotten a donation in. Let me double check. We are indeed continuing the building of the Bob team. So this is gonna be for a Robo TV named 0xBOB. Sorry, 0xB0B. I will double check and make sure that is correct.
Okay.
Well, it's hard to tell on the font that Tiltify uses.
Hope the people donating for Bob names are aware that you can't have duplicate names in this game.
So far,
Oh, yeah, they're
so
aware.
far they're aware. Actually, so yesterday when I was checking on the incentives, all of the characters were renamed other characters in the game, and the funny thing about this is that we figured out just recently in RPG Limit Break that you can't rename a character who hasn't been renamed yet. So I wouldn't have been able to name Chrono Luca or Luca Marley because it doesn't count. It has the default name in the thing, and then you can't do. I don't know. There's words that I can't do at 6:30 and thing. But yeah, cannot have duplicate names, and if you haven't renamed the character yet, they still have their default name, and they're Kami duplicate. Bob is kindly taking Bob back to the castle and gets arrested for kidnapping Princess Nadia.
You mean Princess Bobbia, right?
No, still said Nadia.
Ah, man. Hey, crush it by Bob Trigger Dreams.
But Princess Nadia really wants to become a Bob. Why she left the castle.
What a beautiful story.
There's a reason why Bob Trigger is a classic RPG.
I suppose.
So I unfortunately and sadly do not own a copy of Chrono Trigger for my SNES. I guess in my case, my Super Famicom. So I am playing on emulator at the time. But were it to be that you wanted to play this particular game on the DS, I believe that you can do this category of the speedrun on the DS, and it will not change the route.
Except that you can't skip the bird on DS for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's a lot of battle triggers that are in somewhat a different position. You can't run through the frogs in the Cursed Woods as well. All kinds of stuff got fixed in the DS version, and there is also a bit of extra content that you could potentially utilize. So the route might differ a little bit, but yeah.
I would guess the PC version is pretty similar to that too.
Yep.
All right, I do actually have to call this out in chat. So we have 500 bits from Fandangelo declaring that this trial is the state versus Bob, and Fandangelo is actually my brother. So hi, thank you so much for stopping by to donate bits and support us.
Hi, Skullen's brother. No!
And he's
Cat
actually
dude! Why do you do this? The cat judge. Well, it was also kind of my fault too, because Marley started it, and I'm supposed to say I started it, so that I'm guilty, so the first judge...
Oh yeah, then you're like, then it's over anyways. But I mean, the ether won't hurt, right? So, there is that. So yeah, why she's upset about this not going her way. You kinda, in a speedrun, wanna have a guilty here. You wanna be, you know,
Especially on the English version, since
Yeah.
there's longer dialogue in the prison.
Exactly. So if you get guilty, there's a lot of text boxes that just like flat out like fall away compared to not guilty. Not guilty has the reward of ethers if you because you sympathizers leave you that little gift behind. But yeah, we want to save the time obviously here.
Okay, I'm gonna defend myself here, Rivers. First of all, that was money. And for charity, I will say that my favorite thing is not Poexel, but my favorite thing is definitely Poexel. The silence after that, everybody's like, what are we supposed to say after that, okay?
Can I go home now?
You are at home. So yeah, if you're not guilty, when you come in here and the Chancellor's like, we're gonna execute him, the Supervisor's like, execution? I didn't hear about that. Of course, the Chancellor just yells at him, and he's like, there's paperwork being held up, he's getting executed! Which is the dialogue that takes a couple of seconds.
I think I remember you saying that it's debatable in the Japanese version if it's worth actually picking the second options during the trial to go for not guilty.
Yeah, Bob and Lupin were both, or not Bob. Lupin and Ban-san were both, uh-oh, I need to were confused that, you know, you were getting guilty, and Lupin was getting not guilty. So as it turns out, apparently the Japanese speedrun community for Chrono Trigger goes for innocence, and I assume get the ethers?
Well, if they do, it'd probably be just to sell for tonics or something, because regular ethers just really aren't that useful at this point when you have shelters.
Speaking of ethers, I'm going to come up here and grab these. I do indeed have money. I only got 1 ether. Wow. Think you can get up to 10? Oh no!
That's when all of them are voting for not guilty. Yeah, you can get 1, 2, and 10, I believe. Maybe there's like a 3 in there if you get 6 to 1.
Yeah, if you revive General Leo, you get 20 or something like that.
Be okay. Oh, we're going. All right, I'll let you. Oh no, we're not a Dragon Tank yet. So really quickly, we had a donation come in from Cardboard Decoy. I got there. Who wanted to continue strengthening the Bob Battalion. And so $15 for Ayla to be named Bob with plus signs on either side, and then $10 for Robo to continue to be 0x Bob.
I mean, personally,
Go
ahead.
For these battles here, she's using Cyclone because that's a guaranteed one-shot. Cyclone doesn't really do that much more damage than Chrono's regular sword attack, but it does enough to guarantee a one-shot without a critical at this level.
Hi, turning on me. I personally really wish that everybody would name Ayla Bic, as in our wonderful Bic Huang Balls, because I don't know anybody as beautiful as Bic. Ayla's pretty beautiful.
Yeah, and
So,
then I call this the Metal Gear Chrono room because you want to sneak past all of these guards, but their movement patterns are random.
Yeah, so I walked up to that first guard, and he just decided to turn on me.
Also, okay, can
Ooh,
I
nice.
consider Bic for Ayla to be your runner's choice currently?
Sure.
Cool beans.
And then if you do successfully knock out guards, you can get free mid tonics, which at this level are full heals.
So as I understand it, I think it's a little bit faster to talk to that guard. Anyway, so this guard, the supervisor sees me and tries to run away, but gets a hammer to the head from Bob? And I'm going to grab the mid tonics from this guy.
Yeah, it does. It is a bit of a time sink to do that, but in a marathon run, there's no reason not to. Having 5 extra mid tonics can make somewhat of a difference, especially on the Heckran fight if things don't go well.
So, I'm very bad at math, as I pointed out earlier, so I'm going to focus a bit on the fight.
Sure. So the boss of the prison is the dragon tank. And the dragon tank has 3 parts, the head, the body, and the wheels. And our goal is to take down the head first, even though it has the most health, because the head heals the rest of, heals both itself and then the rest of the tank when you attack other parts. This is also where that little grinding she did in the cathedral pays off a bit more too, because Chrono has an extra level and that optimally lets you win this fight without ever needing to heal, and it basically saves all of the time you spent fighting those 3 battles in the cathedral during this segment. So it's kind of just a matter of counting hits. It should take 4 hits from Chrono and 3 from Luca, with criticals counting double. And then after you get those hits, Cyclone should both finish off the head and then do some damage to the other 2 parts.
Of course, I get a last minute. Crit. Dante!
Yep.
I'm trying to type real fast here, okay?
I am K.
And then depending on how much HP you have left after the head dies, it's kind of, and how risky you're feeling, you can either kind of just try to go for the kill or use some tonics and play it safe.
Not gonna lie, I saw that coming.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's yeah.
Yeah, I thought I would get it.
Yeah, well, you didn't.
It'll be okay.
Well, if that's the worst thing that happens all run, I think we can put our signature onto that.
Yep.
If that's the worst thing that happens this whole run, I'm behind that. Okay, please! Left, not right, left!
Yeah, the targeting controls in this game can be a little wonky sometimes, as far as what direction you press on the D-pad actually moves the cursor. It's something that takes some getting used to with this game.
You were just setting up that critical, weren't you?
Something.
And so the actual interesting part about Dragon Tank here is more or less that, you know, you had Yakra's tutorial boss with his counterattacks. This guy introduces another feature that Chrono Trigger has, where parts of it are actually immune to magic, which we utilized so greatly in the Cathedral. Like Lucas Flame Toss and Fire Whirl, Dual Tech were amazing, but the head won't take damage from that, and you kind of have to figure out a way around that, which is admittedly easy.
You get a hint about that too if you read the papers that the warden drops.
I was slow.
Clue you in and how you're supposed to do this fight. Yeah, unfortunately, if you do the Cyclone but aren't able to actually kill the head, then because you attacked the body while the head was alive, the head counterattacked by healing and kind of undid a bunch of your progress.
But I made it up. It wasn't too bad. But of course, once the head is down, just fire roll the body.
Yeah, and then optimally, once you damage from the cyclone that kills the head, along with 2 fire whirls, and then either a melee attack or another cyclone will end the fight.
Unfortunately, because, you know, we got some heals in from the head, be a little bit more dicey for me.
Yeah, and then the tank's one last gotcha too, is that once the wheels are dead, the body will start counterattacking every hit. Which is why you really want to be able to one-shot well, not one-shot, but finish off the body with your first attack after the wheel dies, which is why that's the advantage of Cyclone. Even though the animation is a bit longer, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill.
Physics work when you have 3 people and they grab each other's ankles to make a bridge. Oh dear! Trying to skip those guards. Just come over here.
I'm gonna make use of a gift sub I was given the other day.
Oh no! The Chancellor face.
Do you all have this emote? Is that like okay?
I think all. Oh, yeah, a bunch of us had this emote.
The Obdus. I will save this. So we get out, and Bob is very angry that, you know, we are being chased by the guards, and decides she's going to leave with us and toss all her royalty and things out the window. So while we're running away from the guards, we find another portal to somewhere and decide that this is the only place we can go because this is a dead end. Before we jump through the portal. Of course, we get to see the beautiful face of that emote that was just shared several times within Valkyrie chat. Chancellor is very surprised. We just disappear. We show up in some very, very high technology world. Not entirely sure where we are, but we know that we can only go forward from here. We're gonna go ahead and go out of building and ignore that other dome-looking place down there and just walk straight up through here. And I pick up a berserker here. Item to the speedrun.
Yeah, it's something that almost nobody actually uses playing this game casually because, I mean, why would you? You're taking a pretty big risk when you don't actually know what's coming. But yeah, it's very, very useful in the speedrun because not only does it increase your attack and defense power, but it also lets you attack a little bit faster too because you don't have to manually input the attack command. Not quite as OP as in Final Fantasy IV, but it does make a difference.
Well, I mean, I would call the Berserker very overpowered here. Or probably on par with FF4, honestly. I mean, like you said, you get more turns, 150% attack, 150% defense. What more could you want from an accessory, honestly?
Also, Kay, do you want to explain why you allowed the rats to steal so many tonics from you while you're walking through there?
So I was able to somehow get past the triggers of the battles with these flowers by letting the rats steal from me. Of course, I always want them to steal a tonic. If I don't have any tonics, steal 500 gold, which is very, very bad. Because I don't have enough money for as many of the mid-tonics as I will need later in the game.
Yeah, and that's also where that stack of tonics she bought at the Millennial Fair comes in handy, even though we're kind of getting past the point where regular tonics are actually useful for healing. She also put on some upgraded weapons she picked up in the ruins for the upcoming boss fight with the Guardian, or it's one of the DLC bosses, as I call it, because it's a fight that gets skipped in a non-glitchless run.
Of course, I'm going to avoid doing the emergency panic thing.
Yeah, this fight is actually fairly difficult in a glitchless speedrun, because I think you're pretty clearly intended to fight some regular battles and level up a bit more before you get to this point, because of just how even with up-to-date weapons and somewhat armor, you still lose over half your health in one shot from some of these attacks. And if you attack the body when both the bits are alive, that's generally going to be a rip unless you're pretty close to max health.
So with the bits down, I can attack the main body. And this will take about 2 cycles.
Yeah, one cycle is only possible if you put the Berserker on Chrono, which is not a good idea unless you're doing RNG Manip to guarantee that he doesn't attack the body early.
Pretty spicy. It's not impossible, but pretty spicy if you do that.
And what we'd really like to see is some crits from Chrono in order to cut the second cycle as short as possible. And when I do this fight, I also like to divide up my damage between the two bits to try to kill them both on the same turns, because when only one bit is alive, the other one can use Amplifier, which does about 50-60 damage and make you have a bad time if you're low on health. Oh, nice, and got lucky there too with them lining up for a flame toss. Which
Now I get a crit. I'm not going to complain, of course, about the crits on the bits. I do wish that Chrono would crit the main body a little bit more, though. Unfortunately, though, at the point where Chrono crit the bit on the left, it's probably already dead, so... a bit of a waste, but that's okay. Yeah. There we go.
Well, in my book, unnecessary crits are something we blame Everhate for.
Alright, so that wasn't too bad. I didn't do the emergency panic thing. Oh, that's nice.
And you also get 100 level ups.
Julian, yep.
Yeah, you really want all of your characters to survive this fight because of everybody getting 2 levels because of how far behind you are at this point.
It's almost like you're not supposed to skip encounters. I don't know.
That's weird. Why would they let you skip encounters if you're not supposed to?
Yeah, levels do actually make a very big difference in this game. Every level gives you not only more HP and MP, but also increases your stats for the characters, which are actually quite impactful. The only stat that is stagnant for every character is speed. The rest that will go up with level up, so that can be very, very useful to just like, you know, step down for like a minute or two, do a grind here and there. Definitely not a bad thing.
Yeah, that was a big part of the evolution for the route for this category too. When I first started finding mostly Japanese Chrono Trigger speedrunners and studied their routes. There's several places where either actually just flat out stopping to grind, like in the cathedral, or just fighting battles that you'd otherwise run from ends up saving more time than it costs because of having better levels and stats for upcoming boss fights.
I'll blame the nerves. I let the rat get away.
Happens to
Yeah,
all of us.
happens
Happened
to
to
the
me like
best of
3 days
us.
ago. So yeah, I mean,
And it doesn't really matter too much at this point in the run, but later on, learning the tech points route for learning new skills and combos is going to become very important too.
but I thought this was glitchless. Is it? Oh, we get to watch this cutscene in all its glory.
Well, if you would like to plug something.
Yeah, absolutely. So, while this cutscene's playing out, we're going to talk very quickly about the cause we're raising money for, which is Take This. They are a nonprofit charity that does education, outreach, and advocacy on mental health issues within the gaming community. I'll tell you real quick, our goal for this marathon, we decided to raise it up to $10,000. And the reason why we picked $10,000 is because that's how much it costs to basically fully fund an AFK room. When you Take This, they like to travel around to different conventions and they bring along their AFK room, which is a professionally staffed safe space where people can regain their calm and talk to a clinician if they need be. Um, so it obviously costs a lot of money to be able to have their volunteer coordinators travel out there. And also then to set up the space, train everyone who's involved, and then usually on top of running the AFK room, they will also have their panels and their Hope booth. Full disclosure, I was a Hope booth volunteer, which is basically where people can come donate directly to Take This, and then they get their very sweet Take This donation loot in return. So funding an AFK room allows Take This basically to do a whole lot of good at a different event. The next events they're going to be going to are going to be, they're bringing their AFK room to PAX Unplugged in December, and then they're also going to be bringing it to MagFest and PAX South in January. They will also have a presence at TwitchCon, but they're just going to be putting on panels for TwitchCon. And their panels can cover a whole variety of different situations. I don't know. I will go and find out which one they're doing at TwitchCon. I know their most popular one that they brought to a couple of panels is about dealing with self-doubt and social anxiety, and it's an excellent, excellent watch. Anyway, I'm going to turn it back over to Kay and to Chrono Trigger.
So, we find out that there's some sort of crazy thing going on with some space porcupine who shoots little needles out and destroys the world in 1999. I don't know if any of you remember that, but if you don't, it's okay because Chrono and crew saved the world. I'm sorry, Bob and crew saved the world.
I was there. I don't know. I don't know about you.
I graduated high school in 1999, so that made playing this game before that quite weird.
So now I get a bike key, and I'm just gonna go be a bit of a delinquent here. Bike.
Gonna go join a cyberpunk motorcycle gang. Gonna become a Kira or something.
I'm also going to pick up this tonic over here.
Also, real quick, as we are coming up on the race with Johnny, that's where we're going to cut off Robo's name.
So if you want to get a different name for Robo,
It
definitely
basically
get
has
your
to happen now.
yeah, get your donation in now. Like right meow.
Meow?
Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. So, as with most things in this run, I'm still not very good, so I'm just going to be quiet here and let my lovely commentators do my job for me.
Yeah, there's kind of two main strats you can do for the Johnny race. One is to it's to do what I do, which is a safe strat where you bonk Johnny twice, which kind of lines up the oscillation so that actually winning the race is pretty effortless if you boost right at the end. Or you can try to stay in front of Johnny as much as possible, which actually speeds it up by a few seconds.
Yeah, so the way it works is every bump in front of him is 4 frames saved. Every time you bonk against him from behind, you lose 4 frames. It's pretty interesting. And yeah, that adds up quite significantly over the course of the whole race. It is indeed a couple seconds actually if you do a perfect race, but that's super difficult.
Yeah, and if you lose the race, you either have to do it again or just cross.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't actually have to do the race once, it would be faster to just walk across the ruins, but we have to attempt it once, so we want to win then. Yeah, and then we also do want to be a little bit mindful of our health coming out of the Guardian fight, just because of this unavoidable fight with 3 buggers here.
Holy moly! Thank you,
The
Guardian Digger.
the damage they do is pretty minor, but if you're at 20 HP or less coming out of Guardian, it is possible for them to actually kill one of your characters.
We're coming up to Robo, but we have a very quick cutscene where Bob fixes Robo, and Bob says, well, isn't it going to attack us? And Bob mentions that robots have personalities that humans program. So she will program Robo, whose name we'll need soon, to not attack us.
And very quickly, right before we rename our new robot friend, thank you so much, Guardian Digger. Yeah, you guys gave the shout out to Guardian Digger for all those beautiful subs. Thank you so much.
Robo must be very confused that everybody is named Bob. But I'm sure that we are going to be fixing Robo's confusion very soon. May I have Robo's name, please?
So Robo is going to be named 0x0, capital B, 0, capital B. Oh, sorry. Only one, sorry, let me do that one more time because I realized I put in an extra character. So
0x0, B, capital B, 0B.
Sorry, 0,
0,
X,
X, B, capital B,
yeah.
0,
Capital B, 0, capital B.
capital B. Wait.
Yep, we're good.
So, this is Ox Bob. And Ox Bob will be living up to his namesake of being an ox by getting all kinds of really, really good hits on the acids in the upcoming dome.
Very quickly, chat. So we don't have any naming sessions that will come up for a little while. But just so you know, we do have another incentive for this run, which is y'all get to pick, does Bob or Bob get to hug Bob at the tree? So it'll be up to y'all.
I am partial after we name Ayla Vic towards Bob getting to hug Bob.
So also, yes, Kay's runner's choice is to name Ayla Vic. Right now, Ayla is currently named. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. Bob, what's up?
Nothing.
You okay?
Got a menu.
Oh,
I'm
oh.
okay.
Well, I have reason to go. Oh, I'm waiting for it to show up because I think some things are happening behind the scenes.
Right. Going to slowly kill this acid, walk back outside, and do the menu I was supposed to.
You could also do it on the save point after you go down the elevator.
That idea better. So what I was supposed to do, and coincidentally, it probably didn't waste too much time, because my battalion of my Bobtalion got some pretty good hits in. But what I was supposed to do is put the Berserker onto Oxbob here and heal up.
Okay, so now that we have that all settled, very quickly we got a $20 donation from Random Guy, who says, "Hey there, been following these amazing runs all over the week and decide to donate for all the fun I've had watching them. Keep up the good work and greetings from Germany." Thank you, Random Guy.
I'm also going to contribute the fact that I skipped all of the all of the battles through there to the Random Guy. Thank you, Random Guy, for helping me avoid all the battles. So,
it's our Random Guy.
Speaking of random, by the way, we've got the slimes fight here too. Where she gets to fight 5 randomly colored slimes, and not the happy-go-lucky Kira Toriyama slimes from Dragon Quest. These are very annoying trolls because of having sky-high defense. So we want the more greens, the better, just because the greens have 1 less HP, but more importantly, less defense. Like one time, of course, in practice, not in an actual run, I got 5 greens, and the damage rolls needed to win the fight in 2 rounds.
wow.
That was very sad that there was no video proof of that.
These things only happen in practice. You never get those in runs. Never.
Just reminds me
and
of
it's not. And putting the Berserker on Robo isn't really a game changer, but I like doing it here because it gives him decent chances to one-shot greens if he punches them from the extra attack power, especially if one of them's already been softened up by a Cyclone.
Yeah, since their defense is so high, it doesn't even really matter that much how much attack power you have from your weapon, but more so how high your stats are. So the Berserker directly influences your stats and thus gives you a little bit more damage potentially as well. Same thing would happen if you would put something that increases Luca's hit stat on her. She would hit way harder on the slimes than by giving her a new weapon, for instance, which is actually kind of interesting.
So in the Aerostome, many of you who have played this game may have recognized when you play a New Game Plus, you already know the password to the Aerostome, but you can't actually get through there without catching the rat, which is basically a lock to make you fight the Guardian boss. Here, we don't actually need to go through the whole area in order to get the password to open up the last area. And it's definitely going to come into play later, but when putting in passwords with the controller face buttons, you just need to hold down all the buttons all at once, and it will actually choose the right buttons for you.
Yeah, the timing can be a little tricky though, because if you do it too early, nothing happens, and if you do it too late, you fail.
The alarm is going crazy, and we're just gonna get out of here. But not before these cool blue robots decide that our friend Oxbob is a traitor and defunct and needs to be scrapped. I'll hand it over to Scala if there's some more donations.
Let me double check. I believe we are caught up on donations. Yes, we are caught up on donations. So we've already talked about that we still have some naming donations left. We do have our bid war right now for whether or not Bob is going to hug Bob at the tree. That is completely open right now. Right now, Luca, aka Bob, is winning with only $10. So we can definitely sway this if you have your personal choice of who is worthy and deserving of that hug. And let me hear. I'll check incentives for runs coming up while I'm over here. After Chrono Trigger, we do have right directly after this run, we're going to be having our Final Fantasy 1 PSP race between Sonny Rap 11 and Demarine 2. Chat, you get to pick who is going to be, what are going to be the names for our Warriors of Light. So you get to name the Fighter, the Thief, the White Mage, and the Black Mage. So if you would like to continue the Bobtalion there, you could. Right, right now, the main winning names spell out Lich, bless this run. And then there's also $5 for Dan.
This is gonna be scary. In remembering to do the menu to heal up, I didn't change the battle speed one. Oops.
Yeah, I mean, this fight is very winnable at battle speed 1, but the timing requirements in order to get off the cyclone, especially the one that kills the back row of robos, is very tight. And she's also spreading out her damage between the groups, because the attacks that the robos can do depends on how many of them are alive, and the fewer there are, the nastier their attacks get. So she's trying to line it up so that as soon as she kills one row, the next cyclone will kill the last 3.
Right.
Yeah, as soon as one of them dies, they start counterattacking whenever you attack them, and that is less than ideal.
Yeah, and if there's one, the row in the back and the row in the front, if, you know, one of them in the front or the back is alive, they, like, toss you back and forth. It's...
Yeah.
This fight is also a big part of why we bring Luca here instead of Marley, not really because it changes the fight, but so that Luca gets full experience. Because but we wanted to kind of give Luca every point of experience we can in the early games that she I don't remember the exact number offhand, but so that she hits a certain level right before Heckran and gets a boost to her magic stat. That's also the kind of our last bit of payoff for doing that short grind in the cathedral, is getting a faster Heckran fight.
Yeah, so I would like to point out that, first of all, Elmagus and Puexel combined is the commentary dream team. We have the wonderful Scala here, and I'm playing Chrono Trigger, one of my favorite games ever. And this is a wonderful day to spend my birthday. A wonderful way to spend my birthday. Anyway, yeah.
Chat, I've
Happy
literally
birthday!
seen, like, just like a ton of happy birthdays, like for Kay.
Please,
Okay.
please.
No, okay, no, never mind.
And you know
never
what?
mind.
And you know what? She's only a few minutes away from getting her cake too.
That's right. There's cake.
Yeah. So, please celebrate my birthday by giving all of your money to take this.
All right. So there you go. That is a better way that you can support.
To Runner's Choice, of course, so that I can name
Yes.
Ayla Bick.
Yes. So that is. So if you would like to donate to Runner's Choice to make Kay happy.
Birthday.
Oh my goodness, and thank you, Tina, for giving out those gift subs to the community, and also Zapor for the 400 bits. So thank you all.
I have to talk to So I also need everybody to help me out here. Although I can't take any responsibility for any injuries that you may get in doing so, but please walk around your room thinking magic. Very much the way I did RPG and you shall be given the gift of magic from Specchio here. So many people don't know that Specchio has a frog form, because if you play the game casually, you don't ever end up seeing it just because of the levels that you end up getting. Usually, anyway.
Yeah, because Specchio's form is based on your party leader's level. I want to say Chrono has to be level 9 or lower in order to get Frogio.
But Kiwala Specchio is best Specchio.
And then a nice little hidden bonus to learning magic from Specchio is that your characters will automatically learn their level 1 and 2 techs if you haven't actually gotten enough tech points yet, which is really, really handy given that the upcoming dungeon and boss fight only magic actually is effective, and since like Marley hasn't gotten enough tech points to even learn Aura yet, the fact that she gets Aura, Provoke, and Ice right here is a pretty big deal. See, we got first try Specchio skip.
Yeah. So Specchio asks you if you want to test out your newfound magic powers, and it's very easy to just mash through that and say yes, and then get. Well, depending on your level, Specchio changes forms, and I think Specchio's strength depends on his form. And well.
Yeah, I mean, when he's a frog, he's so weak that it's actually faster to just fight him than to lose the fight intentionally.
Going to go down the stairs because Melchior talks a lot, and I don't know that. But yeah, so Specchio can basically kick your butt, but if you are pretty low level, it is much faster just to beat him up.
Yeah, you don't actually have to go to Melchior's house, even though this is how you're supposed to find out to go to Hekran's cave. But making a little pit stop here to get some healing items and also a better sword for Chrono that also boosts his magic stat.
I buy the wrong thing. I did. I bought the Robin bow.
Yeah, that's markedly less useful.
I'm gonna go ahead and sell my ethers now then. Not buy the proper thing for Chrono. Whoops!
I mean, you could get the ether out of the kitchen in Guardia for a little extra money to make that up.
Put the plasma gun too? Listen!
You just want to make sure that Bob and Bob are well protected.
Well, the plasma, I mean, unless you actually did buy another plasma gun, you should have had the one from the factory.
Oh, well, did, but
Correct. Yeah, he did.
I accidentally sold it. No.
Well, you'll want to get another weapon for Luca at some point then for the Blackbird.
There should be some gun on the way somewhere.
Hell. Alright, so now that I have the right thing down through here.
She also she went into the Elder's house to get some tabs too.
Which I forgot to pick up on the proper route, but that's okay.
This is our first opportunity to get by far the most useful kind of tab, which is the speed tab, since most of the stats in this game go up to, I can never remember whether it's 99 or 100, but speed only goes up to 16 and is proportionally the same, basically. So 1 point of speed can make a really big difference as far as how many turns you get relative to your enemies.
Yeah, it's 100.
I'm just running away from all of these battles and skipping and walking around the ones I can. Like this this bat battle up here that I'm totally going to get around. I got it. And according to Wexel, only Red Slash can get that running. I believe it.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty finicky. Although if you, I mean, there's actually, I mean, there's a lot of skips like that in this game where if you kind of use a wall to kind of force your coordinates to certain values, then that lets you line up pixel perfect movement to avoid really tight encounters.
I'm actually putting my battle gauge speed onto the right one, otherwise the Heckran fight can be very, very scary.
Alright, so Heckran, who's another DLC boss, as I call bosses that you skip in a non-glitchless run, has pretty nasty attacks, especially in his second phase, but follows a really predictable pattern. His first phase, he does 2 water bubbles, followed by a water cyclone, and when he gets below half health, he does 2 water cyclones, followed by Yes Indeed. And the strats for this fight are mostly about abusing knowledge of that to get your damage in with magic, because he's got basically perfect physical defense, and then heal during his defense cycles between those phases. So most of the damage is coming from Marley and Luca's combo, but you do also need to do a few slashes or lightnings with Chrono to kind of round off enough damage to push him over to the second phase when you're ready.
Is it still damage roll dependent? Because I know it used to be, but the route has changed slightly once in a while, so...
Yeah. Well, the strats I use are pretty consistent as far as how many hits it takes per kind of phase of the fight.
Yeah, because I mean, Slash and Lightning are not a big difference in damage, but like, it used to matter in this fight. But yeah, there's like the small grinds we aforementioned that help us out with stats and stuff, so I assume that's not a thing anymore.
Yeah, along with using lightnings at the start of the fight for a bit of extra damage, and then switching to Slash, which has a faster animation.
Way faster.
And then kind of the optimal Heckran fight too also actually skips one of his defense poses because when he goes below 50% health, he has 2100, so that's 1050. When he's below 1050, wherever he is in his AI, it'll reset. So the optimal fight manipulates when you push him below that to be when you're in a spot where he can't one-shot any of your characters with Water Cyclone. So kind of, if you can pull that off optimally, it saves like a good 20-30 seconds. This is also where those revives she got from the Cathedral grind can pay off in a big way too. Because the old route before that got integrated in, you had one revive from a chest in the Cathedral that would have to carry you all the way through past this fight when you get your first real chance to buy more without a major detour. So it looks like things aren't quite going according to plan, but with the revives and the healing items she has, she's getting by. Yeah, a little fortunate turn at the end with him attacking Marley instead of killing Luca.
Yep. I kind of had an idea that, you know, instead of using a mid-tonic, I just used a tonic on Chrono, and I was like, yeah, he's probably gonna die, and he died. But we got through it. So here I'm gonna go to Bob's house and pick up some equipment for Bob.
Yeah, this is totally optional, but I think it's very much worth it because getting the Tabin vest here gives Luca 50% fire resistance, but more importantly, +2 speed, which can make a pretty big difference.
Dip Flubber,
In a number
to
of spots.
answer your question, no, dead people don't get an EXP. So it might turn out...
Characters that aren't in your battle party get 75% XP, but dead characters get Zippo.
Yeah, so it might turn out that may be a little bit bad, but okay.
Can I read out a donation that came in during that Hecarim fight?
Absolutely.
So we had a $100 donation come in.
Wow, thank you.
Yes, this is from Anani Mouse. So Anani Mouse would like to continue the legacy of the Bobtalion, and we're going to be having a Legend of Zelda race tomorrow, and the file names are going to be Bob, Ox Bob, and Bobble.
Very nice, thank you.
So thank you so much, Anani Mouse, for your generosity.
Also, if you're speedrunning or just playing this casually, don't do what I almost did and try and leave before Gato gives you the silver points.
I wonder how I used to know the Japanese version of the song, but I always mess up on like the second part of it.
Kanjara, kanjara, kanjara.
It's like
That sounds a bit modified.
Kinose, kinose.
Is it like...
It's just your imagination.
Okay. And then the reason she's fighting Gato, in addition to being able to meme, is to because she much later in the run is going to need silver points.
For some reason.
For some reason, yeah. And
We just will.
it doesn't really matter that much when you get them, as long as it's at a point where you can one-shot Gato. And doing it now is just a little bit more optimal for movement, because you're on your way to the time portal, which is closer to where Gato is. And you can also steal the lunch for a free heal without needing to menu to use the shelter.
I don't know what it is, but I never... Okay, got it. Never get the pause buffer step. What's that word that you can do it all the time? That means you can do it all the time. That one.
Consistently.
Yes! Reliably. There you go. Consistently, reliably. I can never get the pause buffer step reliably. So... This is a part of the game where it might be hard for you to know where to go casually, but even in the speedrun, sometimes we forget to go to the bridge and we come all the way up here to the cook and he's like, "Ha!" And you're like, "Oh, I forgot to go to the bridge." So you need to go to the bridge to talk to the captain, and he tells you that they're out of rations. So you go up to talk to his tsundere cook brother. He's like, "I don't care what happens to him!" Then tells you that he has to that his brother better come. Tell his brother he better come back alive, or else.
Or else ...
Or else. He just runs away. He doesn't tell you. Or else I'll cry myself to sleep every night. So we take the jerky and the power tab. Gratefully, we run away. Of course, when I played this casually, I was like, "Hey, I can take this jerky to that lady who wants it." But this is only New Game Plus, and then I was like, "Oh wait, we have to get across the bridge first."
And then her kind of running back and forth near a certain part of the shadows in the kitchen was to try to close some of those text boxes with the chef before they finish drawing too, to save a few seconds, just because of a mechanic this game has where when you're talking to NPCs that don't lock out your movement control, if you go far enough away from them, it'll just end the dialogue.
You do have to go through all of those text boxes, or the book doesn't come out to talk to you.
Yeah, he's mean like that.
It's not like I like you or anything.
So after this cutscene here, we have two pretty trivial fights against Ozzy and his skeletons, and then our next boss fight with Zombor. The fastest way to end the skeleton fights is to attack Ozzy 3 times. You could actually kill the skeletons using magic, but if you do that, in addition to the animations being slower than attacking, you also have to wait a few seconds for Ozzy to get his next turn and then run away, whereas if you attack him 3 times, it's instant. And then for the Zombor fight, there's actually kind of 2 main strats that people use for Glitchless. I would probably say the more popular one still is actually to stick with these characters and then spam Antipode in order to guarantee killing the head before it gets a chance to use a nasty AoE attack. But I like swapping Marley for Robo and then basically hoping that he punches the head a couple times, because I find that if that goes well, it goes faster than the Antipode strat, and if it goes badly, it's about the same speed.
There, Bob gets her level, and we get out Oxbob.
That's all. The Zombor fight is also why she put the Berserker on Robo before the factory too, just so you'd already have it equipped here for menuing efficiency. It is very important to heal before Zombor too, because
Oh, I didn't do gauge speed 1. Oh well. It's still better than forgetting to heal. Luca's damage is going to be...
Yeah, so again, we really want to make sure the head dies first, because each part of it, if it's the first to die, will do a final attack. And the head does MP Buster, and the legs do an AoE fire attack, which the head can also do as part of its normal turn rotation. And if you kill the legs first, then you're liable to get that AoE attack twice back to back, which is usually a wipe. So we want to see Robo punch the head. Yeah, but if he doesn't, and if he crits the legs especially, then it's a very good idea to just have Chrono use melee attacks instead of Cyclone. She's losing a bit of damage too from not having the plasma gun, which normally would get equipped right before this fight.
We can avoid that attack, but... Nice! But alas...
Yeah, you do have to get lucky with Robo punching the head at least once in order to have a chance to skip that attack. I was fortunate too for Robo getting the last hit because, like I said, the head uses MP Buster as its final attack, and if that happens to either Luca or Chrono, then they're basically, well, not useless, but less potent for the remainder of the fight. Because like if I'm in a situation like this, I like having Chrono use slash instead of attacking, just because the legs are on the other side of the bridge, so the animation's a lot faster than him walking all the way over and attacking. Alright, so this is finally our kind of big chance to stock up on healing items. One thing that's really kind of fortunate, I think, about this game is that common healing items are very, very cheap. So just from the money we've gotten from required fights and selling a couple things, we're able to buy most of the healing items that we need for the rest of the game until we gain access to full tonics at least.
I was a bit worried about my money because of the weapon shenanigans, but I think we'll be okay. I have 72 mid tonics, so I did only get 11 revives, so hopefully that won't be too bad. If I, for some reason, end up using some, I will probably go back and buy some more. I think that okay, that's definitely not enough. I think that I will probably have to buy some at some other point in time. So I'll probably get them coming back before we go to Magus's castle.
Yeah, that's a place you do not want to run out of revives. And the number of them that you might need in this category is pretty variable. So after running away from these two goblins here, all of the rest of the encounters in Denadoro Mountains are avoidable. And there's quite a few that are avoidable but unrunnable if you get into them, so a lot of delicate encounter dodging going on here.
No pressure. It was actually the area that actually got me into speedrunning this game. This was always one of my favorite games, but you know, I was never kind of sure should I actually start speedrunning this game. This area, watching runners run through it, just like makes you want to do it yourself because it's very impressive if you know how many encounters there are here.
Yeah, like on the summit of the mountain that she passed through just now, she just casually skipped like 6 fights back to back just by going around a trigger near the place you come into the map.
Let me tell you, don't want to hit those fights and be on low HP.
Oh, come on now, you didn't smell the flowers before going down that hill?
I'm grabbing the silver stud in the hopes that I can sell it. I don't need it, but I do need to make sure that I don't mistake
sadly
it.
You can't sell it. Sadly,
Darn.
you can't sell accessories. I wish you could to get rid of like the defender and other stuff that's useless other than clogging your menu, but
Yeah.
you can neither buy nor sell accessories in this game for whatever reason.
Well, they're all worth 1 gold, if that helps.
Bellbirds.
See, you smell the flowers, you dodge the encounter.
Probably not a bad idea though, because you can catch up on XP here because he chrono died.
Yeah,
So
since Chrono died to Hekran.
Those are nice.
I don't think him hitting levels at this point is super tight, but it's not a bad idea just to make it sure.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, mountains are nice.
I was just checking my notes. Normally I just run through here very, very confident that I'm doing the right thing, but I do want to make sure in a marathon that I am doing the right thing rather than being like, oh, whoops! Already had several of those. You can get past that bird, but sometimes he can be a meanie and knock you down, and if the ogres down there, Ogans or whatever the heck they're called, are still down there when the bird hits you down, he wakes them up and you have to fight both the bird and the Ogans.
And you can't run from any of them.
Yep.
Real quick, just before we begin the fight,
Uh-huh.
just real quick, chat. This is pretty much your last chance to get in on Ayla's name, who currently is. I'll figure out some other inflection for Ayla's for the current Bob name. But Kay has requested that it might be nice for Ayla to be named Bick after Bic Fong Balls. So if you would like to change that and make Kay happy, it was going to be to scroll back up. It would take about $26 to change that. So that is your
For
little
the-
your cue.
So for
Sorry.
the twins fight, you only need to actually beat one of them in order to move on to the next phase. And the one on the left doesn't counterattack, whereas the one on the right I think does X strike if you
Correct.
attack. So she's focus firing on
Or Masa
the
here.
left.
Or I think that's Masa.
You ideally get a critical with Chrono to speed up the fight by one attack. But otherwise, as long as at least the one on the right goes to sleep when you use Hypno Wave, it's a pretty consistent battle.
I mean, we could definitely name Magus Bobgus in order to make up for naming Ayla Bick.
It has to be Bobbus, I'm sorry.
Bobus.
And
Yeah,
also,
it always seems strange to me that this game has shorter character limits than Final Fantasy VI, which came out the year before. Alright, so then for the real fight with Meza and Mune here. Kind of like Hekran, this boss has a very predictable pattern, although even in No Manip run, who he attacks with each of his turns is random. But you can kind of try to kind of guess what he's about to do, though, just because he does need to walk near characters in order to be able to punch them. So you can kind of try to predict who he's going to punch and then heal them proactively, but he can also immediately step away.
Seeing the manipulated fight of this in RTA in Japan online was pretty cool. They get Maza and Mune to go down below the leftmost character, which I think is still Robo, and Maza and Mune don't actually end up doing the store tornado energy because of it.
Yeah, it's a very, very specific script that just confuses its AI so that it just keeps changing targets and never actually attacks you for most of the fight. But because it involves Berserk and Chrono, it's very
Scary.
tense, because if you get off the script and he goes into tornado mode, you have no means of stopping it. And then once he's below half health, he powers up, because this is a Akira Toriyama game, so there's gotta be powering up in desperate times. Yep, exactly. He even looks like he's grunting like that when he's going into tornado mode too. But yeah, you really need to be careful about your health once he's below half, because he can two-shot pretty much any of your characters, except for, I guess, maybe Robo if he's at max. You can also use his tornado charging time to heal too, because you have basically just enough time for Chrono to do something else and then get the slash off to break the tornado.
I was a bit slow there. I saw him moving towards Robo and went, I need to heal Robo because his next attack will hurt Robo a lot, and then I attack with Chrono instead of slashing. Yeah. Alright. But still not too dangerous, fortunately. If everybody was at really low health and he was running around beating up everybody, I would be a little bit more concerned. But I'm always concerned when he...
Yeah, something else you can do during the second half of the fight too is to kind of strategically attack him when he's in tornado mode, where he counterattacks with slash, just because you kind of know that if he punches, you're going to need to heal. And since the slash doesn't do as much damage in the punch, it's not really changing how many heals you need to do, along with getting more damage in between punches.
That wasn't too bad. Slow, yes, but not too bad.
You lived.
That's the important part.
And you didn't get tornadoed. I forget, I know there's an NPC somewhere that tells you how to break the tornado, but I don't know how you would figure that out on your own if you miss talking to him or her.
We're listening to Masamune's.
One quick thing though, now
Sure,
now
go
we
ahead.
can find out if this is officially the run or not too when we go through Frog's Forest.
Wonderful.
I will watch with bated breath while we hear some donations and stuff.
Yeah, we just had a $15 donation come in from Holy Smith, who would like to name the fighter, Feith, and White Mage in FF1 PSP. Laughter is best, and then adding into the names you already have, that creates the name for our second party to be Laughter is Best Dan. But who knows? We might end. I mean, we'll have to see how that ends up working out. I know we had for our Final Fantasy 1 randomizer names, we had a lot of fun with the with the character names.
Well,
That was
it isn't
a
really
treat.
too often that you hear the words Dan and best to each other, but it's for charity.
Best Dan.
Unless you're saying Dan is best floor warmer or something.
Dan's the best at being Dan.
Dan is best Dan. So here, oh wow, Luca just moonwalked. So here we find Frog's little hideaway. He lives in a little cave beneath a bush, and we find out that he's got the other half of this sword, and we're gonna go try and fix it for him.
But first we need to find Roy Klum.
News. Sad. We have one more chance to find news.
Well, technically two more. And I think it's one out of 4, I want to say, are the odds to find a new when you go through the forest, and that's absolutely meaningless for the speedrun route. But we like to call a new sighting a sign of good luck and confirmation that it is in fact the run.
Absolutely. When I did the holiday challenge for my birthday, I got 2 news, and I was very happy.
So I picked up some more.
My PB is 3, although sadly unrecorded.
So I picked up some more mid-tonics and shelters. Or not shelters, revives. Shelters, and then that's a problem, and I can get revives. So that I won't have to too much later in the run. And like the shopping trip before Dinadoro Mountains normally lasts you for most of the run. And we go shopping again just before the Blackbird. So I need to go talk to Roy Clem. Figure out how to fix his sword. I think Roy Clem might be Melchior's brother?
Yeah, I do find it kind of interesting too, just how little of the optimizing this run comes down to menus compared to a lot of other Square RPGs. Because there's not really that much shopping you do in this run, and not really that much equipping either. So this run is kind of a lot more about movement, which is a bigger deal because of the movement being pixel-based instead of tile-based, and about battle optimizations rather than menus.
Chat, don't say I didn't ever do anything for you, because I'm going through these text boxes really slow, and then the music is going to end anyway. Alright, so we figure about this Dreamstone, and Melchior says, it's available a very, 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 very long time ago. And I think now be a good time to cut off Ayla's name.
All right, we'll be doing that also as we're kind of making our way a very, 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 very long time ago. This is just a reminder that one of our prizes for this run is the Chrono Trigger Geology Mini Pack, which will include your very own Moonstone, Dreamstone, and Rainbow Shell. So the Moonstone is made of Labradorite, the Dreamstone is Tiger Iron, and the Rainbow Shell is a beautiful pearlized fossilized ammonite. I will give y'all a link right there in chat.
PDF. Okay, so
It has all the info. It's so informative.
so let's see a picture. So we bring Robo along, despite the fact that when Ayla joins our party, she's like, Oxbob, what are you? And she gets all confused that Oxbob is a robot. But his laser spin just takes out all of these enemies, and you know, of course, we would have much more EXP and TP if Ayla didn't come through here and destroy everything.
Yeah, it would be a hair faster to use Slash and Flame Toss on the Reptites, but it's not in a no manip run. That's not consistent as far as being able to for them to line up properly. So we just do laser spin for a guaranteed one shot.
Yeah, and if they get any attacks off, they have the chance of putting me to sleep, and it just makes it so much longer. Can I have Ayla's name?
All right, so Ayla is going to be +, and then Bob with the first capital B, and then another +, on the other side of that.
Oh, no Bic.
No Bic, unfortunately.
Thanks. So we will be picking up a Brock later on to use a triple attack, but we'll talk about that a bit later. You have your Omega Flare party shirt dry and clean. I would definitely recommend putting it on.
Can we call Ayla Sparkle Bob? Because those little +, for some reason look like sparkles when they're written out.
Plus Bob.
Bob. Yes.
Plus.
Looks
Bob.
more like it looks more like medical Bob to me.
Oh, Medical Bob. Okay.
Medical Bob.
I'm not sure I want to leave Ayla in charge of the medical stuff, but
I like +Bob.
Okay. Medical Bob's good too.
Bob plus plus. Bob incremented.
I think
So after this, there's a slightly difficult encounter skip, which is only really hard because of needing to get the Berserker on this trip through the canyon. Since in Glitchless we need 2 Berserkers for the Nizbel fight.
Unfortunately, I didn't get it, but that's okay.
Yeah, that is one somewhat nice thing about using a no manip route, though, is that getting into extra encounters, assuming you can just run away from them, isn't really that big of a deal. If you are using RNG manipulation, there's a lot of places where getting into battles that aren't planned as part of the route will create some pretty big problems with your manipulation. But for no manip, just losing however much time it takes to get into the fight and run away, or fight it if it's unrunnable.
So if you have Marley in your party here, it makes this scene... I'm sorry, if you have Bob in your party here, it makes this scene a lot longer. Because Marley wants to come over here and talk to Bob Plus.
And then go dancing.
Yep. For now, we're just going to have some soup.
Soup with a bunch of quotation marks around it.
Yes, yeah, with some very heavy air quotes.
7.
Are there any bananas in this soup?
Yes.
How old are these bananas?
Mm.
How illegal are these
prehistoric.
bananas?
About as legal as that Shogun.
See high spirits here with the tough questions. Is there any? I don't think there's any banana smuggling in this game, unfortunately.
I mean, there might be, we just don't know about it. We're too busy trying to save the world. Banana smuggling is like the least of our problems right now. So we wake up after drinking some soup to find that our gate key is gone, and despite having the rock we need, we can't go back to yeah, Melchior. Royklim, there we go. So we head off with Ox Bob and Plus Bob. Find Kino hanging out where the footprints lead.
And then Ayla is forced into our party at this point, and we get to choose our third character, and we want Robo just because his punches are strong enough for our purposes, along with having a faster animation than Luca's spells.
Should I give a warning to headphone users about the possibility of K-Scream? So there you go.
I don't know what it is about this specific area, but I always get scared when I run into an encounter that I can usually skip.
So I better mute myself right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, every encounter in the forest maze is avoidable, so ideally we get through here with no conflicts. And then Ayla, having just joined us, kind of ties into a nice thing too, in that at least nice thing for speedrunning, that characters join you at a fixed level in this game. There's no averaging like there is in other Square RPGs. So like when Robo first joined up in the factory, and now Ayla joining up here, they are very strong compared to the rest of our party. I think they're just kind of scaled based. Their levels are set based on what the developers expected you to be at when you get here and are fighting along the go, instead of avoiding as much as possible like we are.
Oh, hey. Got through here screaming. That's nice.
Congrats! Yay!
You took an interesting route, but yeah.
This forest maze run is going places I've never seen. So the Reptide Lair it's one of quite a few dungeons that's very long if you want to get all the treasure and fully explore it, and very short if you just want to go straight to the boss. So we just jumped on the...
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so we just jump down the first hole, and then that basically just takes us to Nizbel. Although there's 2 unavoidable fights along the way.
Yeah. It's kind of a lot in this game that the dungeons are actually not really that long. What makes them long when you play it casually is that you have to fight so many encounters, really. Oh yeah, dinosaurs also do not like lightning.
I don't think a lot of creatures enjoy lightning.
They especially do not like lightning.
Get shocked. They're like, whoa!
But yeah, you see how much damage Ayla is doing per hit compared to Chrono and Robo. That's gonna be really handy for the Nizbel fight. Especially if we give her a certain sunburn-inducing accessory we have that that increases her power even further.
I got confused here. This is my fault, and I don't know. I thought that I was needed to get this chest, and I don't think I do. But I might as well at this point because I'm fighting a battle to get it.
Just catching up on experience for Chrono, it's all good.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, I don't think you can run from any of the fights in this room.
Yep. They are all avoidable. You can get that chest without an encounter too, it's just a little bit tricky, but yeah.
Yeah, she grabbed a upgraded helmet for Chrono too to boost his defense a bit at pretty minor time cost, because if you just go straight for the exit, you'd have to wait a little bit for the Reptite to get out of your way anyway.
Well, Bob got a level, so obviously I did want that encounter. I hate these winged apes because they found.
Hey, and you got a full ether that you can sell if you need more revives too.
Why? I hate this room.
Yeah, this room is a little bit tricky. The encounters start, of course, if you run into the mushrooms there, but also it depends on where the apes are actually positioned at the very moment you run past them. Like if they are in a certain position and you try to run past them, the encounter will start. It's kind of tricky. So if you enter this room and just stand still, you will eventually get into the first encounter too, which is really weird. But yeah.
And then this last one you'd kind of think would be unrunnable because they're blocking the door, and after the fight, the game loads that save point there. But nope, you can just run.
Yeah, the game is good at trying to block doors with encounters, but then letting you run anyways. It's pretty funny. Happens more than once.
Yep. So we're stealing Ayla's ruby vest, which is it's better defense and also fire, and then giving it to Chrono because he it'll be very useful in Magus's castle, and then also putting double berserkers on. So Nizbel, the boss here, is like the other dinosaurs in having his defense reduced by lightning, but I guess unlike the other dinosaurs, his defense is so high that you're not really doing any damage at all unless you lower it. But a couple turns after you lower it, he does a pretty nasty electricity discharge that hits your whole party, and since you can't use the equipment glitch in this category, that is something you need to be proactive about healing before you do it. Other than that, this is a pretty straightforward fight, since the only character you're actually controlling is Chrono. You just want to get the turn orders to line up so that right when Nizbel releases his electricity and raises his defense again, Chrono gets his next turn to lower it again before you waste turns with your berserk characters attacking. And then you in order to avoid having to heal through an extra cycle, you want to get at least 2 criticals with Ayla, and then the more the better as far as speeding up the fight.
As you can see, the lightning actually hurts pretty badly.
Yeah, in a glitch run, that would be doing like 15 damage per hit or so. 'Cause you
Yeah.
get percent lightning resistance on your team.
Yeah, I'm really spoiled when I watch Glitchless ones. It's like, why does it do so much damage? Oh yeah, that's right.
Yep.
I'm not gonna heal Robo. It would probably be pretty
Yeah,
hard for me to.
You don't have time to
Yeah.
to use 3 tonics and then still be able to get the lightning off in time to avoid Ayla whiffing. So we basically sacrifice Robo by not healing him.
Unfortunately, I haven't gotten any crits with Ayla. Robo did get one, but unfortunately, he just does not hit as hard as Ayla does. Oh, there we go. Finally.
Yeah, each crit from Ayla does basically 10% of Nizbel's max health, so if you get lucky with those, this can go quite fast, or if you manipulate it, it can go quite fast.
Hey, well, not too bad. That can get scary if Ayla really just does not crit. It just keeps going, and
Yeah,
you're like,
because I mean, if you're feeling confident about killing him before that, I think third electricity discharge, you want to have Chrono attack to add up some extra damage, and if you're healing instead, you're missing out on that.
Now that we took care of Nizbel, can I read a donation that came in during that fight?
absolutely.
So we have $30 from Real Cajun Crusader, who looked over the incentives list, and they're going to put $25 to one of the file names in Legend of Zelda, being Cajun, and $5 for the required sprite to be the old man. So thank you so much, Cajun.
What? These runners, though, like, when they're facing up and down and you run past them, you don't hit them, but when they're turned, you actually end up hitting their hitbox. So, be annoying. Players like myself who aren't quite very good at the movements yet. So now that we have the rock, we're gonna go back to Melchior and give it to him. And he's gonna use it to fix Mazumi. And I don't really think that I need to eat the cake right now.
Well, you should, because it's your birthday.
I was gonna say that.
I'm gonna save it for just in case if I come through here later. I eat it when I come get the swallow.
Yeah, if I eat the cake, I usually eat it before going to Prehistoria, just to make sure there's no shenanigans with getting put to sleep by reptites spiraling out of control.
So, something weird about NPCs. I can walk into Melchior and he's gonna go faster. I don't want to walk into him while he's walking, because otherwise he goes slower. But I don't think I can walk into Luca and make her go faster. It's really weird. While Melchior is talking, I want to face away from him, otherwise it will initiate a dialogue with him. So normally this scene...
I've never done it myself, but I know Essentia said she counted the number of head bobs from Melchior with and without walking into him, and it was a noticeable difference.
Interesting. Yeah, so, like, normally this scene is quite a bit longer. you just kind of watch it and kind of observe what they're doing, but it's very, very fast if you just walk into Melchior. And we'll be using this walking into NPCs thing a little bit later as well. A couple of hours. Just in case you can't remember why we've been doing all of this, after we beat up Hekran was going on and on about Lavos being summoned to this world by Magus. What are you doing?
Just doing my thing. Don't worry about it.
So we've been on this kind of witch hunt for Magus, but we're having a very hard time getting to him because we need to get Frog to open up the area because plot devices. So...
Open up is one way of putting it.
But Frog doesn't want to come with us because the Masamune is broken, and along with the broken sword, his heart has been broken, which we'll get to see but not read the dialogue of soon. Have another chance for news? Come on.
Yeah, if you've only played the Super Nintendo version of this game, I recommend it. I recommend at least watching the Toriyama anime FMVs that are in the all the remakes of the game, because they are quite good.
Cool.
Especially, my personal favorite is the one added to the Ocean Palace, but runner-up would be the one where Frog pulls the Masamune for the first time.
Have some cutscenes, so Scala, take it away and talk a little bit about what we're doing.
Sure thing. So, as y'all might have known, or maybe you're just coming in to join us for this wonderful Chrono Trigger run, this is Speedrun Ragnarok. We are raising money for Take This. Take This is a non-profit charity organization within the gaming community that seeks to do education, outreach, and advocacy on mental health issues. They do this in a whole variety of ways, from commissioning white papers. They have lots of wonderful articles on their website that you can read. They also have resources such as their very popular How to Find a Therapist flowchart for anyone who's wanting to get started on going to therapy. I'll tell you a little bit about our goal for this marathon. We've set our goal at $10,000, as this represents how much money it takes for them to set up an AFK room. If you've ever had the chance to travel to conventions like PAX or MagFest, they recently this year brought their AFK room to E3. An AFK room is a professionally staffed, safe space where there's always a licensed clinician available if you need someone to talk to. Even if you don't, most people, at least just speaking from my own experience of having used them, most of the time it's just wanting to get away from the crowds for a little bit. Maybe you're feeling anxious, maybe you're just feeling worn down, and it is a place where it's just nice and quiet and chill. Usually they'll have water available for you if you need to hydrate. They often have coloring books if you just want to sit and relax with an activity for a few minutes. And there are wonderful volunteers in there as well who can help you out and make sure that you get a little time to talk to someone if you need to. And they also will usually give out free mental health related resources if you visit the AFK room. By being able to travel to one of these conventions, they also can help bring their panels. So they do a variety of different panels, and I did miss which one they were bringing to which con. So let me see if I can have that ready for the next time we have a break, so I can let y'all know what their panel. Oh, that was from last year. But they do a whole variety of panels, and most of them are available via their website, and you can watch them on YouTube afterwards. So I think we're ready, though. Are we ready to awaketh Bob?
Awaketh Bob!
And head forth.
Alright, so... Worry not, Claire! you still have like 5 hours you can catch. So welcome in all of the new people. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the run. We're just getting up to some of the really, really cool parts with the really, really good music. So, definitely stay tuned. But first, Frog needs to have a few more flashbacks before he can take his sword back. So basically, the story here is that Frog, once known as Glenn, had a very good friend named Cyrus, and Cyrus was actually the owner of the Masamune, and Cyrus and Glenn went on plenty of adventures and misadventures, and where Glenn was very strong and good with a sword, he wasn't quite confident enough to join up into the Guardian Army, follow Cyrus, but followed along with him anyway as like a freelancer kind of person. So we're just kind of learning about that. In the end, Cyrus gets beaten by Magus, and Magus turns Glenn into a frog.
And after this is done, we have the magic cave is pretty short, but it does have a kind of interesting encounter skip because after the first fight, which is unavoidable, there's some text, and during that text, there's enemy sprites deeper into the cave that are moving while you're mashing through that text, so you do need to be mindful of that. Because if you're either slow at starting the first encounter or at mashing through the text, that can make the next skip a lot more difficult.
So, for those of you who haven't played this game, you may be wondering how we're going to get into this cave. Frog's sword is very good, and very, very, very sharp. He just cuts through the mountain.
Frog isn't quite smart enough to save this apparently one-use only attack to just cut Magus's castle in half.
As a result, we will probably go ice skating later, but...
Somebody say ice skating. I'm interested.
I'm not. You get those ice skates off, Magus. We're not going ice skating. It is still October.
Feels bad, man.
There has been snow though in the US already.
Ugh, no! Why?
Because weather. Also, I did find the 2 panels that Take This is going to be doing at TwitchCon. Can I just mention them real quick? Or if you need me to wait, I can wait.
I mean, we'll have plenty of time here. Like 20 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes, you got it.
I don't even know what the temperature is outside. Even if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you in Fahrenheit anymore. It's between chilly and warm, probably. So we come up on Magus's castle, which has got some pretty cool cinematics even for a SNES game. And the pixel art is just fabulous.
It's one of my favorite parts both of the game normally and of the speedrun too. It's got a lot of really cool encounter skips and some pretty neat boss fights too. 2 of which are sadly really, really big sources of randomness in a no Manip run.
So when we come in here first, we're just like, we don't see anything. Everything is kind of like quiet. It's very quiet, super creepy. We just want to. The triggers is to basically explore the castle in full. So we can of the castle in full. So we explore the castle and then we go back out, and it's going to be a save point waiting for us. Of course, we're just like, oh, what's this? And Ozzy pops up and teases us, telling us that we need to fight all of the 100 monsters in Magnus's castle.
And I believe he is also not lying, too. If you don't count respawning fights, there are 100 unique monsters in the castle.
Yeah, I think there are. In fact, I think there's actually a couple more. But yeah. So what I'm gonna do is Cyclone on the bottom guys, hit one of the other guys, and use Laser Spin, and that's gonna get rid of most of the monsters in the battle, and then I just need to physical attack the last one. So there are 100 monsters in Magnus's castle, but we don't actually need to fight all of them. So Ozzy was kind of lying to us in that we have to fight them all. Definitely not lying about the number of monsters.
And this is one of several just very small time saves from having that red katana sword on Chrono too, because if we didn't get that and still had the load sword, Chrono would actually not be strong enough to finish off the guy on the right, and you'd have to wait for Frog's next turn. So it's just a lot. Having that sword is just a lot of very small time saves that kind of add up to justify getting it. And then this battle here with the shadows is very much optional, but this is our first and fastest opportunity to get a barrier, which is an item that, a consumable item that gives you the shell status and take less magic damage, which is going to be helpful for the Magus fight.
The funny thing is, I found out like just yesterday actually, you can run from those shadows.
Oh, can you?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I didn't know that until yesterday.
I didn't either. I mean, probably because of how easy it is to just not get the fight if you don't want it.
Yeah. And I mean, they are one slash, so it doesn't really matter, but yeah.
We had a very important menu, too, to put the Berserker on Frog before fighting Flea.
Which I didn't forget to do this time. So yeah, there's a question about what Chrono Trigger 100% entails, which I will leave to you, lovely gentlemen, as I start fighting Flea, like, yeah.
100% is all side quests as defined by the Guru of Time after getting the flying time machine, and that's something that's going to really come into play for about another hour and a half or so too, because even if this were an any percent glitchless run, we'd still have to be doing all of this stuff in order to actually be able to get an ending. Alright, so for the Flea fight, the main danger from Flea is counterattacks, because Flea has a very nasty counterattack called the Stare, which hits all of your characters for, I want to say, about 100 damage. And,
All's good. Why is Frog red? Frog is red because he is berserked. Dealing lots of damage for us.
yeah, but Flea's AI has kind of a quirk to it too, where if you go in with a berserk character, there's certain RNG seeds that can result in what you're seeing here, which is just this epic smackdown where Flea is laughing a lot and not doing anything. I mean, in a Manip run, you would force this. In a no Manip run, you just kind of hope that you start the fight on an RNG seed that makes it possible. Yeah, in a no Manip run, it usually happens that Flea breaks out of it eventually, just because, like, in a Manip run, you'd be doing a couple extra things here and there in order to preserve the stun lock, but when it's just kind of, you're kind of blindly stumbling into it like this, usually it'll break off.
I'm getting really good luck so far.
Break out. Go ahead.
I'm just getting really, really good luck so far. Flea did the Stare once there, and it's just continuing to laugh. And wow, okay, I think that's the fastest flea fight I've ever had. Frog got a...
Yeah, if you don't get a stun lock, I mean, the fight gets a lot more interesting because then you have to kind of do risk-reward management as far as getting attacks in versus risks of countering. And then also, like with Yakra way back at the beginning, Flea can only counter if all 3 of your characters are alive. So a strat for dealing with Flea actually doing stuff is to let Robo die off to shut down counters. And and also I'm seeing Trizerk talk. Trizerk is unfortunately not possible because there's only 2 Berserkers in the whole game, and there's no way to get Berserk without them. That would make for some interesting strat possibilities if it were possible to have a fully Berserk party, but not an option we have. Also, it doesn't really make a huge difference which order you fight, Flea and Slash, in No Manip at least, but after you beat Slash, you get a save point that you can use a shelter on, and that's pretty handy going into the next part of Magus's castle, along with after you before you defeat Flea, there's a bat following you around that you have to wait for it to fly away before encounters start, and then not having to wait for that saves a little bit of time.
I'm choosing to heal with Robo here just because I don't think it's going to be a problem, but it's certainly safer to go into any battle with the boss at full HP. And I don't get a chance to heal between Slash's phases, so the first phase, Slash doesn't have his sword and kind of flies around poking us.
Yeah, and then Slash has fairly high magic defense, so both phases of this fight are just going to be spamming melee attacks, but how fast this fight goes pretty much depends on how many criticals you get with Frog, because like you see how Chrono is critting for 200 and Frog is just normally attacking for 200, so yeah, we want Frog to get as many 400 damage crits as possible. It isn't really until phase 2 that we really need to start healing too, just because Slash's attacks in phase 1 are not really that dangerous.
I am going to, however, choose to heal Chrono here. If I were really low on mid tonics, I might heal with Oxbob's very nice crit. Heal Beam, but Heal Beam in battle takes a very long animation, and prefer not to have to sit through it.
It doesn't heal for quite as much as a mid tonic too.
Right.
Now the fun starts. So if you know glitched runs of this game, then you would think that, aha, this guy is super easy. I mean, come on, you know, he does a couple slashes for 10 damage and that's it. But the slashes actually hurt quite badly here. So in the second phase, he will first off start like just slashing. Once you do enough damage to him, he will start going into a certain script where he does a certain number of attacks that are actually quite powerful as well, so we need to watch out for to keep our health up just a little bit. And once he gets at the very bottom of his HP pool, he will have a counter attack as well, so you always want to stay above, I believe, 150-ish HP with armor. That should sound right.
Yeah, and I mean, you can usually tell who's at risk of getting slashed based on where he's standing, too. Because he'll generally fly somewhere quickly and then hesitate for like a half a turn or so before he uses slash. So that's when you want to heal if any of your characters are at risk of dying to it.
That was
Or when he
rude.
goes to the bottom corner, he can potentially hit all 3 of your characters. So even then, you might want to do some more proactive healing, because you know you're gonna be taking a lot of damage quickly.
Ouch!
Fun fact about this fight, or these fights, is that both phases combined have more HP than Magus has.
Yep. It's 3,200 for phase 1, 5,200 for phase 2. So he's a little tankier than his boss.
I mean, he's got a cool sword.
Ouch!
Yeah. Then when he's below, I believe it's 600 HP, like Elmega said a bit ago, he starts counterattacking after every hit with yes indeed, and he can still do his normal actions too. So once he's almost dead, you generally just want to sit tight and let Frog finish the job, ideally with a crit in order to have one less counter.
Oh, here we go. Counters hurt. A lot.
There's a fun strategy I tried out once where I fought a new before coming here, and you can actually get triple raid, which would eliminate the counter entirely. It just takes a little bit too long to actually kill the new,
Really?
Yeah.
unfortunately. Yeah, it loses about a minute roughly, but it was definitely worth trying out, and it was super fun to do it.
Yeah, because triple raid can do enough damage to totally skip his counter phase if you kinda set up the right turn order.
Well, that was rude. He killed Frog. I was just about to heal by 1 HP. And if I were better at knowing some mathy things, there we go. I would.
I think another drawback to the triple raid strat was Robo having to survive both Nizbel and Lee to get the tech points too.
Indeed, no double berserk on this spell, but yeah.
So your prize for beating Slash is his sword, which is a damage increase for Chrono, along with +2 speed.
Yeah, it's actually really nice. The slasher will last you for quite a while. While it may not be the most powerful sword going forward, it definitely the 2-speed make up for it big time.
Because like we said a bit ago, speed is definitely the most important stat in the game as far as making battle strategies. Since speed only goes up to 16 instead of 100 like power and magic, so one speed tab makes a much bigger difference than power and magic tabs. But we do use power and magic tabs too, because if you use enough of them, it does add up. And like you saw him there use some magic and speed tabs on Luca, because the magic tabs are actually mostly about setting up for the end game, because we need to use, I want to say it's at least 5 or more magic tabs on Luca over the course of the whole run in order to kind of enable some strats to work against the final bosses. But the earlier that you use them, the more damage Luca can do with her fire skills. And that so we kind of try to use them, get and use tabs early, like the one from the Mountain Admirer on Denadoro.
Yeah, the impact of the magic and power tabs is very minor, but it does make a difference. Like if you use a magic tab, your damage increases for fire, for instance, by maybe 9 or 10 at max. But if you do that and it combines in like a dual attack or triple attack way later on, it might be 60 to 70 damage. So, and that will definitely play a big role at the very end of the game.
Yeah, and then like we have the Magus fight coming up too, where even just because of how long the fight takes, even just little increases in the amount of damage per hit can mean the difference between beating him before or after he murders you.
And then even at the beginning of the
Only
game,
you wouldn't really beat him if he murders you.
and even at the beginning of the game with you know, using the power tabs on Chrono, like the minor damage increase really helps Chrono deal enough damage to defeat a lot of things, like the non-Gaiax's things.
And then that fight, all of the fights in this hallway you can run from, but that one that she took was to get 10 extra tech points. A little hard to say at this point, just because there have been a few extra encounters fought here and there. But in the normal route, Chrono is 9 tech points away from getting spin cut before Magus, which you need in order to use the fire sword combo. So taking one extra fight somewhere that's worth over 9 points will make a big difference for what strats you can use.
Do we still cyclone the bats at the very end, or is that just left out? Yeah, that fight replaced the bats then, I believe.
Yeah, the hallway fight's like 10-15 seconds faster
Oh,
than
I got past you! Stupid
for like a newer runner, I would probably recommend still going with the bats, just because if you fail
Yeah.
you skip, and there's your points right there, and you can just skip the bats then, whereas doing the hallway fight assumes that you're gonna get every skip.
I could probably skip the bats still, because this section here, I try my hardest and I still hit like every encounter.
It's very finicky.
Yeah, it's hard to get these encounter skips. So you want to like run past these.
Yeah, because there's not only a lot of precision to some of these skips, but there's timing elements too, as far as where all the enemies are on the screen.
Yeah, so like the thing with these outlaws here is they're standing, you know, on these platforms, and you can get past them, but you can't have any right or left inputs at the wrong time, or else they will actually catch you. And you need optimal movement because they keep moving towards you as well. So you need first of all optimal movement, and then you can't make any wrong inputs or they will catch you. So it's a little bit tricky to get used to the timing here on the dodges, and getting caught is definitely nothing that hasn't happened to all of us at some point.
Yeah, and then there's a few places too where you can actually dodge 2 enemies at once with the right timing too. You can dodge both an outlaw and a Raleigh if you kind of round the corner while the Raleigh is coming around too.
Yeah. I believe caeshura is just setting up RNG for Magus at this point. I mean, might as well go for it all the way, right?
And by setting up RNG, you mean wait, what am I doing?
I don't know. What are you doing?
Doing the wrong thing.
Yeah, this room's kind of strange in that there's 3 fights, and 2 of them you have to fight, but the one in the middle you can run away from. And that's good, because the less jugglers we have to fight, the better.
Oh, thanks, Yaga, for the raid. I'm going to lie to you and tell you it's not my birthday, so that I can sound like Ryu and just be like, it's not my birthday!
Thank you very much, Yagamop, and all of your friends for joining us. I'm sure Yaga already gave you the spiel about what we're doing here, raising money here at Speedrun Ragnarok for Take This, a nonprofit charity that does outreach, education, and advocacy on mental health issues within the gaming community. Please come sit down, join us. We're just about to get to a super hype part of this Chrono Trigger run.
Well, that depends how Magus behaves, but yeah.
How are you feeling, Magus? Are you feeling hot or are you feeling cold?
I'm feeling
That is
hot.
coffee, so hopefully he's feeling.
Yeah, I'm warmed up, you know. I
Oh,
don't
well,
know.
that's bad. You need to be cold.
Really?
Get outside. Yeah, we'll be...
Well, I mean, you were wishing for it now, so I mean, I can't help you with that. Sorry.
I mean, no, I still have like 5 or so minutes. Go outside, get a little chilly, and then come back inside and we'll talk again about how you're feeling.
So these jugglers have a gimmick where they start with high physical defense, but if you use a magic attack on them, then they lower their physical defense and raise their magic instead. So the strat that caeshura is using is to use Hypno Wave with Luca, which doesn't do anything to them because it doesn't cause damage and they're immune to being put to sleep. But because it counts as a magic attack, it will switch all 4 of them to lower their physical defense and can then be one-shot by X-Strike.
X-Strike, by the way, is pretty powerful. It's one of the most basic dual techs you get, but since it takes the power from both Chrono and Frog and just like straight up gives you a boost on it, it's going to be useful almost throughout the whole game if you were to use Frog.
Yeah. I do want to try out Rupan's Frog route sometime though, because that looks
Frog,
pretty cool.
yeah, he's a really good character, but he suffers so much from not having enough good dual techs.
Along with you having to make a detour to get his techs at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. You'd want to get started right here before the castle, and that would cost about 2 minutes, unfortunately. And if you do it later, it's too late already to give him like any relevant techs at all.
Yeah. Unfortunately, at that point, you know, he's only going to learn, you know, his first and second magic spells, and well, you could have learned so many more.
Yeah, because I know Rupan's Frog route involves talking to Specchio during one of your trips through, or I think it's when you're on your way to get the Epoch, I think is when he does it. And then kind of rotates Frog into the party periodically to profit from fights, basically, that you learn the right combos when you need them. 'Cause there's some very good single target techs that involve Frog.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so then the Ozzy fight's pretty trivial here. Just, you can only attack the correct switch, which is probably not obvious if you haven't played the game, so she just needs to make sure she presses any button on the D-pad before confirming her target, or else she'll have a bad time, because Ozzy counterattacks. And we should probably start explaining the Magus fight, too, which is what I consider to be the most difficult boss fight in this category of Chrono Trigger. Because during Magus's first phase, which is when he's between full health and 4500, he has an elemental barrier that changes every time you hit him. And he's only vulnerable to that specific element. And we're kind of putting all of our eggs in one basket with the setup we're using, where we're kind of just hoping that he's going to use fire, because we can do a lot of damage to him with Fire Sword.
And just a heads up, I'm to talk during the fight. I'm still not very good
Yeah, I don't
at
blame
it,
you,
and
so.
even if I was, it's still a really hard fight.
But yeah, but every time Magus changes his weakness, he also uses a spell of that element, either lightning, fire, ice 2, or dark bomb. And those are counterattacks, but a big part of the challenge for the fight too is keeping on top of when his regular actions are going to come too, because in phase 1 his normal script is just alternating between using Geyser, which is an AoE magic attack, and his just attacking a single character with his scythe. And because his spells hurt you really badly in Glitchless, you just really need to kind of be keeping on top of when you need to heal. Another reason, by the way, why we want fire is because both Chrono and Luca have 50% fire protection from their armor, so that means less healing because of that too.
Yeah, and we are mad enough to go in with the Berserker here, which is so much faster if everything works out the way we want it to.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
especially in phase 2.
yeah, unfortunately, there's of course no guarantee if you don't RNG manipulate. So, but you can always just let Frog die. So, there is that.
Yeah. I mean, this fight is so random without Manip that there's several different kind of variations on this strat to use, and I think a lot of it just comes down to runner preference, like whether you berserk Frog at all or not, whether you revive him or try to keep him alive or not during phase 1.
Yeah. I would definitely always
and
just.
And then you heard us memeing about ice and ice skating a lot The reason for that is because going into water mode is the worst thing he can do, because he does a spell that hits your whole party. None of our characters have any kind of resistance to ice, and we don't get anything out of it because we can't use ice.
Yep. Should have learned Ice Sword instead. Hey.
I did look into that, but sadly,
Yeah.
you're just trading one kind of luck dependence for another.
Yeah.
It would be
Plus,
another story if Aura Whirl could heal enough to
Yeah.
need to use mid tonics, but it just doesn't cut it.
Yeah, plus Luca is also needed for way later in the game, whereas Marl is kind of she'll be there every now and then, but she doesn't need the tech points as badly as Luca does. So whenever we can have her in the party, that's already a bonus as well.
Yeah, so Frog just died there, and I guess I'm just waiting to see if caeshura revives him or not. Okay, yeah, so
Ooh.
leaving Frog dead means that she can cycle Magus's weakness faster by having Chrono or Luca attack, and then if it's water or shadow, just do it again after healing if needed. And if it's fire or lightning, then you can also heal without needing to worry about Frog attacking and making you miss your opportunity, and then revive him and get ready to actually unleash the hurt. But yeah, every time Magus has a weakness that you can't exploit, you do want Frog to hit him with the Mazimmune, because that will lower his magic defense and then double the damage of your hit with that element. So yeah, 578 with Fire Sword. It'll take basically 4 of those in order to push him into his second phase, although if he trolls and gives you a lot of ice and shadow, that can kind of break that off too, just because the chip damage you're doing with non-elemental attacks does add up too. And you do want to be aware of when you're about to bring him below 4,500 health, because the more prepared you are for that, the more likely you are to get a fast second cycle. And then there are also kind of 2 schools of thought about when to use the barrier item too. You can either use it during phase 1 on Chrono so that he takes less damage from Magus's spells and you don't need to heal him as much, or you can save it for phase 2 and make it so that either Frog or Luca is capable of surviving dark matter, and that makes it easier to get to beat him before he does it twice.
After a rough start, we have a pretty decent looking fight here. I want to say, without jinxing,
Yeah.
two lightnings and 2 fires so far.
Little lucky turn there with Magus attacking Luca instead of Chrono, because that probably would have killed Chrono. Before you go into phase 2, you do optimally want Chrono to have enough HP and MP so that you don't need to use items on him once you're actually in phase 2.
Ooh, nice. Very good.
Okay, I'm very pleased about that.
Yeah, we do also really want the last hit that pushes him below 4,500 to be fire too, because the turn between when you bring him below that and when he actually starts his phase 2 script, he's still weak against whatever element he had before, but his physical defense changes so that you can do a really big hit if you squeeze in another fire sword between the cycles like that. So once you go into phase 2, it's just kind of racing the clock to try to run down the rest of his health before he murders you with dark matter, which does hurt a lot when you don't have the equipment glitch to reduce it by 90%.
It's almost like it's his strongest attack. Yep.
She's in pretty good shape for getting the quick kill because of getting that big hit with Fire Sword. If he's weak to lightning or heaven forbid water or shadow when you push him over, it's a lot. Getting the quick kills kind of dependent on how many crits the frog gets.
I'm still gonna heal up here. I'm not confident.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all in a marathon run for just playing it safe, because getting the quick kill saves like 25, 30 seconds or so, and going for it and dying is like 6, 8 minutes, depending on how your phase 1 went.
Yep. We don't need that.
I'd like to point out that when I came into... I'm using my splits just because this run is so long, but I'd like to point out that when I came into Magnus's castle, I was 5 minutes behind, and now I'm 45 seconds ahead. So that's how good this castle was.
Nice.
Congrats.
Yeah.
So,
that was a fairly decent-looking Magus fight after the first, I don't know, like 4 or 5 turns of phase 1.
So I'm gonna, Poexel and Magus, if you want to mention a few things and then hand off to Scala for some donations, I'm gonna be right back real quick.
Yeah, this is actually a very good chance to go AFK if you need to, since once you've kind of advanced all the text and the bitrate, if you're watching on a stream, starts going haywire. There's no more inputs needed until the end of the next cutscene after this.
Well, Profness in chat was trying to explain to us what was basically going to be happening with the background. I think he did an okay job of explaining it. But while we do have a minute, I did promise everyone I would find out what Take This was going to be doing at TwitchCon, which is going to be their next appearance. Now, just a reminder, they're only doing panels at TwitchCon, and I really do hope that these will be made available. They'll be hosted by Dr. B, who's one of the main volunteer coordinators for Take This. He travels around, usually is the one in charge of the AFK room. For me, he also did help do the volunteer coordination for Hope Booth, along with Katrina, who's super duper fantastic. So they're going to be doing 2 panels at TwitchCon. They're going to be doing It's Dangerous to Go Alone, Mental Health and Streaming, which is about ways for streamers to help take good care of themselves and keep their own mental health in mind when they're streaming, but also find ways to help those in their community. And then they're also going to be doing Building a Better Stream Community, which is about ways of making your community welcoming and inclusive to people, and just to make it a nice warm space here on Twitch. So I'm going to give a link to those in the chat for y'all.
So we wake up in the past, somehow, whatever happened when Lavos got summoned, caused us to get thrown into a time portal.
Yeah. One last bit about the Magus fight too, by the way, it can be pretty bad if either Chrono or Luca dies at the end too, just because Magus is worth a lot of experience and tech points, and if either of them misses out on that, that usually translates into having to fight extra stuff in the Tyranno lair to make it up.
Also, yeah, shoutouts to our local SNES hardware and visuals expert, Profness.
I don't know, you should probably be switching to his Prof SNES alt right now, about now though.
So, we find out that in the BC era, some crazy things have been going down. And, skip this fight? I don't think...
You can't. It looks like you should be able to, but if you just keep going, you'll get it anyway.
Yep.
Better to get it right away. We find out that Ayla, or sorry, Bot Plus, is trying to... deal with some reptite occurrences at the moment, and we of course follow her to figure out, you know, what's going on. I mean, what else are we gonna do at this moment?
Then after we're past the two pterodactyls, there all the rest of the fights in the dactyl's nest are avoidable. Though once she gets past the screen transition, the two in that area are both pixel perfect. The first one is especially difficult because it doesn't really have a great visual cue for lining up that pixel. But fortunately, if you fail either of them, you can just run. Second one is a little bit easier, I think, because you can use the heart-shaped pattern on the grass, as I see it, as a cue for lining up Chrono's foot on the right pixel.
Took me a couple tries, but I did.
And then, after we get reunited with Ayla, we get to pick our third character for the Tyranno lair, and we're gonna be taking Luca. Not really because she is gonna contribute much to the fights there, but so that she can get a lot of XP and TP, especially from a probably the lengthiest grind session that we do in this category, which is about halfway through the Tyranno lair.
How about we switch to any percent?
I do actually want to do that sometime.
Oh no. Oh dear. Oh,
mostly
no.
for charity marathons, so that I can actually have a route for that, and we can have a donate to stop the grinding incentive.
Yeah.
I am already 100% behind this.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
It's 7 battles in this category, and in the optimal any percent glitchless, it would be 77, I believe.
77.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
It's about 35-40 minutes or so of grinding.
It's fun.
Just
You
because
should try
unlike
it.
unlike in FF6, there isn't really a way to not just get insta killed by the final boss without having the HP and stats to just tank it head on. Or like FF4, where you can power level in like 6 minutes or so. In this, you just gotta grind, or use glitches, or do 100%.
So as we're going through Tyranno lair very quickly, we do have 2 incentives left for this run. So you can still name Magus, like to. Bobbus. Well, his name currently is not Bobbus. His name currently is Bob. No extras attached to it. So if you would like to change that.
Epoch is always
Oh,
Bob
wait!
with no extras.
We don't actually. There isn't a naming incentive for Epoch.
Ah!
Do you want to change that? Can we change that at this point? You should be able to.
All right,
I
we
mean-
need donations in immediately to name
It's
Epoch.
like
It's not. We still have
Okay.
time before Epoch, but if you want to name Epoch, totally.
You had the You
You
want
need to
name
get your
Epoch.
donations in soon, like now.
Yes. So if you'd like to name Epoch, we'll let you name Epoch. We realized we missed it on the donation incentive sheet, but we will 100% let you guys name Epoch. Not a problem there. Just make a note of it in your donation. And we also do have the Who's Gonna Hug Bob. So it either will be Bob or Bob. There we go. We almost timed that pretty much on point. And one last reminder, there are 2 prizes for this run. You can get yourself a Chrono Trigger. You okay?
This will keep going.
Okay.
No, it's just well, the innuendo's there. I can't really talk about it, but it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm totally behind the naming Epoch Bic.
That's up to you, chat. So anyway, you can get yourself the Chrono Trigger pillowcase, or you can get yourself the Chrono Trigger beautiful set of ancient magic minerals. And either of those you can get for a donation of just $20 during this run.
Where are you going?
The wrong way.
What? Wait, what happened there?
I went the wrong way, and yeah, that was weird. I don't know what happened there.
You just slide a little bit here and there.
Yeah, that just kind of happens on that screen for some reason.
Okay.
But yeah, once you've rescued Kino and are out of the basement, all of the remaining encounters in the Toronto lair are unrunnable. So you want to avoid them as much as possible, except for one very special encounter coming up in about another minute or so, which is technically avoidable, but it's very inconsistent, and it's a fast fight that's worth fairly good experience and tech points for this part of the game. So, like we talked about a bit ago, caeshura is going to be. And another good thing about that encounter is that you can reset it very quickly by going in and out of the door to Nisbel2's room. So, going to be fighting that encounter a total of 7 times, or basically however long it takes for Ayla to learn Cat Attack.
Which probably won't be very long, considering I keep running into
because
things.
it's in order to be able to quickly and safely beat Nisbel2, we need a strong lightning elemental attack, and Volt Bite, which you get from lightning with Chrono and Cat Attack with Ayla. Is our sucker punch, basically.
Yeah, Chrono and Ayla in general work pretty well together. They have some really powerful dual techs, and we're going to see more than one of them during this run.
If this were any percent, we'd be seeing the second one before we're done grinding, too. Yeah, every round with the Reptide and the 2 volcanoes is worth 18 tech points, and if you haven't fought extra stuff, it neatly works out that doing it 7 times is exactly enough to get first Rollo kick and then Cat Attack with Ayla.
Fortunately, I keep running into things that I really don't want to run into, but, I mean, I'm still going to be grinding, so it is, in the end, a waste of time, but, I do still need to grind, so...
And these fights are a little bit less optimal, and Tyranno Lair is actually the first dungeon where it is really hard to tell where the encounters are if you don't exactly know, because there is absolutely zero indication that an encounter is about to spring on you.
I mean, I have a lot of just kind of really obtuse visual cues for a lot of these skips here. Like in this particular room, when I'm first going through it, I use the windows on the darker part of the wall as a cue for when to kind of swerve around the triggers.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, when we get past the next boss fight, there's a bridge with a, I want to say like a 4-pixel window or so to dodge an encounter trigger, and then like on that I use bricks on the ground as a cue.
Yeah. And the absolute annoying part is you cannot run away from most of these encounters, so yeah. You kind of, once you get into them...
Yeah, like I said, it is possible to skip this encounter, but it's really inconsistent because you have to kind of run to the bottom of the screen and then run up and kind of use the pillars on the side of the door to kind of clip you past the trigger. I've really never been able to do it consistently, and it's just as well that this is a really great place to farm TP.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you attack the volcanoes, they counterattack with their eruption attack on the enemies, so that takes care of both of them, and then just any kind of physical attack from Ayla, basically, because her turn comes up next, will take care of the Reptite. You don't want to take too long setting it up because the Reptite will always use its first turn to attack the volcano and make it erupt at you. Yeah, and then our immediate need, like I said, is to get Cat Attack, but all of these points are going to Luca too, because since this run is using what we call the Omega Flare route, as far as our our strategy for dealing with the endgame bosses. In order to learn Omega Flare, Luca actually needs to learn all 8 of her techs. So, kind of from this point in the game forward, we're going to be keeping Luca in the party as much as possible within reason in order to for her to get as many tech points as possible without having to go out of our way to grind them.
We're on to Nisbel. I think the way this boss works is you attack 3 times and it will release the electricity.
Yeah, it's like Nisbel 1 in that regard, but unlike Nisbel 1, it doesn't just stop and do nothing while you've lowered its defense, so you do need to be prepared for it still taking actions. And you see just how much damage Voltbite is doing, because each hit is exploiting his lightning weakness and also further lowering his physical defense. So it's 6 Voltbites and then either another Voltbite or a Fire Sword to kill him. But you do need to be prepared for the electric discharge. And we want all 3 of these characters to survive too, if possible.
Yep. Yeah, good fight is actually really, really tight here. This build too is reasonably fast, so definitely not to be underestimated.
Yeah, because there is a quick kill strat that involves Luca doing all of your healings that you don't need to ever not be using Voltbite with Chrono and Ayla, but that is a bit riskier. Mostly as far as your timing with squeezing in the Voltbites.
Alright, so that went a lot better than my last Nisbel. A lot better.
Now that you're done with Nisbel, okay, can I read out a donation real quick?
Sure.
Turns out that Ermelis is on your side. They put down $20 to name the epoch Bic.
Ermelis, high five!
There you go. Hopefully that came through over the mic.
I heard it at least. I'm gonna walk through here. Crap. I did figure out where the most of the things are, but unfortunately, in the end, I really wish I had one thing right now. Falconet. headphone users, but that's something that we all knew. I'm on stream. My apologies.
Yeah, I find it kind of especially unfortunate to get encounters in between or on this screen too, just because you're generally in pretty poor health after Nisbel 2,
Yeah.
and you're going to be sheltering at the save point on the next screen, but if you get an encounter before getting there, then it can get a little scary. Because again, you can't run from anything after you outside of the basement. Here. And here she's just getting set up for the last boss of the Tyranno lair, the Black Tyranno in Azala. Along with raising the battle speed, just because the Tyranno I would probably say is just the longest boss fight in the whole run as far as just how many turns it takes. So we really want to be on battle speed 1 so that it goes by as fast as possible.
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna walk out. There you go.
You can go. I mean, you can go through the door above to line up, getting between the switches.
Panic.
And if you do, I mean, like, yeah, this bridge skip is fairly picky, and if you fail it, it's if you assuming you saved at the save point right before this, it's faster to just reset and try it again than to actually fight, because it's 2 encounters back to back that are both with pretty high health dinosaurs.
Something ran into something.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's a pretty tight window, and it doesn't really neatly line up with the walls on either side of the bridge. So you pretty much just have to find a visual cue for lining up Chrono's feet. Like, I used the dark colored bricks on the ground as my cue for it.
At this point, I think it's faster to take.
It probably would have. Especially with just having sheltered.
Well.
Yeah, you're a little too far to the right. But it's okay. Just having sheltered, none of these dinosaurs are gonna kill us. It's just gonna be a bit of time to have to fight them.
And unfortunately, there's 3 of them, so I'm gonna do 2 more right after this. This will make my me worry a bit about Chrono's MP, but hopefully there won't be.
You'll definitely want to ether during the Chrono fight. He does need to have full in order to make it through the whole fight without ethering.
No, I can't do Falcon Hit yet. That's gonna come up later.
Yeah, Falcon Hit requires Rock Throw, which is Ayla's level 4 tech. To learn that before Tyranno would take way, way more grinding than having Falcon Hit would save time for. Alright, so Black Tyranno is our first boss with over 10,000 health. It has 10,500, along with some fairly hefty defense even after it lowers its guard. So this is a about a 5.5 minute long fight optimally, because the music's cool. So we need to deal with Azala too, and in Glitchless, it's faster to actually just put Azala to sleep, because even though that does increase the number of turns, you have to wait for the Tyranno to lower its defense. Azala has such high defense that without using the equipment glitch to boost our magic attack, we just don't have a way to actually defeat Azala fast enough for it to faster than doing this. So, because fortunately Azala will never actually wake up unless we attack her directly, so once she's asleep, it's just a matter of waiting and then either healing or reviving characters. Tyranno gets the munchies. And then we're going to be spamming Fire Sword and Cat Attack, because that's kind of the best balance of damage per turn and animation time. Because like the older route used Volt Bite and Napalm, which I think does a little bit more damage per turn, but the animation for Volt Bite is a lot longer, so that you end up getting a slower fight overall. And once this countdown runs out, the Tyranno does a Flame Breath attack that does about 300 damage to each of your characters, but it is considered fire, so both Chrono and Luca, who have armor that has fire resistance, will only take about 150 or so it's not quite as scary as you'd think, but depending on what happens when the Tyranno is attacking you, you might need to keep an eye on your health. Yeah, Azala is female, by the way. She's the queen of the reptites. It's very unclear in the Super Nintendo version, but in the DS and PC versions of the game, it's made pretty clear that Azala is a she. Well, I think it's more clear in the Japanese version too. The DS version also has this really odd thing where Zala's cape is a different color. It's like the only graphical change I know of, and it just seems so weird and random that Zala's cape is red instead of rose or whatever that color is.
It's kind of a salmony pink, I guess.
Chrono has way too much health for us to have any chance whatsoever at beating it in one cycle. So once it does the flame breath, it raises its physical defense again, although not quite up to max like it was at the start of the fight. So caeshura is doing some flame kicks here in order to. This is actually not required as part of the strat, but it does doing about an extra 900-ish damage between the cycles like this does give you a chance to save a few seconds on the last phase by killing the Tyranno before it roars at you an extra time. Doing this also optimally lets you end the fight with Chrono having 4 MP without having to ether him during the fight too, because you do want to have some MP on Chrono for the Golem, which is the next boss. Along with having low health too, for a reason I won't spoil if you haven't seen this run before. Which is part of why she didn't heal after the barbecue. I mean, there's actually several reasons. One is the Golem, 2 is that healing by itself costs time, and 3 is that if you heal, the Tyranno will absorb even more HP by eating you. Because it can't drain more health than you have.
Just to, like, it's getting my attention, so just to, like, make a quick mention, I don't think that, considering Azala's position as the leader of the, Reptites, I don't think they would be calling her Chan, but there is a, chance that they would have called her Jo, which means queen, instead of, like, just Sama. Jo. Anyway, so that's Azala, and this is where we learn the actual, origins of Lavos. It turns out Lavos came from outer space, kind of like a meteorite, and just like, whee, fell right into the earth. And I guess, speaking of linguistics, linguistically, in Chrono Trigger, Lavos means big fire. Now would be a good time for any donations.
Well, we didn't have any come in during that fight. So just a reminder to chat about kind of what we have going on as far as incentives go for this run. We realized that we forgot to throw in the name for Epoch, so you can now name the Epoch, currently being named Mick for $20. And then we still have the incentive to name Magus. Right now, Bob is in the lead with $10. Then we have Dude, not spelled the proper D00 Dude,
Oh.
at $7.14. And we still have our bid war to see who is going to hug Bob at the tree. So will it be Marley, aka Bob, or will it be Luca, aka Bob? Right now, Luca is in the lead of only $10, so this is going to be real easy to sway. If you would like to let everyone know with your donation dollars who is best girl. And one more reminder that if you donate at least $20 during this run, you are in the running for winning one of 2 prizes that we have. You can either win a Chrono Trigger pillow which will be made and donated by me, or you can win a beautiful set of Chrono Trigger colors of our ancient magic minerals set, where you will get a moonstone, a dreamstone, and a rainbow shell, and they're all really fantastic.
Pop-san, yahoy. Want to say hi to Pop? Pop's cool. Hi, Pop.
Hello, Pop-san.
So, now we get to hear everybody's favorite music, the wind scene. You know, everybody likes this wind sound for some reason. Every time I come here, it's like, this is my favorite music! I personally like...
Funny enough, wind scene, I think, is the name of the Middle Ages. Actually.
Oh, is it? Well, I mean, the Middle Ages has really good music, too.
Well, this whole game is really good music, if you want to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the most fantastic soundtracks.
Yeah, I mean, this game was, I believe, more or less made by kind of a once-in-a-lifetime team of people, too, between the kind of really unique sprite work by Akira Toriyama that makes it look a lot different from other games of its era, and then the music by
Mitsuda.
Yasunori Mitsuda,
And, Uematsu.
with some help from Nobuo Uematsu as well.
Fortunately, they got a little bit sick while working on this. They're working a
Yeah,
bit
like I
too
know
hard.
the Trano Lair theme I know was actually made by Uematsu.
And I think it's just, it really is just a testament to, you know, musical geniuses that, you know, Uematsu was able to mimic Mitsuda's style very well. They'll have, you know, hints that it's still his stuff, you know. So I think it's just...
And then that little detour that she just made into Kajar to pick up that speed tab is about a 20-second detour, but having just one extra point of speed does help in enough boss fights and the rest of the run to save more than the 20 seconds that getting it takes, which is why I added it into the route. Because again, speed only goes up to 16, so each point makes a big difference.
Here's Scala's namesake, Sarah.
And because it is, for me, a tradition, $17.77 donated by one Scala Kitty, who says, always donate when the true best girl of Chrono Trigger shows up. And this is going to go to name Magus !apostrophe which makes a cute little kitty face. And will be read aloud as kitty face.
Kitty face, alright. Understood. I assume that the weird Shift 7 sign isn't in Chrono Trigger?
No, unfortunately, the carrot is not in Chrono Trigger. Or, trust me, it would have been that.
Alphador?
The best cat.
I don't know, I kind of like Chrono's cat, because Chrono's cat is just hanging out places. Actually helps us out in the 100% run quite a bit.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I do love Chrono's time-traveling cat, but Alvador's purple.
Alphador is purple. And if I hung out in the Millennial Fair enough, I would get a cat that looks just like Alphador. Which I think would make the ending quite a bit longer?
Because of all the cats.
I don't know about quite a bit, but a little bit, yeah.
I mean, of course it would only have timing It would only make the timing longer for, I think, the,
For JRTA.
yeah.
Alright, so we have the golem here that caeshura did not heal before fighting. So
No.
this is looking pretty dicey at this point. But the game still continues even if you lose. And my theory on why that is just because this is a fairly dangerous boss fight that you could just stumble into with just absolutely no warning whatsoever while you're exploring Zeal Palace. So they just kind of had a little bit of mercy on you by making it so that you can that if you lose, it's not actually a game over.
Yeah, and I think
And
that's the whole point, too.
It is much faster to lose than to win, both because you can run down your health during the Chrono fight, and the golem has 7,000 HP.
So, spoilers, the prophet is Magus, and of course, you know, playing through this the first time, you have no idea that Magus is here. So when you show up, you kind of expect to get permission from the queen to go, you know, do things, but she has already gotten word that you're going to be showing up here, because Magus remembers you from his childhood, I guess?
No, because the prophet's not here in the first timeline.
And I know, but from Magus remembers you from his
Oh,
childhood.
yeah.
Right.
Oh, no, because Chrono and folks aren't here at all in the original timeline version.
Let's end this topic before it gets too bad. I mean, it's time travel. You can never win. You can only lose when you try to apply logic to time travel.
It's true. It's true. Anyway, so Magus tells Zeal that you're gonna show up, and Zeal's like, "Oh, it's the bad guys," and that's why, you know, they're ready for you when you walk through the door.
And in fact, that's one thing I do really appreciate about this game's story too, is that it's a time travel story, but it doesn't really get too kind of deep or weighty
Right.
about it too. It just kind of it keeps the story just never really loses its beat as far as just being about a group of friends trying to save the world from destruction.
I actually, you know, I wonder if Chrono Trigger came out before the whole time traveling Trunks stuff in Dragon Ball Z, because there is a very specific clause in Dragon Ball Z that says that all time travel and changing times results in alternative timeline.
Well, given that I think Dragon Ball Z started in like 87 or
Yeah.
sometime in the late 80s, I mean, I think the whole series was done by the time Chrono Trigger came out in 95.
Yeah, it definitely predates Chrono Trigger.
Of course, and then no one mentioned the whole thing about Marley disappearing at the beginning of the game. That doesn't matter.
If you want to have a time traveling Chrono game with lots of really wacky and almost and at times self-contradictory lore, play Chrono Cross. Not a shot. It's a good game.
No,
It's got a kind of a wacky plot at times.
Oh no, I agree.
All right. So anyway, after getting kicked out of Zeal Palace, our next story objective is to get the epoch so we can go back to Zeal.
Yeah,
But before doing so, we're going to get some cake and also start using the pendant, which now that it's powered up, we can actually unlock various sealed treasures around the world, starting with this pyramid here, which contains the treasure of Balthazar. We can choose either to get a swallow, which is I want to say like the 4th strongest sword in the game for Chrono, thereabouts, or a safe helm, which is one of the best helmets in the game. But for speedrun purposes, the Swallow wins out, no question, because of just how much stronger it makes Chrono, and faster too, because it's +3 speed. This is also where the fact that this is a 100% all side quests run starts to matter a lot too, because if this were an any percent run where the goal was just to get to an ending as fast as possible, the for Glitchless, the fastest way to do that is actually to grind in the Toronto lair for a very, very long time, as in 30 to 40 minutes, and then open a couple sealed treasures with the pendant, and then use the end of time to go to Lavos and beat him. But since this is all quests, we need to actually keep continuing with the main story in order to get access to the quests. So after getting the swallow, then we head back to the future to get the epoch.
I do want to remember to put the swallow on.
Yes, that is important.
Some certain.
Along with healing at some point too, given that.
I got the cake.
Yeah. Yes. Perfect.
Yeah, I do remember some certain shenanigans that happened in RPG limit break practice room. Don't swallow. Or a certain person who I shall not name is in this room right now.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Who could ever do such a silly thing?
It must.
Very quickly, Kay, are we going to be cutting off the name for the epoch at the Crawley fight?
I mean, yeah.
Is that okay? So there you go,
We've
chat.
got
So
about maybe two
yeah,
to 3 minutes
2 to
after
3
that.
minutes. Yeah, so you got Well, we're trying to cut stuff off early to make sure that stuff processes properly through Tiltify. That's
Unless,
all.
of course, the name is currently Bic and someone wants to donate against Bic, and then I say, let's just cut it off right now. I'm kidding.
It is indeed still currently Bic. So that is currently the name for the epoch.
Oh dear.
It's the Bic.
Time to run! Time to run! I'm running! Hurry up and die, things!
Yeah, I would let you all know, chat, if the name changed hands.
Yeah, you're kind of like meant to go here earlier, but at the same time, if you come here earlier, the monsters are really strong. Like, even casually, if you come through here, everything in here is pretty strong. So...
Yeah, even those two Nereids that she had to fight would actually be kind of an ordeal if she'd have come here during her first trip to the future. That is something that I looked into at one point, because there is some fairly good stuff here, namely a bolt sword for Chrono and then a rage band, which lets you do random counterattacks. But none of that really just quite makes up for the amount of time that these fights take if you come here under leveled, and because both of them are pushovers at this point in the game.
Yeah, and then of course, you know, after you open up the next portal, like coming here the first time, you get the red katana going to Miltier anyway, so...
Yeah, it would pretty much just be the Guardian fight that having the bolt sword would save time on. I mean, it would arguably make rolling the dice with Berserking Chrono a little more, a little less of a silly idea. But yeah, because Sir Crawley is meant to be fought much earlier, this now becomes a fight. Even in a speed run, this is a fight where the boss death animation takes longer than the rest of the fight.
Great. Go ahead and cut off that puck.
Alright. So epoch will be named Bic.
Yes! Something, something, please pick my affections. So here you learn there was some sort of incident in the Zeal Kingdom that caused the three gurus to end up in different time, probably in different eras. And you learn that the Guru of Time, not Gaspar.
Yeah, you're right.
Is it? I don't think it's
Yes.
Gaspar.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This is Balthazar down here.
Yeah.
No, yeah, Balthazar ended up here, right?
Balthazar
Yeah.
is the guru of reason.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Gaspar is the guru of time, and Melchior is the guru of life.
Right, so
Oh yeah, spoilers.
Gaspar!
Melchior is a guru.
up here. No, Balthazar. Someone ends up here. Someone ends up here and is like, well, only you, who clearly can get all the way over here and save time. And I need to make sure not to accidentally
I thought
spam through this.
naming them after the Magi in the English version was an interesting touch, I thought, because I know they have very different names in the Japanese version. Their names all rhyme with each other, too, I think.
We're going to hop aboard Bic and travel through time.
At a very, very slow, leisurely pace, because Bic likes to speed walk, right?
Yes. And I mean, I think that Bic very much looks exactly like Epoch.
There's a certain resemblance, I feel.
Now, of course, if you were playing this casually, I think your first thought would be, I'm gonna go back to the place with the cool music. But as it turns out, you can't actually go back up there. The skywalk is...
Yeah, they did kind of
closed.
seal you down here.
Oh, you do need to go down here.
I forget if the game ever even actually tells you to go to this cave, or if you just kind of go here because you can, and because you couldn't earlier.
Well, it's more that, yeah. Nobody actually tells you, hey, go check this out. It's just like, you're kind of stuck,
This
essentially.
would not be an awful place to buy that gun for Luca, too, for the Blackbird.
Okay, very quickly. Who do you want to hug Chrono? Marley, you got it. Yaga was trying to donate to name the epoch, not Bic.
Oh.
But unfortunately just missed the cutoff. So he said instead that it can go to your choice.
Oh. Actually going to... I have no... Shops. Oh, I did save there, just because... Wexel mentioned I probably want to buy a weapon for... Sorry. Op?
Could have gotten the shockwave in the Ocean Palace as well. But yeah.
Who remembers what all those chests have unless you play a lot of randomizer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't remember what is in their vanilla all the time, but I do know where all the chests are.
Yeah, certain Japanese speedrunners actually do this, or get the Mega Blast for Lucas for the Rubbles and also the Giga Gaia fight, but I don't think it's worth it for either of those cases.
Yeah, Luca's not a very strong attacker, let's put it that way.
And I think for the Rubbles, I think generally the Plasma Gun does enough damage for the few situations where her damage output actually matters. So, alright, so if anybody thought this run was going too well or too consistently, well, we've got some good news for you. caeshura is coming up on two of the
Like the hardest boss.
Two of the worst bits of randomness in the game, after Magus at least. The first is Mud Imp, which is the next boss. It's nasty just because it can both heal and put you to sleep randomly. And I mean, the way you're kind of expected to do the fight is to actually kill the red and blue beasts, which then causes the Mud Imp to lower its defense, that you can pretty much one-shot it after that if you use a strong enough attack. But if you do, but the beasts both have 5,000 HP, which you're not capable of taking out in any kind of fast manner. But even without actually doing that, the Mud Imp's magic defense is kind of just low enough that you are able to put out enough damage to kill it. And keep up with its healing if it does that. But hopefully we won't be seeing much of that. And then because we're not going to fight the beasts, we're going to try to put them to sleep instead. Which is especially good because if the beasts are both awake and you attack the Mud Imp directly, the beasts will counterattack with an earthquake.
Put Chrono to sleep and then ran over him. Effectively not only wasting Chrono's turn, but also Ayla's turn.
I think when they developed this game, they were like, actually, we're doing too well. We should put something that is completely horrible into the game. And that's what you got for that, probably. I don't know.
Well, isn't there some... I mean, I know red and blue monsters have some kind of cultural significance in Japan, because those are in Paper Mario too, and a couple other games that I've seen. So, this boss fight feels a little shoehorned into the story of the game, but I figured the developers were just kind of looking for an excuse to put red and blue monsters in somewhere, and figured this was a good enough spot as any.
Yeah. Little Akaoni.
Oh, is that like the angel and devils on your shoulder or something?
No, there's like a children's story about red demon, red oni and blue ogres, and about one of I can't remember which one, but one of the ogres wants to be friends with the humans. So the other one says, "Okay, well, I'll help you out because we're friends," and pretends to attack some children, and the other ogre saves them. I think it's the red ogre attacks the children, and the blue ogre saves them, or the other way around. Anyway,
yeah. So the Mud Imp has 1,200 HP, and each heal kind of effectively extends the fight by a turn.
yeah.
The older strat for this fight was actually to bring Marley instead of Ayla, just because Antipode is pretty much the highest damage attack you can do to Mud Imp. But the problem with using Marley is both that she's both slower and squishier than Ayla. So even though your damage per hit is a little bit lower with using Flame Kick, just the fact that you don't need to heal Ayla anywhere near as much, and she gets her turns faster, just makes her a better choice overall. I think I've seen 2 heals go off so far.
I think I've seen too many. It wasn't too bad, but still too long for me. Too long for my taste. Okay, so next up is
Alright, yeah, and then our next bit of really awful luck dependency is a fight that's actually not a boss or even required, but if anybody's familiar with metal slimes from the Dragon Quest series, well, we're about to see the Chrono Trigger equivalent, which is Rubbles. There's actually 3 different versions of this fight: Rubbles, then turrets, and then sidekicks, which are monsters that are worth 100 tech points but have very high evasion and will run away after a certain number of turns. The Rubbles have 515 HP, and you get, and then
crap! Just barely not enough, I think.
so it generally works out that either 2 hits from Chrono, 1 hit from Chrono and 1 from Ayla, or 2 from Ayla and 1 from Luca will kill a Rubble.
Actually, I already know
Hooray.
Falcon Head.
Nice. And where are the sidekicks? I know where the turrets are, but where are the sidekicks?
The Black Omen.
Oh, okay.
They're actually, and I guess I should say they're not actually the same fight because I don't think sidekicks have the high evasion.
They do, I think, or don't they? I mean,
Oh, you know, I know
could be.
it's the boss orbs I'm thinking of that are easy to kill, but
Yeah,
you need to kill
yeah.
the sidekicks to actually get the 100 points.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And look at the Mega Blast being useful. Actually, that crit was necessary.
Yeah, like I think that's probably the main reason why Japanese runners get that, but I really don't. I don't think it makes enough of a difference to be worth the detour.
Well, if you know how the crit tables work, if Ayla would have attacked, she would have also critical hit at that point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're using RNG Manip, then Luca is totally irrelevant though, because you can
Yeah.
set up getting crits with Chrono or Ayla.
Yeah, but even without the knowledge, you just don't attack with Luca, you will eventually get the same hits with Ayla in. So
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And then there's also a couple. There's a couple routing choices here because we want. I mean, we fight the Rubble to get Falcon Hit, which is Chrono and Ayla's next combo, which we need for Giga Gaia, the next boss. But we also need the tech points for Luca to learn Protect. I think is the next skill she learns. And that's part of the overall route for learning Omega Flare. And plug your ears, by the way, if you if this might offend you, but we are taking advantage of a very minor glitch as part of this too, which is allowed in this category because it is totally unavoidable.
Scandalous.
That's just it's a minor glitch with how the game just kind of processes you learning techs. Because after a battle, when a character learns a new tech, for whatever reason, they actually get awarded the tech point value of that fight again. And since that's something that's something we can't and not benefit from, we take as much advantage of it as possible and try to kind of arrange learning techs from high tech point value fights as much as possible. Like we did actually take advantage of that a little bit during the grind in the Chrono lair, because when Ayla learned Rollo Kick, she got another 18 free tech points out of it. And here, when Luca learns Protect, she gets actually 200 instead of 100.
Which is a pretty nice slingshot.
Yeah. So we need one Rubble for sure, because getting those 200 points is just saves way too much time to not take advantage of. But from there, you can fight additional Rubbles to get more points, and then cut out the amount of other battles you need to fight, particularly in the Ocean Palace. Or you can just move on after one Rubble and just fight some extra stuff and just kind of opt for just a more consistent route. Like the one Rubble route, at least that I developed, is about 40 seconds slower than an optimal 2 Rubble route, but you have to kill that second Rubble before it runs, or else it's slower. And there's also little advantages to the one Rubble route too, because since you have to fight extra stuff later to make up the tech points, you're getting more XP out of it too, and that makes a pretty big source of randomness in the Black Omen a little less meaningful too.
I did get the second Rubble, but unfortunately,
Yeah, you might have unfortunately learned it early because of fighting extra stuff in the Chrono lair and other places.
Really? That seems weird though.
Well, this is also actually another little a perk of using Ayla for the Mud Imp fight instead of Marley's, that even though the Mud Imp fight isn't really worth that many tech points, it in the kind of the optimal route, it does make it so that you only need one Rubble kill to get Falcon Hit instead of 2.
Johnny, the explanations for that are a bit rocky.
Mhm.
Can I go home now?
Oh wait, I should have...
Just be glad you weren't here last night when we were having donations for puns.
Darn dang.
I know, that'd be fantastic.
Yes, it is very important to shelter here because of needing to wanting to have full MP going into the Giga Gaia fight, along with full health too, so that you don't just die.
That's pretty important.
Yeah, in fact, that's probably a little more important than MP.
Yeah.
Oh, I love how I'm just smashing A over here and not actually going to talk to the strange
By the way, if you have a certain emote, by the way, now's the time.
the time.
But anyway, this would be kind of a sketchy fight if we didn't have Falcon hit, both because for a couple reasons. One, Falcon hit hits everything in a line, so you can hit both of the hands at once. And then two, Falcon hit's kind of damage formula is purely based around Chrono's stats and weapon. So by kind of funneling all of our power through Chrono, as far as giving him the Swallow, which is a really strong sword, and then a Power Scarf, which boosts his strength stat. That makes it so that we can kill the hands before they hit more than one set of attacks, and then also kill them in one hit after they revive too, because they have 2,000 HP to start, and then when they come back later, they only have 1,000. Which is pretty important, because otherwise we'd have to heal to be able to survive another round of those blaster attacks.
Yeah, so Giga Gaia opens with a Shadow and Fire attack, which deals about 100 and 200 damage. Fortunately, we do still have some fire resistant gear on, so we can kind of withstand the fire one at least. But yeah, if the hands, if you let them live too long, there's a point where they cast fire 2 times in a row, and then you would just die. Like, there would be no way to escape. And same when they revive, they will also, their next action will be those blasts again. So this boss is actually kind of difficult if you don't have like an AoE attack that takes them out quickly. But yeah, Falcon hit does the justice.
That's very, and just changing the target to the hands after they come back is very important too. If you either forget to, or like you drop an input on your controller, then you're dead, because they're going to blast you before you get another Falcon hit off.
And the face itself is pretty, well, not exciting, because the face does nothing except for reviving the arms, and it's the main part of the boss.
And looking goofy.
It looks goofy, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but that lovely derp face it gives you when it has your arms. So yeah, if your inputs are tight enough and you get lucky with kind of what RNG seed you start the fight on, as far as whether you can queue up your first Falcon hit before the hands finish attacking, it is possible, even on battle speed 1, to kill Giga Gaia before it revives the hands a second time. But if you don't, it's not really a big deal, because you'll kill it with the next Falcon hit, and that takes care of the hands too.
I hope you like Falcon hit, by the way.
Falcon hit's pretty cool. I like Falcon hit. Jet, do you like Falcon hit?
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing it for the whole rest of the run, right? Too,
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, because I mean, it has the guy who the game is named after is part of it. He's required in our party.
Yeah, nothing. Like, we're gonna take Chrono all the way to Lavos, obviously.
Obviously.
You're not wrong.
I like that getting rid of the mountain of suddenly stops the wind.
I think the wind stopping here is more for emphasis, that it's just like, you know, drops down. But yeah. Developers had to work with what they had, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's still pretty cinematic, I think.
Sarah here is back to celebrate Melchior's escape from Mount Woe. She was worried after the mountain fell that something bad had happened to him. Janice here just tags along with Sarah. There are naming choices in translations that always just kind of get me. I'm like, but why?
Because it sounds really cool. Why do you think I picked it?
I gotta say, yeah, as far away as it is from like the original or what it's supposed to be, it is pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah, I mean there's quite a few names in this game that for either linguistic or cultural reasons would just not work whatsoever if you translated it. Like like my favorite example is actually the Mega Sisters in Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah.
Because I think their Japanese names are like Dogu, Magu, and Ragu.
Yep.
And Sandy, Cindy, and Mindy just it kind of gives you the same flavors.
Oh, yeah.
That they're sisters. They're all related to each other, but those names have nothing to do with their Japanese names. Plus, dog, Rog, and Mog or whatever would
Wouldn't quite work.
Yeah, why would you name your daughters Dog, Rog, and Mog?
Fun fact: the German translators actually did put those names into the translation for German.
Interesting.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but like, there are some other decisions. Like, I don't know why they didn't name Princess Nadia Diana, or vice versa. But,
yeah, I actually recently learned there's some actually pretty sophisticated things that the Super Famicom version did for a 90s video game, like that. As far as how it deals with you being able to rename characters, because I read that the game will actually auto-generate Marley's true name by whatever you rename her to, plus Dia.
Oh, so really?
Maru, her princess name is Maru Dia. And
so
then
she'd be Bob Dia.
When you first meet Ayla, when she actually refers to Chrono by the first two characters of his name, so Kuro by default, or Crow.
Interesting.
And that only really works in Japanese because Japanese characters are full syllables.
Right.
So it would still make sense whatever you rename him to, whereas in English you could pretty easily end up with something that's all consonants and unpronounceable. But yeah, that just blew my mind, though. Just the idea that a game made in 1995 was able to just kind of deal with the fact that you can rename characters like that, as opposed to like Final Fantasy X, where there's just all this awkwardness caused by that.
Yeah, they did do some good things with as we're saying with like Melchior Gaspar and Balthasar is a really good localization. So is Janus is an absolutely fantastic localization.
Yeah, I've never been quite sure on whether to call him Janus or Janus, but I just inconsistently switch between them, like I do with Cecil versus Cecil.
I go with the J sound because it's supposed to be like January. Be kind of my thought of it, but I know it's from. Oh shoot, is that Greek or Roman?
Then it would definitely be Janus. January.
Well, yeah, it's named after the god of beginning and endings, which January is also named after.
It's Janus.
Yeah, but in Latin I thought it would be Janus, though.
All right.
It's okay. Names. We can say them however we like them. You say tomato, I say tomato. You say Marley.
Alright, so then we have the Dalton fight here. This particular flavor of Dalton doesn't. I think if you just sit there, he will eventually attack you. But his only real threat is counterattacks, because every time you attack him, even if you miss, he'll do Iron Orb, which halves your HP, and then once you beat him, he does a final attack that could kill you if you if you let him run you down low enough. Ayla dying shouldn't really matter, especially with all the extra fights that happened.
Yeah, if you wait long enough, then Dalton will eventually use Iron Orb one more time. That's it. That's all he can do.
And we have the Ocean Palace, which is always a fan favorite. I mean, I especially like the fact that they they do one just kind of little minor thing from a game design perspective that really helps as far as building tension, and that's not changing the music for battles.
Good night, Mogyath.
But this is also another dungeon that's very long if you fight all the battles and get all the treasure, or pretty short if you just go directly to the boss. Especially this first section of it, where there's some switches you have to press in order to ultimately create a bridge that leads to the next area. But if you just kind of take the most direct path to hit all the switches, then you end up skipping most of the first section. Movement's kind of important in this room here too, just because if you have very crisp movement around the various corners and then hitting the switch, you'll be able to make it back out without having to wait a cycle of those moving blue enemies.
Which I did for the first time just now.
Nice. And where are we going now?
We're taking a tour.
Okay.
We're showing off the Ocean Palace. You don't need to hit that switch, but it's okay.
Oh, I don't?
No.
Well,
What does that other switch even do? I don't even remember. Is there another bridge somewhere else?
Yeah.
Or something?
You can get to the left side then. So both the left and right side are blocked on the before you hit the switches with the genies, and then once you hit the switch, one side if you hit the switch on the right side gets unlocked. If you hit the switch on the left side gets unlocked.
Yeah. And then for this room here with these large platforms connected by stairs, there's quite a few encounters that are both avoidable and unavoidable, and these encounters are worth pretty good experience and tech points. So if I'd have done the one rubble route on Mount Woe, I'd actually fight a couple of extra battles here in order to kind of make up the tech points I didn't get from the second rubble. Yeah, like this one right here. It's avoidable, but if you take it, it's a really fast one-shot with Falcon Hit. It's been a while, but I want to say 3 extra fights in this room will make up for only one rubble.
Something about playing on the emulator here. It's weird.
Oh. Yeah, plus
Well, I've gotten this on console too, but yeah,
really?
It seems easier to get this on emulator, especially if you're using frame skip.
Really? I have never seen that before, actually. Interesting.
Oh, okay. I get it all the time on BizHawk when I'm doing routing, actually. It seems to happen almost every time if I have skip on when I run through that platform.
I want to say I've played my fair share of Chrono Trigger. I've never seen it before.
Disclaimer, I'm not using
the
frame
very
skip.
first time I saw it, I thought I'd soft lock the game or something, but no, it takes a long time for the Omnicron or whatever he's called to execute his script.
Mm-hmm.
And then after after an encounter at the top of the elevator, which is worth 40 tech points, and it's a good place to catch up if you need points for whatever reason. We then have the elevator, which is 3 unavoidable fights. I mean, we need Chrono and Ayla here for Falcon Hit, which is how we're gonna cheese all of these fights. But who our third character is a choice we have. We can either take Luca or Robo, depending on the tech point route for the mid game.
Of course,
What do we need? Sorry.
Of course, I follow Wexel's route. So once Luca gets Fire 2, I switch her out for Robo, and then we're gonna use this cool skill called Boogie on.
Yeah, because even though not taking Luca here actually kind of sets her back a bit on tech points, bringing Robo here gets him enough points from these fights to learn Robo Tackle, which, combined with Ayla's charm that she'll be getting off of these battles too, lets you use Boogie, which I won't spoil what it does, but it's gonna be the key ingredient to a strat for the Golem Twins, the next boss fight that cuts about 1:20 over the older strat, along with making it a lot easier.
Yep. I always thought Boogie was useless when I casually played through this game. Not gonna lie.
And as simple as it sounds, it took a lot of routing work to actually figure out a way to use Boogie on the Golem Twins without the setup for learning it eating up more time than it's worth. Either because of having to fight extra stuff with Robo in your party, or Luca not being on the elevator or not being in the Golem Twins fight, setting you back as far as learning Omega Flare.
Yeah, I think the big thing is the elevator that had to be worked around on, because like you were stuck here 3 fights in a row that give really good tech points. So like if Luca is still in need of some...
And then there's no required fights between the elevator and the Golem Twins too. So like, that was kind of a stumbling block for me too, is that in order to learn combos, you have to win a fight with the characters that participate in the combo in your party. Even if they already know the ingredients, you still have to win a fight with them in your party, and that was actually a stumbling block for me for a while. Is that I knew the skills to make up Boogie, but since I didn't have Robo on the elevator, I'd have had to fight something extra before the twins in order to get it.
One day I'll get this.
Yeah, these scouter skips are fairly difficult because I mean it's not really getting to the switch that's the hard part. It's getting back off without getting into the encounter, because it's actually pretty easy to get stuck because of the kind of the hitbox for the scouters changing shape as they split apart.
Yeah, the key is to walk actually instead of running, simply because that will give you good pixels to actually get past them. It's kind of funny how that works. Similarly to the burst
I know it's kind of the nitty gritty of that is that you move 2 pixels per frame when you're running and 1 when you're walking.
Exactly.
When you're running, you're hitting odd numbered pixels is impossible.
That's exactly it.
I'm gonna save here because things go wrong. They go wrong.
Yeah, the Golem Twins fight can spiral out of control very, very quickly if either you make a mistake or get really bad luck in some fashion. So it's a very important save there.
Yeah, Boogie is physical, so that's a bit of a disadvantage.
because
Of it.
because the Golem twins kind of are a little like Magus in that they're based on elements and that they only use one element at a time. But unlike Magus, their element is whatever you last used on them. And the most nasty element is actually physical, because when they're physical, they alternate between Iron Orb and just a single target attack that's generally a one-shot.
Yep. And the quirk is here that when you change the magic barriers, very nice by the way, both landed. When you change the magic, they are afflicted by. They will reset the ATB actually, but if you apply physical, they will not reset the ATB, so they get the turn really quickly after, and then they will just destroy you.
Yeah, but they're not immune to various status effects, namely sleep and stop. And once they're stopped, they won't counterattack by changing their element. And stop also lasts long enough that we can just spam Falcon Hit and kill both of them before it wears off.
Yeah,
And
stop is a pretty funny effect in this game actually, because like I also just found out like 2 days ago, if you stop a reptile while it's not shocked, you can't shock it anymore. So stop just like
I didn't know
prevents
that.
stop prevents everything from happening.
Weird. And yeah, then also so we could try to put them to sleep too with Luca's Hypno Wave, but the problem with that is that it's not guaranteed to land, and they wake up every time you hit them physically. So, I mean, you could kind of keep a loop going between Hypno Wave and Falcon Hit, but if it misses even once, then you're going to have a pretty bad time. And stop lasts long enough that even if it takes multiple attempts to get stop to land, once they're both stopped, then you're home free. And then that lightning too that she did at the start of the fight, in addition to needing just a little bit extra damage in order to kill them both, and I want to say 6 Falcon hits. That also is part of setting up for my backup strat in case Boogie misses one or both of them, because switching their element to lightning what happens after you use lightning too, and then Boogie counts as a physical attack, and that changes them to physical. But because when we switch them between elements, it also resets their AI script. So kind of the short version is that doing that makes it so that even if Boogie misses, if you play well, you shouldn't see their single target attack. You should only see Iron Ball.
And I'd like to point out too that Chrono just learned life, so just in case you know, someone dies on this upcoming Lavos battle, I can revive them.
Good call.
Oh dear, everybody died. Well, that's unfortunate. So it is possible to beat this version of Lavos Shell, but not in New Game. Have to do it in Game Plus.
Well, it is possible to do this in New Game.
Oh,
but,
is it?
Yeah, but
Wow.
you'd need to grind a fair bit, just because that version of Lavos' shell is actually quite a bit stronger than the normal version.
Mm-hmm.
So how many rep type battles would that require?
Oh,
Like quite a few, or
Yeah,
using the elixir glitch, because it has enough health that's possible.
it's actually not too bad. It's about like you need like level 35, 36-ish, which is not too bad, and you need to get some gear from the sealed chests that you have access to as well. But other than that, yeah.
I mean, I know it's 20,000 health instead of 10,000, and I want to say it's faster too.
Yeah, oh yeah. So like the normal Lavos doesn't even get a turn before you get one. This one just like always gets a turn max speed, like easy. Enemies, by the way, fun fact, can actually have 18 speed instead of 16, which is pretty unfair, but yeah, it's a possibility.
Butterfly mouth!
I don't think in the vanilla game that's the case anywhere, but just like that's just like the technical limitations there too. I guess that's to account for haste for them as well, or something like that. I don't know.
Alright, worry. I'm off a couple pixels, so whatever Lavos is doing right now shouldn't hurt Chrono.
Well, we did bring him to Lavos, so there's that. Game over,
Oh.
right? 100% easy, GG.
Chrono's just dissolved? I mean, sorry, Bob just dissolved?
Yeah, again, if you've only played this game on the Super Nintendo, I would recommend at least watching the anime cutscenes that are in the remakes of the game on YouTube or somewhere, because they're all drawn by Akira Toriyama and are really good. And the one that they add in right here is my personal favorite too, just because Chrono has a flashback to a cutscene that we actually didn't see because it requires going to Enhasa during your first trip to Zeal, but it's where Yanis kind of makes a foreboding statement that one among you will shortly perish.
Towels. Alright,
And if
Stella.
you want to find out what happens to the blue hair girl on screen, you're gonna have to play Chrono Cross because this is the last you see of her here.
And then gets sad because they change her hair color. Then we're not gonna go into Chrono Cross.
Well, the DS version has a different, you know,
Yes, now
thing
Green
in there.
I'm all about Green Power.
I love that fight. I don't like the story, but I do love that fight.
I mean, I obviously have my own thoughts on it.
Yeah. No, fair.
So while we do have a break in the action, I'm like, this is coming in on such a sad scene. But just a reminder that here at Speedrun Ragnarok, we are raising money for Take This, which is a non-profit charity that does education, outreach, and advocacy on mental health within the gaming community. Our goal for this marathon is to hit $10,000, which would be enough to fund one of their AFK rooms. These are their professionally staffed safe spaces that they bring along to a bunch of conventions all around the country. Next one is going to be PAX Unplugged, and they're also will be going to PAX South and MagFest. So if you're attending any of those conventions, please what? Yes, they are going to be at TwitchCon, but they're not bringing AFK room to TwitchCon.
Oh. Well.
They could, yeah, they're only going to be presenting panels at TwitchCon. Obviously, I do hope that they are going to at least have video of the TwitchCon panels because those sound like some really fantastic panels. But yeah, if you're ever at any of the PAX events or any of the other events that Take This goes to, and you're feeling overwhelmed and you just need a break from the convention, please go to the AFK room. They're usually open during the main convention hours. You can relax and chill. And if you need to, there will always be a licensed clinician present to speak to if you need that. All right, so shall we get back to the story then?
Oh.
Sorry, I thought it was over.
We wake up, find that, oh, or, sorry, not, oh, Bob has disappeared. And then I'm gonna go in here, and in my sadness, I'm going to sell a bunch of things. No, I'm gonna buy a bunch of things.
Yeah, don't sell your gun, please. Thank you.
Yeah, we've been through this before.
I remember that run actually. That was good.
Buy a bunch of things. Then I'm going to go into this and figure out where I'll...
Yeah, this isn't our first opportunity to get full tonics, but it's our first opportunity to do so without a detour, and because we also actually want to spend all of our money right now for a very particular reason coming up.
As it turns out, Dalton survived the Ocean Palace shenanigans and has decided that he is the new ruler of 12,000 BC. You know, there's not much we can do to stop him because he's got a big flying fortress. So...
Oh. Of course, I did not catch exactly when this hit, but we actually have gotten a $100 donation in
Wow.
from let's see, Gertis. There's no incentive or anything attached to that, so if you are in, let me see if they are in. So I don't know if that was like a different name or, but if you are in chat, feel free to whisper me, and I'd be absolutely happy to help put that donation someplace that you'd like it to go. But thank you so much for your absolutely wonderful generosity. We do appreciate it.
So this part of the game is actually really interesting. It is definitely something different from what you usually have in RPGs because, you know, you get just like, you get caught and then you actually don't have your weapons. It's actually, wow. And you have to kind of, you know, make your way through the Blackbird here. There's like chests with your equipment everywhere.
It's a stealth dungeon, basically.
Yeah. And
unless you have Ayla in your party.
yeah, because Ayla just uses fists, and you know that's all she really needs. So she's set for battle, even though she doesn't have any armor or accessory on. You can just fight with her. If you don't have any party members that have equipment on in the party, you will just get caught and thrown back into your little cell there. But yeah, what you're supposed to do here is you are supposed to run around, you know, find your equipment and all that stuff. But we don't really. We gotta go fast. We just get our items and then we go out. That's why it was so important earlier that we actually had another gun. Because as soon as you equip something from your inventory onto your characters, they will be ready to battle. So we just want weapons on our characters and then we're ready to go. It's also kind of funny that, like, you know, if you know the speedruns of this game, you know that the unequipped glitch actually gives you like a ton of resistance and all that stuff. This works kind of differently. Like everything that, you know, you normally get through not having armor on and stuff that applies doesn't apply here. So like you're still vulnerable to everything and all that stuff. So still gotta be careful with that. But yeah.
So to respond to you, Dweedit.
Because if you actually got the equipment glitch, then most of Dalton Plus's spells would not hurt you.
To reply to you, Dweedit, well, yeah, we can because we don't go pick it up. So everything, like all of the equipment I had before, it's all gone.
That's not true.
No?
No, you get back.
Oh, really?
So like the thing is, the only thing you can permanently lose here is your money. If you don't get your money back, you will not have your money, but the game will automatically re-equip all the stuff you had equipped before the Blackbird if you don't get it back after you leave the Blackbird. Yeah.
And that's also why we spent all of our money on healing items before coming here too, just so that we would both neither lose it nor have to go get it back from the chest in the Blackbird.
Exactly. I think the money chest is the most guarded one too, if I remember correctly. It's been so long since I got it, actually. I don't know. There's one chest where like 6 enemies are waiting for you, but I don't remember which one that is.
Oh, and Kay, Gerda says that the $100 is yours to do runner's choice as you would like to.
So where's Marley?
Marley is ahead by $10.
Does it matter? Like it's gotta be Marl, right?
What's the next incentive that we can unlock?
Let me go through and scroll, and I'll get back to you in just a second.
While she's doing that, we have the Dalton Plus fight here, and this is a bit more involved than the first Dalton fight. In that he still counterattacks everything you do, but he does have his own attacks on top of that. And his counterattacks are worse too, because he counters with the opposite element that you use on him. Physical attacks he counters with Iron Ball, and then ice and fire are the opposite, and then I don't remember what lightning. I'd assume the opposite of lightning and shadow too.
Yep.
But the strong. We actually learned Fire Tackle, which is a really strong combo between Robo and Luca off the Golem boss. Even though we didn't technically defeat the Golem boss, that still counted as winning a battle for the game's purpose. So that gave us Fire Tackle, and then the strat I use here is to do just because of how much damage it does. I eat a Ice 2 counter that I then immediately heal with the Lapis, which is this game is actually really stingy with multi-target healing. And your first opportunity to do so with an item is a Lapis, and I healed the Ice 2 with that. Do a Rock Throw, which
Is Bick
only
okay?
triggers an Iron Ball counter, and then another Fire Tackle, which ends the fight. So because it ends the fight, we don't have to worry about a counter from that. But if you want to play this a bit safer, you could just spam Rock Throw and then heal Ayla as needed.
Which I've come to do.
And if anybody's wondering why Ayla doesn't just chuck him off the ship instead of up and down inside the cockpit, I am too.
Also, thank you, Natara, for bringing everyone over from your stream. We do appreciate it, but thank you. Welcome everyone coming in from Natara's stream. Since we have just defeated Dalton, we are making that the cutoff for Magus's name.
Face.
It is indeed going to be Kitty Face.
Woo!
And yes. And as for your choices for where Runner's Choice can go, we have 4 places it could go, so I'm going to give you the choice. So you could have it go to unlock all dungeons for Fantasy Star. You could have it go to hard mode for Jack Bros. Read all messages in Kaizo Mario World, or to Omni Slash Sephiroth. So which one would you like it to go
Omni
to?
Slash.
Omni Slash it is.
Little pit stop here to the same shop. This time to actually sell some stuff. Just gonna sell some loose equipment that we don't need anymore to just to get some money that we'll be needing for some side quests coming up. It's kind of our fastest opportunity to visit a shop to sell the stuff.
What does that bring Omni Slash to?
Omni Slash right now is at $221 out of 300.
Wow.
So there's been a couple of donations already for Omni Slash. We want to end this marathon on a high note.
For that to be meant, please. Choice to unlock all dungeons of fantasy.
Oh, okay, we're gonna change it. We're gonna okay, 2,000.
Once it's unlocked.
Oh, once it's unlocked. Okay, you got it. I gotcha.
Just so you know. In case I'm busy.
Yeah.
It's unlocked.
Gotcha. I will take care of it.
Plot twist, Genesis Magnus.
Woo! Dun dun dun.
No, say it ain't so. And then we are also coming up on what I like to call the most important skip of the speedrun too.
It is.
You don't want to fight me.
I don't. I didn't say.
Yeah.
Though I will
Personally,
say,
I personally like to call this the pig skip for reasons.
very appropriate, yeah.
Not because we're skipping a pig, but because
No.
the last bit of text before the question comes up is pig.
I will say that this is my favorite fight in the game, actually, if you do fight here with Frog. And also, my first playthrough, I did actually, of course, fight, and then later found out that that was not the best idea.
My first playthrough I did not, because I'd played enough Dragon Quest games before this to know that RPGs like to ask you questions but not actually mean it, but thou must. So when I said no to fighting Magus, I was pretty surprised at the results.
Yeah, it's,
But
it's
yeah,
like, hey.
yeah, that is a question that comes up a lot on like if there's a kill Magus category or something like that. And I mean, no, I mean, saying no not only skips a boss fight, but it also gives you a very OP party member just because Magus
Yeah.
joins you at level 37, and I think the rest of these characters are like, oh yeah, 20, 28, 26 or so.
And I mean, even if you were at the same level as Magus, he is still stronger than
Yeah, I mean
anybody in your
his
party.
magic stat is ridiculous. He can use all 4 elements in the game at least once you learn Dark Bomb. I mean, we're gonna be using him for pretty much the whole rest of the run, with a couple exceptions.
I'm just living for the way his name gets rendered actually in game.
But yeah, once we've picked up Magus, though, this is where the game gets very non-linear very quickly, because once we have the wings on the Epoch, courtesy of Dalton, we now have kind of full access to all of the side quests that need to be completed as part of the 100% requirements.
I don't know,
And
does
then,
killing Magus actually count as a different ending? Because it just changes what Glenn's
I don't
sprite
think
is.
it does. I think you only have to get one version of the Moonlight Parade ending for it to count.
It just
So,
changes
so,
what
so
his
about the
sprite
next
is.
hour and change of the run is going to be doing the Fated Hour quests, as we call them, and this is probably the most interesting part of 100% to do routing for, just because you have a lot of freedom over what order you do stuff in, and you can also combine quests with each other as far as like doing part of one quest in the middle of another. And then also you also need to consider that, I mean, every one of these quests gives you some kind of reward for completing it, or gives you or the dungeon that you need to do has treasure that you want in it, and like some you, something you find in one quest might vastly speed up another. So the first quest that we're going to be doing is actually Frog's quest, which involves laying Cyrus's restless ghost to rest, and then powering up the Mazimune to be Frog's strongest sword. And the reason we're doing that first is because it's probably the easiest quest. It doesn't have a boss or any difficult fights, and because we have to do some time travel and overworld movement in order to set up being able to complete Frog's quest, we can combine that with kind of setting the stage for some other quests along the way. And right, I mean, we although as soon as we started it by talking to the carpenter in Chorus Town, we then immediately went to the end of time to pick up the Chrono Trigger. Getting the Chrono Trigger isn't something that we need to do for a while, basically, but doing it now is a little more efficient for overworld travel, because when you come back from the end of time, you always appear in the center of the world map, and that just shaves a bit of travel time off of coming up to this area to get some even better Tabin gear from Tabin, and also
Jerky.
get some tasty snacks to put in the glove compartment of the Epoch. This is also part of why we needed that money from selling stuff after the Blackbird 2s to be able to afford the jerky. Because since this is glitchless, unfortunately, we can't still have the jerky from the chef in Guardia Castle because of having glitched past giving it away to the Knight Captain. And to be able to use it here, we do need to buy more jerky.
Pick up a speed tab from Thomas Grave. I come in here to talk to this gentleman with some soda pop problems. He's got a sugar addiction.
Yeah, some air quotes soda.
Air quotes sugar.
Or maybe this is Soda Popinski from Punch Out.
I'm down for this crossover.
So we go pick up some tools. We talked to the guy in 600 AD. He's missing his tools, so we're his tools back to him.
Yeah, and if you don't worry about it. Even though these are probably like power tools that wouldn't really work in the Middle Ages without electricity, it's all good. Given that refrigerators exist in 1000 AD in this world, so power tools probably do as well.
Toma's actually right there, hanging out. Don't really get to talk to him. I think he's leads you to the rainbow shell, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you find out where the rainbow shell is. But as we'll be seeing later, you don't actually have to.
Is
You
that a
don't actually have to
glitch?
do that. It's probably arguably a glitch, but I won't tell if you won't.
Yeah, I won't. It's fine.
I just like that you had to pour out a soda over his grave.
Yeah. So
Soda.
soda. We're coming here to fight these sentries, and they have some death counters they can use. They can either sap my MP,
Yeah, they can either do grudge or MP buster.
yeah, or deck.
Optimally, we don't see any of them because the animations are slow. But what we particularly not like to see is MP buster, at least on the first two fights.
Right.
Because then you have to open the menu to Ether Magus so that he has MP to use Fire 2 in the next one. It doesn't really matter on the third one just because you're going to be sheltering before fighting anything else.
Of course, I don't want Magus to die either, so preferably not too many grudges either. We want Magus to get 2 levels at a certain point in this game, which is like, you know.
Well, it's actually just 1 level.
Oh, well done. 1 level.
Magus' stat growth is a little strange in that or most particularly his hit stat, because when he joins you at level 37, he has 20 hit, but when he gets to level 38, he actually gets a plus 20 bonus to it, and it becomes 40. And that's pretty significant as far as fighting rebels. Having a 40 hit character makes fighting rebels change from being kind of the awful ordeal that it was on the Mountain of Woe to be a gimme. So there's actually a fair bit more to this dungeon than just the requirements for Frog's Quest, but that's all we're going to be doing. There's some pretty sweet treasure up if you actually full clear that place and go upstairs and also know about how to power up black chests too, because if you examine a black chest in 600 AD but don't actually open it, if you go there in 1000 AD, it'll actually have an upgraded item for you, and that's how you get Marley's strongest bow.
Also didn't know that the first time I played the game. That was also particularly fun to find
Yeah.
out afterwards.
And you can create time paradoxes too by getting the upgraded item and then going back to 600 AD to get the original one too.
Very useful, actually. There's also an item here called the Nova Armor, which is actually gives you status protection and protect, which is a very, very sweet deal as well. But again, it's too much of a time consumption at this point.
Yeah, we do get the armor later.
Yep.
Yeah, and I want to say you can get moon armor instead if you upgrade the Nova armor that's here.
Which is actually arguably worse. It's a bit stronger, but, you know, and gives you magic defense, but the protect is just, and the status protection from the Nova armor is just too good, honestly.
Yeah. Well, you can farm Nova armors from goons in the Black Omen too if you really want a lot of them.
You really want to fight goons?
Goon Kid!
Well, that's part of Rupan's route, actually, is to steal a second Nova armor from the Unavoidable Goons fight in the near the start of the Black Omen, so that you can then also steal a second Haste Helm from Lavo Spawn, and then still have status protection for Frog, I think, is who gets both of those.
That seems fairly reasonable. Haste Helm was probably the most broken piece of equipment in this game, actually.
Oh yeah.
If you want added flavor to this cutscene, bring Magus here.
Yes, it's very deliciously awkward.
Magus is turned
Magus
away
is
the whole
here.
time. It's pretty funny.
But yeah, the party formation we're using here, by the way, does actually speed up this cutscene a bit. Between not having Magus there, which slows it down a little bit because he kind of walks away and hides his face at one point, and also having Frog be your party leader speeds up the start of it because Frog has to walk directly in front of the grave, and if he's not the party leader, that takes longer.
And we're actually going to make use of our new found powers with Frog. Hooray!
Yeah, that's before the latest major route revision for this category, courtesy of the Japanese Chrono Trigger community. After this, Frog got put on the backbench for the rest of the game, but instead we're actually going to keep that party and then go pay a visit to Ozzy's for it. We're not actually going to be completing it because we are not strong enough to do the final fight with Ozzy, Flea, and Slash here. But the first two refights with Flea and Slash are pretty easy. And then also coming here lets us get Magus's special equipment that's in a secret room here, and also take advantage of another thing you can do here that we'll explain more when it matters. But yeah, it's all part of setting up for a very, very clever boss strategy for two upcoming bosses that it has a very, very kind of complex and specific setup, but it's really, really cool how it all works together to trivialize two pretty strong and difficult bosses normally.
So Scala, I like
Yes, what
how
can I help you with?
we have a bunch of people mentioning how there's some bonus dialogue and feels scenes with Magus. If for some reason we're able to hit 8,000 before I get up to the top of Death Peak, I will also add Magus in with whatever best girl is.
That sounds super spicy. So 8,000. Ooh, that's a little bit of ways away, chat. So you have to kind of get on that. Just as a reminder, though, if you donate $20 during this run, you are in the running for one of two prizes, which I will
Yeah, it's maybe
very.
about half an hour away or so until the end of Death Peak.
K goes hard. I appreciate this. So you can either get a
Oh!
pillowcase, or you can get a beautiful magical mineral collection.
We're okay. Ouch!
So for these two fights here, we'd like to see Frog crit at least once, because that should cut out the enemy attacking you once. But if he doesn't crit, he doesn't crit, and just make do.
Yeah, you can see Frog is actually reasonably powerful. We didn't level at all, and he does with a crit almost 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, thanks to having his strongest weapon that I believe gets a damage boost against magical beasts, which Flea and Slash are considered. Which I think is also part of why the just melee attacks with the Masamune are so effective against them back in Magus's castle.
Okay, you fell for it!
Yeah,
No!
fell for the oldest trick in the book.
At least we're not dead. That hurts. I'm leaving.
Yeah, so getting hit by that guillotine trap takes every character in your active party down to 1 HP, and that was intentional. It wasn't obvious. Both getting hit by it and also party swapping right before doing so that it's these three characters that go to 1 HP. And and then also somebody mentioned like flavor text with Magus, and that's also a little part of the routing too, is to not have Magus in the party when we go to Azu's for it, just because that cuts down on the dialogue with Ozzy, Flea, and Slash a little bit. But yeah, so like I said, we're not actually finishing Magus's quest in with Ozzy's fort. We're just getting his equipment, getting Marley, Ayla, and Frog to 1 HP, and then piecing out, and then going to start the Rainbow Shell quest instead.
It seems kind of counterintuitive, but all shall be revealed very soon.
Yes. And then she also popped 2 speed tabs on Magus too, which is going to make a pretty significant difference on a number of fights coming up. Starting with this one actually, because if Magus is at his default speed without like a speed belt or something on, then it's just 100% impossible to run away from this fight before getting attacked. If you give him the 2 speed tabs, then you do have a chance at running before the attack goes off.
I can see the indecisiveness.
I forgot to.
Here's a hint. This is basically the only place in the entire game where when you have a left-right choice, that left is the correct answer.
No, I also realized I forgot to menu.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess I was wondering why Magus's menu didn't come up before the avian attacked. And then I mentioned a bit ago that we want to get Magus to level 38, which is +1 level from what he joined at, and then this is where we're going to top that off, because these dinosaurs here, kind of like the fight we grinded on in the Chrono lair, are worth decent experience and tech points, and we can reload the fight very quickly too. So doing 2 rounds of this will top off level 38, and then before doing the second fight, we do also want to bring in Marley to line up, having her learn some more attacks.
Yep, works out really nicely.
Because this also ties back to that double tech point exploit, let's call it. Because there's 2 rebels here that we're going to fight, and we want Marley to get the double tech point award from both of them. And if she learned Cure, which is her next tech, off of those dinosaurs, then the math wouldn't work out for her to learn Haste, which is the next one after that, off the second rebel. Haste is which we haven't seen yet in this run, is very, very, very overpowered in Chrono Trigger compared to other Square RPGs. I mean, it has the same effect. It just makes your ATB fill faster, but just the amount of extra speed you get out of it is just ridiculous in this game.
Yeah, I mean, haste is always good in almost all games, but this game, yeah, it takes it to a new level.
In a lot of other, like in a lot of the Final Fantasy series, it's often really kind of debatable if the time spent either acquiring haste in the first place and/or using it during a fight translates into time savings. But in this game, it's no question.
Yeah.
Just a bit, kind of what I think. I mean, part of why I think they made haste so powerful is just that Marley is not a great damage dealer by herself.
And there's no, like, level 3 ice spell.
Yeah, so I think the developers just wanted to give Marley some kind of really OP ability that only she can do that justifies giving one of your 3 party slots to her.
She is a really good healer too, like, she was the dedicated supporter, like, intentionally. Like, she gets life too as well, which is actually pretty good if you play casually, so yeah. There's a lot of good stuff there in that regard. All other characters are...
Yeah, like Antipode 3 is pretty darn good, too.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, you could also learn Dark Eternal, potentially, like, with a rock, but that's the strongest triple tech in the game, actually, but...
Yeah, it is stronger than Omega Flare, but it's not viable for a speed run because of how it works to learn Dark Matter.
Yeah.
Someday, maybe.
Nah, that's too far. It's too far away.
Yeah, you'd have to grind way too much.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, so after learning haste off the second rubble, which again would give me fights as long as Magus is level 38 because of having the 40 hit stat. She then swaps Luca for Ayla, who is one of the characters that got taken to 1 HP in the Aussies for it. And now
That's right, man.
I will shut up and then explain it afterwards. But first, we're gonna also try to steal a red mail from the Tyranno.
And, I'll be right back real quick.
What? Hello?
So while Kay's away, we can definitely take this time very quickly to talk about the charity, and then we'll talk about what is going on in this absolutely wonderful boss fight. So here at Speedrun Ragnarok, we are raising money for Take This, which is a non-profit charity dedicated to education, outreach, and advocacy on mental health issues within the gaming community. We've been working at this all for pretty much the whole week now. We've had so much support from everyone. Thank you all so much. And as I'm talking about this, ooh, we've gotten a $25 donation in from Prof Ness. So, who would like Luca right now to swing it back to Luca being able to get the hug instead of Marley. So, if you would like to change that, that'll be up to you. So, we're going to be going on with that for just a little bit while longer, and per caeshura's request, if we hit $8,000 by the time it is time for the hug, we will add Magus into the scene
I'm
and
back.
make this really awkward. Oh, welcome back, Kay.
Did anything interesting happen?
Not really.
Dinosaur died. You know, that happens all the time.
The dinosaur just died like.
This is true. We found a really pretty shell.
Oh, cool.
Alright, so anyway, yeah, that's the main payoff for splitting Ozzy's fort into 2 trips, and that's what we call the Berserk Magus strat, because Magus's Doomsicle weapon gets a 100% attack power bonus for every dead ally you have, and combining that with the Berserker and the haste spell just lets you do roughly 1,500 damage per hit, or 3,000 per critical, and shred the second highest HP boss in the game, basically, because Rust Tyranno has 25,000 health, which is second highest in the game. Kind of the part of why that setup is so specific, though, is that because the Tyranno doesn't actually attack you directly until after doing its barbecue for the first time, setting it up to kill off 2 characters that Magus gets the full Doomsicle bonus wouldn't normally be possible unless you go in with 2 characters at 1 HP, because every time the Tyranno roars, both Black Tyranno and Rust Tyranno, it gives you the HP drain status, which is pretty trivial in this game, both as far as how much damage it does to you and how long it lasts. So ordinarily, the damage it does is meaningless, but if you're at 1 health, it will kill you.
Oh, I saved right there
And
before
that's all
giving the
part of
jerky.
setup.
Just because, if I choose the wrong option, that's bad.
Well, it just means you use the money you made from selling it to go buy more and make a 100 gold profit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, the Berserk Magus strategy, very clever use of all intended game mechanics, making it viable for Glitchless, and I can claim, well, I and everybody else in the Western world that's worked on this can claim 0 credit for it. It was all devised by the Japanese Chrono Trigger speedrun community.
Can I claim credit because I'm Magus?
Sure.
Okay. Nice.
Alright, so then next up, we're going to be getting the Sunstone, because after you get the Rainbow Shell, the game automatically sends you to Guardia Castle, and we kind of took advantage of that proximity to go give the jerky to the Elder Rapport's wife as part of
Oh dear.
The Rainbow Shell quest later, and
I forgot to pick up the
Barrier.
bear.
ooh, well, hopefully
You
that
can still do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, the normal strat for this fight is actually to grab a barrier on the Mountain of Woe that's from a chest that's along the way, basically, and then using that on Ayla in this fight so that she can survive Son of Sun's purple laser attack, which cuts down on the amount of RNG this has in No Manip pretty significantly, but hopefully it'll laser Magus and it'll be a non-issue. So anyway, the way Son of Sun works is that even though Son of Sun does actually have an HP value, you are incapable of doing damage to it directly, and once it does its roulette for the first time, one of the 5 flames becomes its weak point. And hey, there we go, all calculated, but not manipped, because that's not allowed here. And if you hit the weak point 10 times, then you win.
Oh dear.
And in a run with Manip, you can Manip it. You can just know which flame is the weak point after which rotation. But for a no Manip run, the way we figure out which flame is the weak point is by knowing that it will not counterattack, even if you attack it with something that doesn't count as a hit, because you have to do a melee attack in order to count as hitting the weak point. And there's kind of 2 ways to do it. One is actually to cast an AoE spell that hits all of them, and then whichever one counters is the weak point. But the overall faster way is actually to have Luca be standing right where she is, and then use Flame Toss to hit 3 of them. And that ends up saving you time because you're just sitting through less counterattacks. Because if you hit all of them, then the orb in the middle does an extra flare, which does a lot of damage to anybody that doesn't have fire resistance or absorption.
Dear, goodbye, Bob.
And animation takes time.
Yep. Yeah, so the main trick here is actually, and it's a lot of fights that work that way, it just doesn't seem that way. You actually have to just like run up and then start the fight. If you don't, then Luca will not be in the correct spot to be just hitting the 3 flames, so the positioning is actually very important in a lot of fights in this game.
Yeah, because if your coordinates are off, then the Flame Toss will hit the center too.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty bad, just because this particular setup for Son of Sun basically trades some safety for speed, because we're going in here with only one character that has total fire immunity, and that's Ayla. And, ooh, this is not looking good all of a sudden.
I would just try to hit the right one and then get lucky. You got this.
Yeah, because she could have made a pit stop, actually multiple pit stops in Guardia to get more red vests, but because of just kind of having the confidence that we can beat Son of Sun in 2, or worst case 3 cycles without eating a lot of flares, we're going in here. But I mean, part of that setup is having the barrier from the Mountain of Woe, though. So
yeah,
it's kind of part of why this is getting a little dicey.
Out of hand, yeah.
Because with the barrier, Ayla would be able to barely survive that laser. We do want all of our characters to get the experience and tech points from this fight, but fortunately, because once you've done the 10 hits, the fight won't end until I want to say probably the center orb's next action, which causes the fight to end. You do have some time to use revives if you need to.
Correct. You could also steal from the center orb. He wouldn't counter with flare, I think. I don't remember what he gives though. Probably blackmail? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I know it's not red mail because I think there's only one boss per element that has a mail steal.
Yeah.
And I think it's Yakra that has white mail.
It's okay, Kay, just reload. It's fine.
Yeah, and I mean, as kind of risky as doing this at these levels is, the prizes we're getting from the Sunstone / Rainbow Shell quest make it well worth it in the long term.
Yeah, yeah. This is basically this is basically lined up in a way where we do the side quest to run to rush the Rainbow Shell rewards. Yeah, because they are probably, after the haste sum, the best piece of gear you can get in this game.
Yeah, because you get both the Sunshades and the Prism specs as part of this quest chain, which are the most they're the most effective ways to just to increase your damage output through equipping stuff, which you don't really have a lot of ability to do in this game compared to like something like Final Fantasy VI, where you can equip like double earrings, or if you want to boost your strength, like a Hyper Wrist and Hero Ring. In this game, you can either equip like Power or Magic Scarves, which boost your stats, but it isn't really that big of an impact. But then you have the Sunshades and Prism specs, which just flat out multiply the amount of damage you do with all attacks. Like, although I can never remember the exact numbers. I mean, I want to say it's like 25% for Sunshades and 33% for Prism specs.
Something like that. 25, 30, 25, 50, something like that. I mean, the bottom line is you deal a lot more damage.
Yeah, especially if you're exploiting an elemental weakness too. Like if you give like we're gonna be giving Magus the Prism specs, and then well, and actually because of this route, I mean, there's one case where he can use ice instead of lightning to kill robots, which has a faster animation. Just because the Prism specs boost his power by that much. Yeah, back to Son of Sun. Kind of the optimal fight with these strats is 2 cycles basically. You win before, well, you either win before or immediately after the flames rotate a 3rd time. Because if you've gotten the 10 hits, the flames might still rotate, but then you still anyway before you have to, without you having to attack again.
We're on good pace here. Nice.
I really don't want anybody dead on this battle, but least of all Luca. Because, you know, we'll have to take extra battles to get her more tech points.
Yep. Luca is the only character that we need the ultimate tech for, so, and that takes quite a bit of tech points. So everything that you miss out on.
Getting Flare after having Mega Bomb is 1,000 tech points, just itself, along with having to get to that point to begin with.
By the way, Kay.
Yeah.
During that fight, we did get $5 from Natara, who continues to want Luca to hug Chrono. So right now, Luca is currently in the lead.
What? Boo!
Only by $10.
Boo!
So it can shift again. But right now, Luca is in the lead over Marley by $10.
I'll fight you! I'm taller than you, Natara! She'd win. But I'll still fight her.
I don't know, she has rabbits.
Oh, I have 2 cats.
I've seen what rabbits can do in Monty Python. So yeah, so in order to, as part of the Sunstone quest, we need to put it in the sun for for a very, very
Julian
long
here.
time.
My favorite part about this is that when you go to 2300 and you have like certain characters in front, they will actually tell you that it's been gone for 1300 years. Exactly.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
Assuming that's Robo?
I think Robo, Luca, and Marl actually tell you that it's gone that long. Maybe Marl not. I don't know. But there's definitely more than one that tells you the exact number of years that it's been gone.
Wow.
Yeah. And then for whatever reason, even if you've already kind of degreedified the elder or mayor in this case with the jerky, you still have to go get the sunstone back. But we were able to cut out an extra time warp by buying the jerky early, basically by buying it while we were in 1000 AD to get the tools earlier. So this kind of all ties back to how a lot of the optimization for these side quests is to kind of combine pieces of them together as much as possible to cut out extra overworld movement and time travel.
See, I'm partial towards Marl winning because there was a chance for me to hug Puexel in RPG Limit Break, but unfortunately Luca won, so Rizu got to hug Puexel. And Puexel's now across a couple of oceans or something. I can't hug him, but at least I can pretend. Ah!
Totally didn't hug him at all when you were there, right? Like, not a single time.
Nope. A
Okay.
single time I was
Just making sure.
totally waiting for that bid war. Right, Puexel?
Can I go home now? So again, now we're also kind of into the routing. We're also factoring into kind of places where the game will teleport you somewhere as part of cutscenes. And after getting the sunstone powered up, we get sent to Luca's house. So now we're gonna do some of the stuff we need to do in 1000 AD. And this is also where we find out we don't have enough silver points. Did you like leave after fighting Gato once or something?
Yeah, I think I did.
Yeah, that is something that can happen on accident. If you fight Gato, he gives you the silver points after he, talks a little bit, but you can also preemptively leave the screen and then you just get no reward.
Yeah. And it's still going to be a little while before we actually do Chrono's side quest on Death Peak, but we're getting the doll now basically just because we're in the area anyway from getting sent here by the Sunstone.
Yeah, this minigame is actually kind of interesting. So he will always just tell you, I believe it's 30,000 gold that you lose if you fail at the start, but
he's
they're
lying.
they're actually lying about that because it's 60,000 if you fail the first two, I believe, or first three.
Yeah, I have it written down somewhere, but yeah, if you do this now as opposed to doing it kind of quote unquote legit, you if you fail to get all 23 inputs, you can still get the clone if you pay him money. That's based on how many inputs you did get. And an optimization I found on this a while ago is actually to sell some stuff, both to sell some stuff earlier to get money, then also to kind of do this after having done some other quests too, so that we have 30,000 gold, and we can hit enough of the inputs to lower the price from 60 to 30,000, and then just end the game there, and that ends up saving, I don't know, like 25 seconds or so, which if you're fast enough with your shop menu ends up saving you time.
Yeah. If you don't have enough money, the unfortunate thing is you can go farm silver points again and try one more time.
Yeah.
And that's not so fun.
Yeah, I think Well, I know the glitched 100% route actually does this late enough that you just have the 60,000 already from doing other quests. I know I've seen some Japanese runners for Glitchless that instead of doing their shopping in the Dark Ages, they actually do it at the Truce item shop and sell off stuff like the Rainbow Sword to get the 60,000. But I think that's slower
That's funny.
because
So
it's more shop menuing, and then I
yeah.
think the Truce merchant also has text before the menu opens too.
Yeah, if you were ever to get 60,000 in time, you would actually have to pick up a lot more stuff before you do
Yeah,
the menu,
and,
before the
and
Blackbird.
it's diminishing returns with the mini game too, just because the inputs speed up the more of them you hit. And I know I timed it that the difference between paying 60 versus 30,000 is under 10 seconds.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, you're not realistically going to be able to get an extra 30,000 and have it save you time, at least.
Yeah. It counts for me, Zach. It counts for me. I don't know if that matters. No, it doesn't.
It's just because we don't have a good way of tracking bits against the official Tiltify total. So Dizak, we definitely do appreciate the 2,000 bits there. We do appreciate it, and those bits will go to take this as well. But we have to wait for the doll process before we can actually send them.
Yeah. Also, which order you do these particular two quests in, as far as, or I should say, boss fights in, as far as Son of Sun and now Yakr the 13th, is also kind of based on runner preference too. Like, I mean, caeshura is doing the route that I put together for the Fated Hour, which
it's nothing to do
a
with the
little
fact
more
that Poexel did it.
It's a little more optimal for overworld movement and kind of making use of well, and also the fact that you can get all of the rewards from the Sunstone and the Rainbow Shell all at once without having to come back to Guardia later. But I know Rupan and other Japanese runners actually, after getting the Rainbow Shell, like to go straight to Guardia and fight Yakr the 13th, and that's actually a little more efficient for menuing because you're doing both of the Berserk Magus boss fights back to back, so you can re-equip or party change in between them. But yeah, like I said, I like doing it in this order because I think you save more time from the overworld movement than you lose from a bit of extra menuing from not wanting Magus to be Berserk for Son of Sun.
Fortunately, nothing here can
too
kill
much
me.
HP here. Hey. Yeah, one unfortunate part about this little side quest is that you fight the monsters that were in the cathedral. If only they were at least upgraded.
I know. I mean, I get what they're going for here as far as doing some very, very heavy-handed foreshadowing as far as who's behind all the chaos in Guardia Castle. But I think the least they could have done is to give you some palette swaps of these monsters to fight here that are actually some kind of threat to you. But on the upside, you get more revives because those snakes still drop them.
If you want funny dialogue here, bring Ayla.
My favorite version of this dialogue was actually having Chrono and Magus for the other two, because Magus's reaction to seeing the note and being forced to talk because I think the game puts him last in the priority order is asking to burn it.
I remember that, yeah. That's good, yeah.
It just comes out of absolute left field too. It's, oh, a note, shall we burn it? Like, what?
Oh, Magus. A note. It might be important for someone. Let's... Chaotic neutral?
Real quick before we get to the boss fight, we had a $45 donation come in. I'm probably not going to say your name right, and I apologize, from Amitrine Kathira, who would like to pester Demarine for her run. This is Demarine's girlfriend, donating $45 to name the characters in Final Fantasy 1 PSP Chrono, Tressa, Frisk, and Ness. And they thanks us very much.
That's quite the smorgasbord of references there.
I mean, I had to take responsibility. I kind of started the let's name all the main characters after characters of other games sort of thing. So, but thank you so
Then we got
much.
to Bob.
Yeah. Then everything just became subsumed by Bob.
At least it's not Jeff, so don't complain.
I didn't actually know until watching that VOD after the fact that the fate of the all Jeff thing in that run was decided by a coin toss. Because one of them was literal tie, so they flipped a coin and Jeff won. All right, so then Yakra the 13th normally is a pretty trolly fight because of mostly because of being able to use the chaos status, which is kind of nasty in this game. But a pretty nice effect of the Berserk Mega Strat is that chaos.
Why am I at
becomes
full HP?
Because you healed. I also mentioned that, but you were talking through it. It's okay.
Oh.
I mean, you can't change it anyways now, so you gotta like somehow just plow through it, I guess. I don't know.
That's awkward.
Okay. But yeah, I guess ideally here what happens is that you have Marley and Frog who are still at 1 HP from the guillotine trap in Azu's Fort, and then Yakra kills both of them with his blizzard attack. Or less than optimally kills Frog, which he pretty much always does on his first turn, because he basically always targets this third slot, regardless of what the RNG seed is. And then he waits a while and then kills Marley with his Earthquake.
This could get interesting actually, because if you get hit by more than one needle, that might not be good.
Yeah, if somebody, I mean, you might want to heal Megas at one point.
Yeah.
If Frog survives the needle.
Yeah, so Yakra actually has also a ton of health points. In a glitch run, you would actually...
18,000.
Yeah, in a glitch run, you would actually elixir glitch this guy. That's how much HP he has. So, but... Okay, that's already probably good enough. Just need to heal him one time and then you're fine. Yeah, should be okay. Anyways, what was I going to say? I was going to say something that was relevant, but now I forgot what I wanted to say. Go me.
Elixir glitch.
Stuff. This guy has a lot of HP.
Getting some good crits at least.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. You need to deal. This guy also works on a script, just like so many other bosses. If you deal enough damage, he will start like throwing these needles in your face. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, also, if you're concerned about the rest of the game looking like this, it's actually just these two boss fights where we do the Berserk Mega Strat, because it only really works against bosses that have kind of really long pauses in their AI script where they're not actually doing anything to you, as far as it being viable for you to do enough damage to win without risk of them being able to kill Magus. Because I mean, when you have a Berserk character that's by themselves, then you can't heal. So you need to make sure that you're going to be able to kill the boss before they kill Magus.
An interesting prospect would be if it would be possible in some fights with manipulation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It would be a pretty narrow list of possibilities, though, just because once you get Omega Flare, there's
Well,
competition.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I could maybe see that being a thing for like Mother Brain with manipulation.
Mother Brain lava spawns. Because like you could just manipulate that he hits like the front every single time, right? Maybe. Potentially.
But yeah, but once Yacker the 13th is defeated, we now basically get all of the final rewards for both the Rainbow Shell quest and the Sunstone quest all at once if we go visit Melchior in the basement and pick the second dialogue option. Prompted to.
I think she muted herself to focus on this.
Yes, yeah, the game does in fact give you two choices because if you pick, you do have to confirm your choice before it's locked in. Because one of the prizes is armor made from the rainbow shell, and you can pick either a prism dress, which is I think arguably the best armor in the game for female characters, or you can get 3 prism helms, and that's what we want because prism helms I want to say are the best helmet in the game for boosting magic defense. But just as importantly, they also give full status immunity, which is going to be a pretty big deal for the Black Omen, just because there's a lot of bosses in there that have chaos.
Yeah, purely based on the status immunity, they are already, like, that's why you have to pick them. The Prism dress has the nice effect that it does give you a lot of magic defense as well, and it does also have the shell status on it, which is actually pretty nice. But at the same time, you only get one, and only females can equip it. So
yeah, I mean, it would be. I mean, the prism dress could be useful on Luca if that didn't mean you missed out on the +3 speed from the Tabin suit. Like I remember long ago, another runner of this got the prism dress and then just decided to continue his run anyway, and because he had the dress he threw it on Luca, but then he ended up wiping to Black Omen Lavo spawn because of Luca being low. Yes, and then we also got the sunshades and prism specs, which we talked about a bit ago. They're accessories that multiply your damage output, and one of the goals of this route for the Fated Hour is to get those as quickly as possible, just so that we can kill the remaining bosses in the Fated Hour a lot faster.
yeah, you can, like, if you think about it, if you use dual and triple text, like if you have prism specs and sunshades on your characters, it's just going to be that much better. So rushing those 2 accessories definitely worthwhile. And we're going to abuse it maliciously.
Yes, very much so. So then the next quest we're doing is Chrono's quest, which we kind of did 2 pieces of earlier between going to the end of time to get the Chrono trigger and then getting the Chrono clone from Norstein Beckler. We had to do it in that order too. I kind of wish there was a little more flexibility with what order you do that stuff in, but in order to get to get a Chrono clone without Chrono in your party, you have to have the Chrono trigger. And if that were not the case, I'd get it and then come here because you'd be sent right next to Death Peak when you return from the end of time. But alas, we can't.
Yeah, this strat is actually kind of mean because, like, you're supposed to, rescue your friend, and you just like go on eternal detours before you do it. It's pretty rude.
This is one of the bigger menus in the remainder of the run too, as far as just throwing on a lot of the OP stuff we just picked up and de-berserking Magus.
Yeah, you do not want to run into fights with Berserk if you don't plan on doing that. That can end very poorly.
Especially Lavo spawns.
Yeah.
Barely got to the tree.
Yeah, fun fact too for anyone who hasn't seen a run of this, you actually have to talk to the Poyozo doll in order to be able to not get blown away by the wind.
Thanks, J Money. Well,
Then once we're past the wind area, there's two fairly difficult encounter skips with crackers here. Nice, got the first one. First one's just tight positioning. The second one's RNG, just because their movement back and forth is random.
third one I never get because still not familiar with pattern.
Yeah, the third one has a very consistent setup for it, but it does take some practice because you do have to you have to start moving before the crackers do in order to be able to get past the top one before it catches you. But yeah, if you basically just, as soon as the map loads, if you hesitate a little bit and then move up and right diagonally, the tree will push you along past the encounter zone before the cracker sprite blocks it off. And we have our first of 3 lava spawns here. Thanks to the power of the sunshades and the prism specs, these are pretty fast and safe.
3, eh?
Yeah, there's 3 of them. We're going to be encountering 3 of them.
Do encounter 3.
And the head has 4,000 health, so it should. The first one can be a little scary looking, but I mean, I at least have never actually come up short in a run, although it might be possible on paper. But we're going to be doing a little bit of grinding before the next one, and
I remember to heal.
that makes the... Yes, you do very much want to heal here too. You also do not want to attack the lava spawn's body, because then they counterattack with that spine's attack you saw at the start, and that's probably going to kill you if it happens.
It hurts, yeah.
The worst, though, is if the fight actually kind of gets going, and the lava spawn kind of gets into a script where it does status attacks on you, and one of them is Chaos. And if it chaoses one of your characters who then attacks the shell, then it still procs Spine's counter.
Yeah, these level spawns are the first instance after, I think, pretty much Flea, where you can get inflicted by multiple status infects in one battle. And it definitely shows if you pick up gear like Prism Helms and stuff here. Or if you pick
optimally,
it
you
up
should win before even getting a chance for that.
Yeah.
Because with the Sunshades and Prism specs, doing 4,000 damage in 2 rounds of attacks is pretty consistent. And then after this screen with the single cracker here, we get our second lava spawn, and there's a fun little exploit with this one.
Exploit, eh?
And that's that lava spawn 2 is not actually flagged as a boss, and you can just run away from it. The route has actually gone back and forth multiple times on whether or not to actually run away from it. Not because of like debates or drama over whether that's a glitch or not, but just because lava spawns are worth 120 tech points, which is the highest value fight in the entire game. And,
yep.
For a while, we would still fight the second lava spawn anyway, just because it's when you can kill it in 2 rounds. That's a really fast way to get 120 tech points, but after the latest big reroute, again courtesy of some strats developed by the Japanese Chrono Trigger community, we found that running away from Lava Spawn 2 and then spending the time that you would have spent fighting it, grinding on crackers on the next area instead, is actually a faster route overall, because even though doing this gets you tech points, gets you 120 tech points a little bit slower, you get a lot more XP out of this, because Lava Spawn is worth, I think, 768 XP, and a battle with 6 crackers, which is the highest number you can get in one fight here, is worth, I want to say, 2268.
We're about to find out.
Yeah,
But it's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah. So so yeah, and then because when you level up, your stats go up too when you hit certain levels. Even though this grind is a little less efficient as far as just getting Luca the tech points to learn Flare. Okay, at 2268, so about 4 times as much XP. We're going to be getting 2 extra level ups basically, and then just the extra stats from that translate into faster boss fights that make it so that the slightly slower grind doesn't matter.
While we were doing the cracker grind, very quickly, I had a $10 donation come in from Psy 990. Psy, if you have a particular place where you want that to go, you have to let me know, because basically as soon as the grind is over with, then we are going to be cutting off who's going to get the hug. So if y'all want to change it, you have to let me know.
Are you doing how many crackers are you fighting too? Just because that's another thing that's runner preference.
5, basically.
Okay, yeah. Because like another route I have actually fights 4 and then fights an extra battle in the Sunken Desert instead, but that's a 10-second difference if that.
Okay, and Sai let me know that they had wanted their $10 to go to the Marley hug. So that means that Marley right now is winning by a literal penny.
As she should be.
So...
And you have literally this next battle, which will be too late, I think.
You wish.
Part of me is actually a little sad that this kind of ends up making for a faster route overall, just because the Omega Flare learning route that Essentia put together a few years ago is really, really slick as far as just how efficient it is for tech points, because her route makes it so that I think in this entire side quest chapter of the run, you only need to get like, I don't know, like 15 extra tech points from non-required fights in order to learn Omega Flare before Ozzy's Fort.
Then go ahead and cut that off.
Alright, so that means that by a single penny, Marley is the winner.
Too late, Natara. I saw that.
Oh. I think
it's too late.
It's too late. Alright. I'm sorry, Natara. If you have someplace else you would like your dollar to go, you had that in... Oh, wait, what?
I mean, I assume Natara has enough access to the donation tracker and stuff to know how to game the system properly too.
This Kay, it's up to you. What would you like to do? Would you like to
flip a coin then?
All right, Natara, is that okay with you? Do we want a coin flip? I'll give it to. We'll make this a democracy. No, she says okay to do the Marley hug.
I mean, I would just say that
And also just to point out, by the way, that a straight PB attempt at this run would do neither, actually, because having either Luca or Marley in your party for this cutscene slows it down by a lot. I had no clue how much time this adds to the cutscene until I actually did this with splits running once, and it's like the better part of a minute.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all good when it's for charity. And I am a pretty big fan of the visuals for this cutscene, especially with the Marley hug.
Wait, I owe you a hug, but RPG Chick gets hugged for free. Wait, what?
And optimally too, we also do not want Magus in the party too, because when you go back in time, Magus has some extra text if he's with you. It would be the boring brigade here. It would be Robo, Ayla, and Frog.
Mm-hmm.
The absolute fastest possible version of this cutscene.
Yeah, Magus gets a little bit salty. I don't know what's up with that.
I have no idea why he'd be salty. It's not like he's been
Magus is
doing all of this to save his sister.
Magus is never salty.
Never. Especially not when it comes to poker.
Or floors of towers and stuff.
So while we
It's
do
all
this
flowers.
cutscene, I'm gonna mute and eat, because I'm hungry.
Well, here, while we watch the cutscene, though, while Kay is having a little snack, just a reminder that here at Speedrun Ragnarok, we are raising money for Take This. Take This is a non-profit charity that does education, outreach, and advocacy on mental health issues within the gaming community. They do this in a number of different ways. If you want to, you can visit their website, takethis.org. There you can read any of the different articles and papers that they've published. You can watch videos of previous panels that they've put on at different events. They also have free resources, such as their very popular How to Find a Therapist guide, which walks you through the process of finding and then, staying with your first therapist if that is something that you think would be a good treatment option for you. Our donation goal is $10,000 for this marathon. This represents being able to fund one of their AFK rooms. Their AFK rooms are professionally staffed safe spaces where there's always a licensed clinician present in case someone needs to just talk. But the AFK rooms themselves, they're open to absolutely anyone who just needs to regain their calm. They will be traveling around to the next couple of PAX conventions. They're going to be at PAX Unplugged in December and PAX South in January. They will also be at MagFest in January. That's where their next AFK rooms are going to be. Their next panels are going to be done at TwitchCon, which will be about mental health and streaming, and also building better streaming communities here on Twitch. So please go ahead. I will drop the link in chat, and please go check them out. And that's what we're raising all this money for.
All right, so after reviving Chrono, we get automatically kicked to the end of time. So we want to hop onto our trusty time machine steed and then head on to do Robo's quest, which is next up. There isn't. I mean, the reason this quest kind of falls where it does, it's not actually because of getting Chrono. We will be using Chrono a little bit later, but not quite yet. We're saving this here because of the ability to grind on crackers on Death Peak, because we want the extra levels from that in order before we come here, because that speeds up quite a few fights here fairly significantly.
Yeah, and you can do these fights with this party, otherwise you would probably have to have different characters in here to do these ones pretty quick.
Yeah, get used to this team of 3, by the way, too, because this is the Omega Flare party, and we'll be seeing them for most of the rest of the game. But these robots are weak against lightning, and if you didn't have both the prism specs and the extra levels and magic stat on Magus from the Cracker Grind, you would need to use lightning in order to one-shot them. But thanks to having all that, we can use Ice 2 instead, which has a faster animation, so we save a couple seconds on each battle. There are a lot of battles in the Genodome. Every battle here is unrunnable, and there's a lot of unavoidable ones too. And that's not entirely a bad thing, because I mean each one of these fights is worth good XP and TP. So all of these fights we have to take are routed in as far as getting Luca to learn all of her techs, and then getting us the levels to get the stats we need for the end game.
Yeah, and if you want to have fun, you can do this little gauntlet here over and over and over again, actually. This is where most people max out their levels, because it's the most efficient way to do it.
Yeah,
really,
I mean, the Crackers is a bit more efficient of a grinding spot, but this is easier, so you can just turn on a turbo controller or something.
Yeah.
just kill all these robots, and then when you get to the end, go around and do it again. Whereas for crackers, you do have to have a bit of skill as far as being able to get 6 crackers per fight. There's a little bit of puzzling going on here too. In order to get to the boss, Mother Brain, we need to get 2 Koyozo dolls. Do a couple simple puzzles to get them. And apparently Kay forgot to shelter before coming in. Oh no, actually, must have forgotten to use the healing pod at the end of time. It's normally how I heal, because it heals your reserve characters too. Nothing a little ether action won't fix, though.
There's a little skip you can do in here. I don't think Kay is going to go for that, but you can actually sequence break the puzzle here.
Yeah, because the way you're intended to get the second doll is to go upstairs in the dome, fight 2 extra battles, and on your way to go back down to the kind of the northeast corner of the first floor, where you have a switch that reverses the conveyor belt. But with some very, very, very tight movement, you can actually make it, just barely make it up the conveyor belt when it's going the wrong direction. Something I learned when I got accepted to race this for RTA in Japan is that the Japanese community, at least at one point, considered that a glitch because of skipping dialogue. We in the West don't, because it's just abusing movement, pure movement, basically, and I don't really think it's any less quote-unquote legit than like the bird skip in Truth's Canyon, or the Dectal's Nest skips, or just other ways to skip stuff just through exploiting knowledge of how maps are programmed and knowledge of movement precision and stuff. But
yeah, so I can't do that quite yet.
Yeah, it isn't easy too, even though it does save. It does let you skip 2 fights if you can do it. You have to get it. I want to say like second try or better, or for it to actually be faster than the intended route.
It takes a lot of practice to get
I
that
would
down.
Playing on an emulator, it probably makes it even harder.
Oh, I wouldn't want to imagine having to do that, actually.
I've gotten pretty close before, but I mean, close isn't good enough. It's a very, I think there's like a, 1 frame or something?
It's not that bad, but
no. You just can't bump into any walls,
you just
essentially.
Can't bonk, and you just have to be really, really tight at rounding corners.
Yeah.
And bonks.
Yeah. Once you get it once, it gets much easier from there. But yeah, it is kind of hard to just get one time at the start, and then if you practice it a little bit, it becomes second nature at some point. But yeah.
Oh, you can, if you're doing that, you can actually there's a switch you can press to turn off one of the lasers, and then just go to the conveyor belt that way instead of going back where you came.
Get another.
Still faster.
Is it? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I guess I never timed it, but I guess I just. I mean, it was doing that was always part of the route before the skip.
Yeah.
To just fight the laser cannons. I'm assuming get the points as part of it too.
Stop laughing at me, Magus!
That would be another advantage to fighting the battle and then actually seeing that you didn't hit the switch. Ah, yeah, whatever. It's okay. Happens. It happens. Good one, though. Good one.
Something else I actually recently learned is that you can actually get the get the secret of mana robot, as I call it, for reasons we'll be soon seeing, to actually clip through through the barrier in between the two halves of the dome too.
Does that actually work if the thing is?
Yeah, it does actually. I tried to do it at RTA in Japan, although I messed it up. But yeah, you can actually. But if you know what you're doing, there's a place where you can actually just kind of ditch the robot and then go around, and then it'll actually it'll go through that one tile barrier in between, and I mean I haven't. I wasn't really actively working on the route when I saw that, so I haven't done much with timing if it actually saves time or not. But it looks cool.
Yeah, it does look cool. Like, wait, where's the robot come?
Because you basically come over, you come around, and then all of a sudden the robot's on the other side of the barrier. And you
Sounds
can
like
and
a
you can
glitch
also
to me.
combine that with getting the speed tab that was under the first stall, then instead of waiting for it to spawn. So it's actually been a while since we've fought a DLC boss, as I call it, a boss that you can skip in a non-glitchless run, but we have another one coming up in the form of Atropos. And this is another place where, having kind of rushed getting the prism specs, and then also done that cracker grinding on Death Peak, ends up saving quite a bit of time. Atropos, Robo has to fight solo, and because of that, and because of the possibility that you've been neglecting Robo and he doesn't know any good damage dealing techs, the developers actually made it so that if you just survive long enough, the fight will eventually end, because Atropos self-destructs. And back in the day, that was actually the strat for this, was to equip Robo with a red mail, and which would let him absorb Atropos' area bomb attacks, and then just go AFK for a couple minutes, and then win automatically. But I actually found that if you have the prism specs and then get the Giga Arm, which is a weapon for Robo that she got in the first Lavo Spawns room in Death Peak, and you have Uzi Punch, which is a strong single tech from Robo, you can actually run down Atropos' 6,500 health and then have that be faster than just waiting her out. This is also where having gotten that extra speed tab in Kajar back in Zeal Kingdom can potentially save you some time too, because
Maybe first turn off pretty slowly, so I don't think it will.
Yeah, guessing probably not. But if you're really, I mean, I don't get it sometimes. I mean, I think there's a little bit of quote-unquote RNG in it, along with you have really crisp inputs as far as whether Robo gets the last Uzi punch off before Atropos Uzi punches him first. But that's just the tip of the iceberg as far as just how broken Uzi Punch is if Robo has a really strong weapon.
So when Atropos disappears, she gives a nice boost to Uzi Punch's stat. Yep. I mean, yeah, I guess that's technically what it is, right? To Robo's stats.
Yeah, it's plus 3 speed and plus 10 magic defense, which upgrades Robo from having just abysmally low speed and magic defense to him having just kind of bad stats. I mean, it's still not great, but it is a big deal as far as the end game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Robo is one of those characters that has a huge HP pool, and his techs are super powerful. But yeah, he has this huge deficit in speed and defense. Like, and that helps out quite a bit here. Additionally, of course, with the speed
because I
touch
mean,
as well.
even with that +10 magic defense, he's still gonna take 2,500 damage from the final boss if it uses its magic attack on him. And the HP cap in this game for you is 999.
Yeah, they were kind of mean that way.
That's something that I do like about how this game is designed too. That just the numbers in this game are a lot lower than in like FF6, which came out right before this. But when they do throw really big numbers at you, those mean something. Then, like when you get hit for more HP than you're capable of having, even if you grind to level 99. That's something you remember from your playing. Alright, so something you can do here too is when you use Robo's heal beam, you can try to, because the amount of healing you get when you use heal beam outside of battle is totally random based on, I'm assuming based on the in-game timer. You can use that to try to roll for Robo getting his HP set in a certain way to speed up the next boss fight after this pretty significantly, but it looks like didn't work out this time.
Mother Brain here is actually one of the easiest bosses in the game if you understand the gimmick.
Yeah.
Very low HP actually for a boss, but these 3 displays, they heal for a insane amount of health every time they get a turn. So you would try to you figure you have to take out the displays immediately, right? Well, if you do that, Mother Brain goes into berserk mode, and every time Mother Brain gets a turn, does a very powerful attack that gets powered up every time she uses it. Fortunately, since she has so low health, that we are already super powered up right now. It's just a couple
I
of
think
attacks.
her defense goes up along with that too.
Mm-hmm. It does, yeah.
When I was doing some routing for this fight, I found that if I don't kill her right with Magus's second turn right here, then I can't do it anymore with one hit.
Yep. So one way of dealing with it is, of course, just like, what we do here. We are powered up enough that we can just like straight up kill it. Another way to deal with it is these displays are actually also vulnerable to sleep or stop. So you could use Hypno Wave or Boogie in order to like make them fall asleep, the displays, or like stop them, and then just wait on Mother Brain that way.
Yeah, the downside to that is, especially in no manip, is that you can't guarantee them falling asleep, and that also restricts you a bit as far as what kinds of attacks you can use on Mother Brain to do damage to her without killing all the panels. The Japanese route actually already has Omega Flare by this point, but my route does what you saw caeshura there do, which is it's a little bit slower, but I think it's faster to do that versus do more grinding to already have Omega Flare learned.
Which does Red Knight give?
100.
We're good.
Build the core. Yeah, and then like the route I've used in my last couple runs of this category actually would actually intentionally get this fight with the three Mohovores and the 1 Hexapod just because it's worth 60 tech points, and I timed it out as saving about 10 to 15 seconds over fighting a 5th round of crackers.
Mm-hmm.
It works out kind of nicely though that you have a lot of chances to get Luca caught up on tech points, because you want to have Flare learned by the end of this dungeon, because you want to be able to use Omega Flare against Ozzy. And you can check what you have when you go in, and if you're less than 100, if you're more than 100 away, then you can take some extra battles to get caught up.
You need to Ether Robo. Okay.
Yeah, just a dead.
Don't be a me and forget to equip the crisis arm. I've done that way too many times too. So anyway, the crisis. So one of the prizes we got from doing Robo's quest was getting the terror arm and the crisis arm. The crisis arm is very, very poorly explained in game as far as what it actually does, because its in-game description kind of lends you to believe that the lower Robo's health is, the more damage it does. But the way it's really programmed is that the ones digit of Robo's HP then becomes some kind of damage multiplier for his attacks, with that where his weapon power factors in, and one of those is Uzi Punch. So optimally, you fight Ret Knight with Robo having a 9 for his ones digit, something that can be guaranteed through Manip. Like in my RTA in Japan run that used Manip, I found a setup for Robo to have a 9 after the Atropos fight. But in no Manip, you have to kind of get lucky with Heal Beam in order to get a 9. But having a 7 or more kind of lets you use the fastest possible strats here. So it gives you enough damage from the Crisis Arm to be able to two-shot both parts of Ret Knight with Uzi Punch. If you have a 5, which is the default if Robo's at max, then you need to have Luca and Magus do some extra stuff to make up damage, and that includes getting to use the almighty Wonder Shot. The Wonder Shot is great because it's Luca's quote-unquote strongest weapon, but the amount of damage it does is very, very random.
Oh dear.
Because it's tied to the seconds value of the in-game timer. And yeah, ideally we also want the core to be either the last part to die or to die with the head as one hit left, because once the core is dead, the Ret Knight's other pieces get more aggressive, and they also start increasing their defense after each hit. So you have to cast ice to kind of re-debuff them. Should be almost dead though. Oh, but yeah, that's a kind of a drawback to the Crisis Arm though, is that if Robo gets hit, well, he's got a 9 now, but
Calculated, I would say.
But yeah, Robo can get nerfed if his HP gets sent down to like his ones digit becomes like a 0 or 1. If it's a 0, his attacks do 0 damage, and if it's a 1, it's chip damage.
Yeah, but the Crisis Arm, like for comparison, if you have a 5 with the Crisis Arm, that's still more powerful than the Terror Arm would be with Uzi Punch.
Yeah, and for at the levels that Robo is going to be at in the end game, his default if he's at max is always going to be 5, unless you do some hacks to get around that. Which
hacks? Wow.
Which she'll be doing later. So
yeah,
we're kind of.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the Crisis Arm is actually going to take Robo's power stat for most of the damage calculation. It still takes the weapon damage as well, but the higher the power is, the more powerful it is. And since Robo is very powerful, has a very high power stat, it's just going to exponentially get absolutely insane.
Yeah, and then we're kind of coming up on the end of the side quest chapter of the run too. After beating Ret Knight. Well, we still need to actually get the Green Dream in order for the game to mark the Fiona's Forest quest complete. But the last kind of major bit of gameplay that we need to do in this chapter is to go back to Ozzy's Fort and finish off Ozzy and friends. We didn't do this earlier because this fight is very, very nasty if you aren't strong enough to take out your enemies in one hit, because they have some pretty strong counterattacks. But this is our first use of Omega Flare, and this takes out Slash and Flea in one hit. Ozzy has so much health that you need to do something else, like I use Mega Bomb, so that I can set Magus's cursor on ice during the animation, but another Omega Flare does it too. And then that's it. One of my older routes actually did do this in one trip, and actually used Beast Toss on Great Ozzy, because if you actually kill Ozzy, then the fight ends, even if the other two are still alive. That was a fun route, but this ended up being faster. That I was pretty proud of my tech point routing for that route too, because I actually learned Omega Flare off of the cannons in front of the Black Omen.
Oh, really?
Since I didn't need Omega Flare for Ozzy because I used Beast Toss instead. I learned Omega Flare just in time for Mega Mutant.
Yeah, I definitely died here in casual play one time, the first time I played the game, because you know these are like the comic relief characters here, but you go into this fight and you get hit by Delta Force for the first time, and it's just kind of like,
And if
oh,
you if you attack Ozzy directly, you're eating I think like 3 total counterattacks: Delta Force, Bad
yep,
Impulse, and then just some kind of Fire Sword attack.
mm-hmm. That was definitely a surprise that got me the first time.
It is a little bit of a shame that I think it's 80 tech points that fight is worth, and it's pretty much all going to waste at this point now that you've already learned Flare, but that's just the way it works with wanting to win that fight really fast and safely. All right, so once even though I mean after you've actually beaten Ozzy and friends too, you do have to go through those cutscenes with the Deus Ex Felina, as I call that random cat that trips the switch, and in order for the game to mark the quest complete. And if you're wondering how you tell when the game marks quest complete, I mean you don't need to hack or anything. You just talk to Gaspar, and when they get removed from his list, that's how we consider the quest done for the 100% category.
And I think too, casually, if you beat Ozzy and then go back to the Mystics Village in 1000 AD, a lot more accepting towards you.
Yeah, and you actually get a discount at the shop there instead of being charged like 65,000 gold per piece of equipment or whatever.
Fortunately, I don't think that there's anything.
Yeah,
there.
oh yeah, it's the stuff that you can buy in Zeal Kingdom that you can buy there. If this game had some kind of infinite money glitch, a non-glitchless speedrun, I could see having some fun with getting some pretty crazy OP equipment there before you go to Hekran's cave.
Mm-hmm.
And then it doesn't matter for 100% purposes whether you save Luca's mom when you go back in time or not, but we do it, both because it's the right thing to do and because it's actually faster, because when you enter the correct password into the mysterious wife squishing machine that Tabin has in his living room,
Really?
that just causes the scene to end immediately.
I mean, I would like to know what it's actually for, but I don't think that was the point. Also, I appreciate that Magus just leans up against a tree with his cloak wrapped around him.
Yeah, he's Batman.
I am sad that we missed my absolute favorite. Are you gonna be okay, Kay?
I think she's broken.
Oh shit! I broke my mic.
You're making it worse.
I have to stop laughing.
Okay, we stopped the wife squishing the tree. Oh boy. Okay, what were you gonna say, Skull?
Oh,
One little
oh,
lore
shit,
too,
go ahead.
the password is actually different between the Japanese and English versions too. In Japanese it's Rara, and in English it's Lara.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you know, for the Japanese community, they're like, is it L-A-L-A or is it R-A-R-A? So they get really confused. So it was even worse when the, you know, You know, as like a child in Japan speaking Japanese, you're like, is it nada or nada? So it definitely made it a lot harder. The Japanese children.
Yeah. I couldn't figure it out my first playthrough because I didn't know that you had to examine the machine before entering the password. I thought you'd just do it after the last dialogue box, but you have to examine the machine, close that text box, and then input the password.
Anyway, two things.
My buddy Woolagin actually said that ends up working out kind of clever, that it kind of simulates a frightened child not knowing what to do with the machine, as far as the instructions for it being kind of obtuse.
What's up, Scala?
Oh, just very quickly to Blind Dragon. Take care of yourself, but definitely don't overexert yourself. Both those runs are going to be absolutely fantastic. Also, my favorite Megas line is after you get Chrono back, if you just go up to everyone has you're standing at the end of time. Everyone has such a nice thing to say to Chrono, and Mag's just like, you got whacked because you're weak, and that's the exact line. And I'm like, where did this come from? And it makes me happy every time I read it.
Most people like Magus's line that you get in the "What the Prophet Seeks" ending, but that's a good one too.
I know, I love that line. I put it on one of the pillows for Limit Break.
Nice.
If history is to change, let it change. If my fate is to die. What?
I must simply laugh.
Yes, I must simply laugh. Thank you.
Magus, of course, knows what he says.
Of course. I only put the I like the first. If history is to change, let it change.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, we're coming into the Black Omen now, which is what we consider to be the final quest for 100% purposes. I mean, I've always thought it really odd that this game has a fairly lengthy final dungeon that's completely optional, because you already have access to the final boss as of I don't know, like
Jillion years
less
ago.
than an hour into this speed run. But anyway, so there's 3 mutant mini bosses. Mega Mutant is I view as just being there to kill you if you come here too early. I mean, like, I'm sure I'm far from the only person that my first playthrough of this game, when I saw the Black Omen appear after getting the time machine, I figured that's where I was supposed to go next, and then I proceeded to walk in and then get chaosed and then killed by Mega Mutant.
Yup.
But with Omega Flare and the levels behind it, it's a one-shot. And having the Prism Helms so that the chaotic zone attack it opens with doesn't chaos us. And then this fight here, before running away, caeshura is trying to steal a gold earring from one of these Synchrites here. In no Manip, it's actually random whether you get a gold earring or a hyper ether from the steal. It isn't really that big of a deal anymore whether you get the gold earring steal or not, but it speeds up one of the final bosses, and it looks really cool too how the strat works out. So I would certainly go for it no matter what. And then here, where else these panels, as is pretty well known, are. And not really an infinite supply of speed tabs, but a place where you can get a lot of them quickly by stealing before you kill them.
Oh! Awkward.
Yeah, I think there's 13 panels in this Black Omen, so you can get 13 speed tabs from them, which is pretty good. Don't need that many in a speedrun, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, and this route just steals 1 from each fight before popping a flare to kill them. Like my route with manipulation steals 4 because of just being able to both manipulate the steals succeeding and then manipulating Robo's HP so that you can easy punch them and break their combo attack.
Yeah. Fortunately, I didn't have any. Do anyway.
Well, worked out nicely to Uzi Punch instead. So I believe it's the next room after this. We have a little bit of RNG with the first encounter skip, because there's a. This is where we get to see the final evolution of Rubbles, which are boss orbs and sidekicks. The first one, the icon is randomly open or closed, and it's generally faster unless you get really hideously unlucky to just keep reloading the map until it's closed and just run by. The second one you can avoid if you know where to basically stop and then wait for the eyes to move apart so that you can go between them, and then this third one is unavoidable.
Sure.
You
You
can.
can. It's just really tight as far as getting around the corners. That particular encounter skip has kind of special meaning to me too, because in my glitched 100% PB, that's the only counter skip I failed in the whole game. Part of why I have no real desire to run that category again. Even though the route's obsolete now.
You might want to heal.
Yep, we're coming up on our first elevator. These look the same as the elevator in the Ocean Palace, but unlike the Ocean Palace, the number of encounters you get is random. You can get between 0 and 3. One of the things about the route for the end game too is that we want Luca to hit level 40 before we get to Queen Zeal at the end, and how easy or difficult that is to do kind of depends on the rubble route for the mid game too, because with the 2 rubble route, if you get less than 3 fights on these elevators, you might have to go out of your way to fight other stuff to get level 40. And if you do the 1 rubble route, then it's just 1 extra fight, because you're only like 500 XP short. So that's kind of part of why the 1 rubble route I find a lot more consistent overall, even if it's a bit slower than getting lucky. But yeah, fights on the elevators are unrunnable. The fight that we do not want to see is Goons, because that's the only one of the 3 that can't be one-shot by Luca. Only 1 is nice for the first elevator. There's some pretty tight encounter skips in this big black room here. A lot of walls and corners that you have to hug pretty tightly in order to dodge the encounters. There's a lot of really good treasure in the Black Omen too. Like there's a lot of chests that have mega elixirs in them, which is like in Final Fantasy, it's full HP and MP healing for the whole party, and that's going to be our main source of healing for the final boss. It's
It's an accessory that increases your magic.
Yeah, and it's not as good as the Prism specs.
No. It is pretty good though, to be fair. Like, there's nothing better you can get stat-wise, but yeah.
Yeah, as far as damage output though, the Prism
Yeah,
specs
yeah.
win
I mean,
against it.
yeah. And we also get our first and only haste helm here. We talked about that one a little bit earlier, and you saw haste in action already a couple of times, but the haste helm essentially does what it implies. It gives you haste, auto haste. which means you're doubly as fast as you normally would be, and you already saw how broken that is. And yeah, now imagine
We're putting that on Robo to transform him from our slowest character to our fastest,
Mm-hmm.
and giving him the Nova armor we picked up there too, so that he still has status protection even without a Prism Helm. But a little quirk with how haste and slow status work in Chrono Trigger is that they don't actually change the rate that the character's ATB bar fills until after their next action. And with the haste helm, that means that you actually don't get hasted for your first turn. So
Yeah.
Chest here on the right.
the first turn of any fight after this, Robo is still going to be
Chrono weapon.
slow, but then after that he gets zippy fast.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
that's
the thing.
that's another reason why getting the caeshura speed tab saves a bit of time too, because Robo having that extra speed for the first turn of a bunch of fights in the Black Omen ends up just making the difference as far as you being able to like get an Omega Flare off before a boss gets a turn.
Those sidekicks both had their eyes closed, and I think if I hadn't hesitated there for a moment, I would have been past them. But I was very confused because both of them were closed.
Yeah, that's the god pattern basically, to have them both closed the first time you go into the room.
Yeah, the reason haste works as it does is because it's not really like a status per se. It just like literally increases your speed stat, and in order for that to happen, you actually have to do an action, and then the game modifies your speed stat accordingly.
Metal. Here.
Yeah, this is some tech that Red Slash found like about a year or so ago too, where walking into the eyes actually speeds up their cycles. It is still random, but doing that kind of tilts the odds in your favor a bit as far as waiting for them both to close being faster than just getting the fight right away and running from it. Unless you get lucky and they're both closed when you get there. We got another seal for our collection.
Okay, what does the power seal do? What do you reckon? Almost. Close.
It gives you, it's a portable battery that you can plug into to get electricity.
Closer. Not quite though.
Turns Robo's
There's
lights
there's a
on.
bunch of chests in this part of the Omen that just have speed tabs in them too, so we're grabbing pretty much all of those.
I can't remember how it is in vanilla. Do the enemies here? Because in Rando they always give the most experience in the game. I assume it's also in vanilla, but I'm not. No, the aliens here.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember either, just because there's no required encounters with them.
Yeah, but I think they have a good. One of them has a good charm, a tab. I want to say magic tab. One of them.
Yes, yeah. Aliens is where you can farm magic tabs, and then I think it's tubsters that you can farm power tabs. Although I like the tubsters name in the /PC version better, which is Blubber Hulk.
I did not know that.
Yep, in the Japanese version they're called Fat Beasts. I think Tubster is a little more creative than Fat Beast, but Blubber Hulk blows away both of them. So, throwing on some upgraded gear here because we've got Giga Mutant coming up, which, despite being the second of 3 mutant mini-bosses in the Black Omen, is actually the most dangerous by quite a bit. Because its 2 parts are both fast and have nasty AoE attacks that they can spam. It only takes 2. I mean, they've got, I want to say, about 5,800 health each, so 2 Omega Flares will kill it. But if they gang up on Luca or Robo, that can make actually just living long enough to get the second Omega Flare off pretty dicey.
Yeah, this is also the first boss that can actually cancel out your status protection, so in this game, funnily enough, even though you can put on stuff like Prism Helms and Nova Armor, there is certain bosses that have attacks that can actually just disable it and then inflict you with status anyways, which you should never see that here really, but you know, it can be a thing that can occur, and it's going to be also somewhat important for the final boss.
Protective Seal is the name of that attack, and we don't really see it.
This mutant also for some reason has a little bit higher magic defense than the others. Why? I don't know.
And yeah, and again, it has the scariest attacks of the three, too. One of the things that caeshura did in that menu before this, too, was to put the gold earring under Robo. In this case, it was actually just for safety, because the gold earring raises the character's max HP by 50%, and at this point in the game, it gives most characters, it's going to give you 999. So, right, the point of putting it on there was just safety on the Giga Mutant fight, but having 999 max HP is going to have a pretty nice side effect to it when we get to Elder Lavo spawn.
Lovely.
And we get you goons. This is what you don't want to see.
Butterbats!
Because they have enough health that it takes more than just one spell from Luca to kill both of them.
They also absorb shadow and lightning, so you can't even use like Dark Mist or anything like that. Not that you really need to, but...
Variable. My problem here is that I am very much butts at avoiding the bats that are coming up, which is another goon fight.
There's a very simple trick to it. You can actually line yourself up that you can stand in the first bat and then just pass the second one.
Yeah, because you'll only actually start the fight if you're moving when you're inside the hitbox of the bat. So that's what I usually do, is I kind of take a step forward, and then once the bat's safely away, I'll run the rest of the distance.
Yep. It's a hard thing to practice because it's so far, and yeah, that was pretty close. That's so far in the Omen, and the Omen takes quite a while to get through.
There's no save point really close to this room too. You might actually need the XP from this fight to get level 40 though, just because you only got 2 elevator fights, and I think you did 2 rubble route.
Yep, that might indeed be necessary.
Because level 40 is just a very important level for Luca as far as her having enough health and magic defense to be able to survive the first round of the final boss.
Blubber Hulk!
And, I mean, if it wasn't obvious, we can't run from these encounters. So, yeah, we're fighting.
That's why dodging those 2 goons is really nice.
Man, I forgot that everything in here drops elixirs, actually. As a randomizer runner, that makes me very jealous, honestly, because it's impossible to find elixirs in rando.
Yeah, and by this point in the game, regular elixirs just aren't really that useful anymore, because the nasty stuff still to come is AoE attacks, so you really need multi-target healing. Although you can actually farm mega elixirs off the ruminators, which are those gray snakes we've seen a couple times. One of my older routes for this category that actually used Chrono and Ayla instead of Magus and Robo for most of the Black Omen. If I got Ruminators in the elevator, I would steal Mega Elixirs from them just for safety on the final boss. I believe the glitched 100% runs and still does that too, just because if you use Falcon Head with the Rainbow Sword, you can one-shot most of the monsters in the Black Omen,
Yeah.
and the animation's faster, and it uses a lot less MP, so you don't need to use Ethers on Luca ever. But for this route, it ends up. Actually, I should say for Glitchless in general, because you have to fight Giga Mutant instead of being able to skip it, the amount of extra menuing that you have to do in order to set up the Falcon Hit Party and then switch off of it to fight Giga Mutant and then back to the fights after that ends up being slower. So Terra Mutant is different than the other two in that only the head can take damage, and only the head needs to be killed in order to end the fight.
You can actually wait it out. Like, the head absorbs once in a while from the bottom part, and if the bottom part dies, the top part dies too. But that takes forever.
Yeah, I know.
So...
Essentia told me she did that once as a kid, and it took a very, very long time.
Yeah, I had to do that one time too, and it was not fun.
Had
fun.
to do it one time.
I didn't want to say again that I played randomizer, but yeah, it wasn't a rando. So because the top part absorbed everything, so I just had to wait it out.
I was looking ahead in my notes, and for some reason I thought I was on Lava Spawn during Terra Mutant, so I attacked with Luca, and I was like...
Yeah, the main kind of gotcha with Terra Mutant is that 1000 HP heal, making it survive the second Omega Flare if your stats aren't good enough. Alright, and then we have it's called Elder Lavospawn on the DS remake, and it's actually called Pishi Lavos R. It actually has a unique name in the Japanese Super Famicom version, but here it's just called Lavospawn. It's totally different from the Lavospawns on Death Peak, both as far as having a lot more health and also having nastier attacks that it doesn't follow a predictable script for. But this is where the having the gold earring on Robo pays off, both for more than just safety, too, because remember how we said that the damage output from the Crisis Arm is based on the ones digit of Robo's HP? Having a gold earring on Robo actually lets you guarantee a 9 because of his max being 999. So that mostly trivializes this fight. Basically, if you can keep Robo's HP high enough that he gets a good Crisis Arm boost, you can kill Lavospawn in 4 Uzi punches or 3 if you get some good wonder shots to go with it.
Yeah, the really annoying part about this guy is really that he is just plain random. Like, he just has a certain set of attacks and he uses them however he wants. So if he wants to mess with you, he can.
I know.
And that would be the effect of having a 0. I mean, no individual attack that this boss has is really, really scary, but it adds up basically if he's and he can overwhelm you pretty easily if you fall behind on healing or damage, or can't just kill him fast enough for it to not matter.
However, this is one of the very, very few sources where you could get another haste tome.
Yeah, and then Rupon, who's the Japanese runner that I raced at this in RTA in Japan back in August, used a very different route for the second half of the run that didn't get Omega Flare, and instead used combos with mostly with Ayla and Frog instead. He actually stole a second haste helm from that boss, and then also a second Nova armor from goons earlier on, so that his two characters that are important for whatever fight is coming up would have haste. I'm not convinced that it's a faster route. In fact, his fastest time with it is a little slower than with the Omega Flare route, but it's really cool just because it's very similar. It's a pretty comparable for time, and the strategies for a lot of the fights in the second half of the run are very different.
Fun fact about the panel fight we just fought, you can actually run away from that one.
Yeah, and if you got like 6 elevator fights or something and got level 4
Yeah, you could,
for
yeah.
that fight, then you'd just go ahead and run.
Well,
yeah,
at that point, you
that panel
probably...
fight's also significant, and that's the last battle in the game that actually gives you experience, which is why you
Mhm.
get level 40 from that. Just because if you're not level 40 yet, then you're not going to be for Lavos. Alright, so Zeal 1 is a very scary looking fight if you're just watching this run, but if you actually understand how her AI works, it's actually pretty free. Because she always opens with Helation, which reduces you to 1 HP, and that makes it look scary, but she also does Helation as a kind of on her next turn after she falls below certain HP values, none of which I actually know offhand, but the bottom line is that if you just spam Omega Flare, then all she's ever actually going to do is keep casting Helation or use that MP drain attack.
Yep.
So you get 1 HP for most of the fight, you're not in any danger of dying.
Well, even if you were just sit there, she can only use single target damaging attacks, so she would never just like flat out kill you. And Omega Flare is pretty strong, by the way.
Yeah, because Omega Flare is based around, or the formula for it is weighted very heavily towards Luca because it's her strongest tech that is part of it. So that's why Luca has the Prism specs for most of the end game, because that increases the damage output of Omega Flare pretty substantially. This is also where those magic tabs that caeshura picked up throughout the course of the run, and then also popped a bunch of before Mother Brain earlier, come into play too, because each one of those adds, I forget the number, it's somewhere between like 50 and 100 damage for Omega Flare, and if you've used like 5 or more of them, then that kind of pushes your damage into ranges that kind of cut a turn from each boss, which adds up, especially on the last bosses. So like with that plus the all the speed tabs that she got in the Black Omen, she's able to kill the Mammon machine before it actually does anything. And fun little bit of lore too is actually the Mammon machine has a bug in the English version of the game where its death animation doesn't work. You just hear the normal enemy death sound effect and then it just abruptly disappears. Whereas in the Japanese version, it has the same death animation as Guardian.
Also, another fun bit is that in order to hear the proper music for this battle, you need to have Magus in your...
Oh, that's absolutely a requirement.
Yeah, it makes me very, very sad that the glitched 100% run uses the character swap glitch to take Magus out to cut the text on this fight, because then you get the wrong music too.
Well, Magus is not the best character for this battle. Dark Bomb is doing okay, but yeah, the hands here are doing counterattacks whenever they get attacked. So you just have to focus the face essentially. And
just
so
I have to reset here.
well, you could just Uzi Punch.
Wait.
Okay.
Oops.
Yeah, if I would have just kept going, because having to refight Zeal 1 and Mammon Machine, Even if you can't, but anyway,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
So
that.
Zeal 1, Halation.
Yeah.
Not really dangerous because, you know, HP thresholds and all that good stuff.
Sorry. Panicked. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know how else to beat her.
That's fine. I mean, yeah, that fight can actually be quite, especially on high battle speed. If you're not used to winging it, that would probably have not ended well, to be honest.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah.
mean, if you're winging it too, that would also mean having to kind of count your damage that you know when Halation is coming.
No,
Yep.
Team Murdoch. Well, we'll get back to why I reset there second. I think it's just going to be a lot easier for everybody to see. But basically, my party was not in the correct order.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about Chrono Trigger Randomizer lately, and this strat that she's going to be using on Zeal 2 is actually a strat that I came up with after watching Elmegus do the fight in a Rando Seed once.
I helped. Hooray.
If I recall correctly, Megas also thought of the strat for Nisbel 2 is also taken from Megas.
Well, the ending, yeah, but the optimal ending, anyways.
So maybe we can explain Zeal 2 during this little interlude here too. So Zeal 2, the real boss is the face, but you have those two hands that are effectively invincible, and if you actually attack them, they counterattack with either Life Shaver, which is like a single target version of Halation, or MP Buster, which we've seen before, neither of which are something we want to see. So that means we can't use Omega Flare, at least for anything other than the last hit, or because that would proc both counters. So you end up having to use pretty different strats for Zeal 2 as far as doing primarily single target attacks that only hit the head. But there is a very specific combo. This should be okay still.
I wasn't sure.
Should I use
You
That would,
mean,
yeah, I would.
you should have enough. You have 7, right?
Because otherwise Skygate can probably one-shot Luca.
Yeah.
Anyway, so something about Magus and proper music.
And proper party order to this time too.
Yes. yeah. So and I am in fact on Battle Speed 1. So I think
Wow.
that Zeal would have gone really had I tried to wing it.
Yeah, that would not have ended well, actually. I would always just like keep battle speed 2 for the endgame bosses because they're so fast. I don't think there's much of a difference if you used battle speed 2 compared to battle
Yeah,
speed 1.
for the Black Omen, I think Battle Speed 2 is quite a bit faster, mostly because of Giga Mutant, because that if you can cut out one, preferably two of Giga Mutant's attacks, and that saves you way more time than slightly faster ATB speed would.
Yeah.
So
It also really seems to be too like your ATB goes faster on the first turn compared to future turns, and what your battle speed isn't as meaningful on the first turn of fights.
So
So,
double area bomb. Robo looks really, really far away from Zeal's head in this battle, but in fact it does actually hit Zeal's head, not the
and
hands.
only the head, which is the important part.
Yeah.
So Zeal's head has 20,000 HP, so it works out to be five double bombs and one dark bomb for victory. The A gotcha in this fight, besides the counter attacks, if you attack the hand, is that once you've done 10,000 damage to the head, it'll do halation, and
Yep.
you want to be prepared for that so that you can heal up immediately afterwards,
Uh-oh.
and not get sniped by one of the hands getting a quick turn.
So, Zeal uses Hexagon Mist after a short amount of time, and if you're not fast enough, there is another magic attack coming in afterwards, which is Dark Gear.
Dark Gear, I think.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, those are one of these two attacks are one of the coolest attacks in the game. But they hurt. They hurt pretty bad, so we don't want to see them.
Yeah, because optimally you get the 10,000 damage in fast enough that Zeal doing halation overwrites Hexagon Mist, and it just gets skipped.
Mm-hmm.
Doing that on Battle Speed 1 is very, very tight, though.
Yeah, I think the first time I ran Glitchless, I did everything on Battle Speed 4 because I wasn't sure how that would go, and then I switched to 2. But yeah, now we should be in the clear, just need to pay attention to the halation that was going to come out eventually, and then we're fine. You might even be able to skip it if we felt that. No, there it is.
And then the next turn after halation is MP Buster on the party leader. Not as dangerous, but if you don't know it's coming, you might queue up a bomb.
Like I did.
Have it not go off because whoever uses MP.
Like I did.
I'm sorry.
Thanks for demonstrating my commentary.
Yes. You're welcome. That was all planned. We had talked about this beforehand.
Is demonstrating the commentary now the new way to refer to a commentator's curse?
No.
No.
No, in fact, because I didn't actually. That until just now.
Good. We all learned something.
We got past it all the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alas, I used more mega elixirs than I wanted to, but I should still be okay.
Well, if I may jinx you, depending on the pattern of
Yep.
the final boss,
Yes.
you
Yes.
might not be okay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean,
I've
it's gonna
had a
work out
little
really
bit of
well.
experience winging the final boss. A little
Yeah.
bit. My last run, in fact.
But before we get there, we get to stretch a little bit, you know, reflect upon our past encounters, and yeah, get a little intermission here. The game is nice enough, so there's this little gimmick in the game where you can fight the final boss at any given moment in the game as soon as you reach the end of time. And in order to prevent you from just beating the game straight up when you know, could go there the first time, there's always this boss gauntlet before this. So like basically as a barrier so that you can't just like beat the game after an hour, you know, or like get to the final boss after an hour.
Or yeah, or
into the
basically
game.
get spoiled on what the true form of the final boss is. I think that's
Yeah.
what they're mainly going for.
But unfortunately, that also means even though, you know, we just went through the whole game and did everything, we still have to do this gauntlet.
Yeah, that is. I mean, I think this game is pretty close to perfection as far as a JRPG. But one little thing that I would change about Chrono Trigger is making it so that if you defeat Queen Zeal, that you skip the boss refights and go straight to Lavos' shell. There may be people watching this too that might wonder why we don't just crash the epoch and skip this. And that's
Excuse me. You have to crush big into lava.
Oh, okay. that would be some something screaming for some animated Photoshop.
That's what I just thought.
Oh my goodness!
You're going to be crashing back into but
I think Scarlett's gonna
but-
get to work
but-
on this.
but the
After the run.
answer is that we can't.
Yeah.
If you crash the epoch into Lavos' shell, you can't leave the shell.
Uh-huh.
And if you defeat Queen Zeal, which is one of the requirements for 100%, you get thrown into the boss refights with no ability to leave.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Other
these
than glitch.
we just have to go through them basically. These fights are all easy. We're way overpowered for these because these are just literal refights with older bosses. The only thing that's really different is some of their animations and like where pieces of them are on the screen, which matters more in any percent because of Falcon Hit hitting stuff in a line. But anyway, so it's really the optimizations here is just about kind of managing your MP effectively to minimize the number of times you have to open the menu to use ethers on Luca. And then this is also where our star Chrono actually gets to make a little bit of a comeback too. That's mostly because of the Zombor phase of the boss rush, because it does MP Buster as a final attack, so that means you'd have to menu regardless if you did the Omega Flare party here, and doing Falcon Hit for the first couple phases is a few seconds faster, and means that you can have a character that's not going to be used again tank the MP Buster.
Just to make sure, does Robo still have to hit the right arm for the final boss with area bomb or
Yeah.
double bomb?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so I need to move him.
Yeah. Okay,
I
just
mean,
making sure.
Thank you.
I think Fire Tackle should do it too, but I think Bomb might have a little faster animation, but regardless, it's much cooler looking.
I
The
like that.
Magus phase can be a little trolly too.
I like that
Elements.
some of the bosses keep their old, like all of the bosses keep their like little gimmicks. So for Nizbel, we do have to use lightning before Omega Flare in order a meaningful amount of damage.
This is this can be kind of trolly. Well, not trolly, but disheartening sometimes too. Like I watched somebody do a first playthrough of the game once, and when they got here with no Chrono and no Magus, so they had no means of doing lightning damage, and the Nizbel phase took them like half an hour. They went straight into the Omen after getting the Epoch after having killed Magus. So they had no Magus and they didn't have Chrono, but they'd done enough grinding along the way that they actually beat the mutants. Got to the boss rush.
That was not the berry he wanted to use.
Nope. That's the ideal outcome too. Could have just punched him to finish it at that point too.
Ah, I see.
He had like 200 health left, if that.
Sure, he was dead. Very, very.
One fun thing in glitch runs that you can do actually in the glitch 100% run, you can pull the so-called save anywhere glitch into here, and you can save and shelter here, which is actually pretty cool.
Oh, that's
So you don't have to ether every time for optimal fights.
Oh, oops. What am I...
You're making sure it's dead?
Yeah.
That's a pretty easy mistake to make too, just because.
Yeah.
With all the speed tabs used, you're fast enough that you do actually have to wait a few seconds for the Tyranno form of Lavos to lower its defense, or else you'll whiff. Little micro optimization here is trying to kind of proactively open the menu to use the first Omega Flare right as the text comes up, because then you've got a chance to skip Aurora for 60 seconds.
Seems impossible on Battle Speed 1.
Yeah, it's not easy. I've gotten it a few times though. because it's coming up next.
Oh yeah, the
One
return.
last-
Wait.
And before this phase, she's shuffling her accessories around a bit because for most of the Black Omen, she actually didn't have any character with the sunshades equipped because she was giving the gold earring to Robo to get 999 max HP. But once we get to this point, putting the sunshades onto Magus actually makes it so, as long as Luca is level 40 and you've used enough magic tabs over the course of the game, that actually makes it so that Omega Flares will do over 5,000 damage. And since the last 3 bosses all have HP that's multiples of 10,000, that actually kind of changes the dynamics of the fights in your favor pretty substantially. There is a trade-off to that, though, and that's that Robo has less health and no longer has the guaranteed 9s. That does make the start of the final boss fight a little less consistent. But as long as that doesn't control you too hard, I believe doing this strat with the sunshades is faster overall. So now that we can do over 5,000 because Final Lava's Shell is 10,000, it's pretty simple. Just 2 Omega Flares and he's dead.
Yeah, this is essentially what the grinding and the magic tabs have boiled down to. Like the 5k right here.
I'm actually very concerned about.
You
Yeah,
got this.
honestly, I probably would not have used one during the shell fight. I would have just used other items beforehand. But we're going to get a good time warp pattern, and it's not going to matter, right?
Exactly.
Yes. By the way, Kay, very quickly, we
Yes.
had a $16.12 donation from T Murdoch, which says Paraball.
Fireball when I.
Yes. And it went to Runner's Choice, which I have already moved and taken care of for you. But yes, all of chat is cheering you on. We have faith in you, Kay.
I'm gonna actually.
Yeah, you got this. We'll do the play-by-play.
But she's been saying that and she can practice. Oh hey, GG.
Thank
GG!
you. Scary.
GG.
Thank you for the GGs.
So as a disclaimer, you know that if you deafen yourself, that the people can't hear us, right?
Oh, they couldn't hear us. Oh, they couldn't hear you. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Fine. It's alright.
We were all fine with it because we knew that you needed the serious time, so it was all.
I'm sorry. I should have. Yeah.
It's okay. We understand. Chad understood. It's all good.
My apologies.
That's
But
fine.
Bob saved the world.
Yay! Yay for Bob! Yay for it was for Bob, Ox Bob, and Kitty Face.
Kitty face.
And thank you, Cardboard Decoy, for the gift sub. We appreciate that.
Oh, it made it more intense. Well, I'm glad it made it more intense for everybody else.
And everyone enjoyed the music.
Yeah, you got to enjoy the music. So my apologies. But thank you everyone for hanging out and watching. And my apologies for you wonderful people not getting to hear the amazing commentary that would have come with that boss fight.
I got to hear it at least.
True.
Kala got to hear
Private
it.
audience.
It was more talking about Rando, and then comparing like how long you should expect the fight to be. That's like some of it that got talked about.
So yeah, I think they're at the end, just combined with being nervous and getting kind of mean pattern. I was very, very scared that I was going to die, but managed to overcome it with all of my my mega elixirs and some elixirs.
Yeah, because the final fight with Lavos Core is just kind of about gaining control of the fight, as far as kind of trapping Lavos into a cycle of kind of either doing attacks that you're prepared for, or reviving its bits that you then kill again before they do anything dangerous to you. And if you kind of lose control and it starts doing nastier things, like what we really don't want to see is spamming single target attacks. Either it's slap move or invading light, which is an attack that does 2,500 damage to Robo if it hits, which is pretty silly. But if that starts happening, then it gets pretty easy to just get overwhelmed and to lose. But as long as you're kind of, as long as you know what Lavos Core can and can't do during specific phases and are prepared to deal with the outcomes, then can generally deal with whatever luck you get.
So I think that we're pretty close as far as the schedule goes, so I'm not going to play out the whole ending, but I do want to thank Magus and Wexel so much for being here. I definitely needed the the support. Thank you both, and of course thank you to Kala for helping.
Of course, happy to do so. Real quick, y'all, as we're kind of getting down to the end of Chrono Trigger, just a reminder that right after this run is our run of Final Fantasy I PSP. It is going to be a race between Sony Wrath 11 and Demarine 2. It's going to be really fantastic. And at the start of that race, we will be cutting off the naming incentive for those names. So you might have just a little bit longer. We're still getting set up on the race, so you might have just a little bit longer to get in those names. None of them are more than $15, so if you would like to slide something in there for, say, $20, this is your chance to do so.
Any closing comments?
Stop playing games and go eat some birthday cake. Real life, please.
Agreed.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out, for Martin, for chatting, for being here, for being supportive, and looking over the fact that I'm a bit of a derp and muted my microphone. Not just muted my microphone, but also the Discord.
You
The whole
muted our microphones too.
Yes.
But like, yeah, I may have done that exact same thing during a marathon run once too. It's easy to do when nervous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, thank you everyone so much for all of support we've been getting for Take This. You know, it's been mentioned before several times during this marathon, but I really appreciate support for a charity going towards with everyone. Yeah, just thank you again, Simpu Axel, for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Like,
Don't worry about it. My pleasure.
you know, it's what's better than playing favorite games with all of your favorite people.
Doing it for charity, of course.
And for charity, of course. It can't get...
We're just missing Essentia as far as reuniting the Limit Break coach.
It really... It's true. True. So I guess, you know, I'll just continue to this ending... Oh, well, I need to talk to Dad for the end. Just this ending playing out for all of you so you can enjoy the music.
I was about to say, we gotta hear the song.
Yeah.
You have to hear the song now.
And the very reasonably lengthed ending too, compared to
Final Fantasy
like,
VI?
games. Or better yet, Final Fantasy IX, which is 32 minutes.
Yeah.
It's about 11 from Lavos Core to GTA time end for this game. This is also, by the way, my personal favorite ending, just the standard ending when you did not crash the epoch. I really like both the music to Faraway Times and how it lines up with the scenes in this version of the ending too.
And for those
I'm
of
a
you...
bit biased personally towards the prophet, what the prophet said.
Yeah,
I wonder why.
It is a good ending.
Yeah, but I mean, if there's anybody watching that's never played this game before, first of all, please do so at some point. It's not a big selling point I like to have for this game too is that it's not really that long of a playthrough. I mean, if you a casual first playthrough of this should be about like 30-35 hours tops, which is pretty small compared to newer games.
I did when I did the replay for my birthday, it took me 17 hours.
Oh, not bad.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, and of course, you know,
but,
versions of it, I recommend the DS version, just because it's basically this game with a couple of, you know, bonus content dungeons.
And a retranslation.
Yeah.
But, and you can fight me.
But yeah, where I was going with that though is, yeah, if you haven't played this game, one of the things that was kind of groundbreaking about it when it came out was the sheer number of endings that it had, along with having a new game plus mode. Because once you've beaten the game once, you can start a new playthrough, preserving your levels and most of your equipment, and you can use that and you also gain early access to Lavos too from the right teleporter at the fairgrounds. And I want to say there's like 14 total endings, just doing a new game plus playthrough where you go through all of them and just see how messed up the timeline gets if you just kind of quit your quest midway through is where a lot of the fun and charm of this game comes from.
Yeah, and as far as you know, the difference between this Moonlight Parade and the one where you kill Magus, I think only the part where Magus appears and the part where Frog appears are different. So I think in like the all endings category, you just need the one thing because they're technically the same ending. A difference in sprites. So of course, if you are very, very particular say the double point ending?
What I find the most interesting about that all endings run is that it uses a glitch that's only useful for that specific category too, where you can kind of reset your progress in the story back to the factory where you first take Robo, and then that's abused in order to get some endings without having to do New Game Plus all the way.
Whereas I'm over here like, okay, well now that the run's done, how do I talk to Puexel? I'm nervous.
Can I go home now?
You are at home.
Okay.
I just enjoy watching the credits. I went looking at up some of the people who worked on it. I'd be kind of
Yeah.
curious. I mean, I've been trying to.
I do also like how this parallels the bad ending too. That was another thing that was pretty
Mm.
revolutionary about Chrono Trigger in the 90s, was having a pretty extensive bad ending to show what happens if you die to Lavos and fail.
Mm.
Where the infamous phrase "but the future refused to change" first came from.
Unfortunately, it's one of those things where unless you could talk to the original people, it'd be hard to tell. I do wonder how much um, Live Alive, which came out like a year before, kind of served as a sort of a testing run for some of the ideas in Chrono Trigger, because you can kind of see a little bit of influence in there. But obviously, probably would have been two different teams. But they do share. I'm going to say his name wrong.
Tsuda?
No, Takashi Tokita. Uh,
Shitokita.
yeah, for director. Also was director of Final Fantasy IV, also director of Live Alive. So I'm curious to know like how many of those themes kind of got shared between the games.